Look closely, this woman's fate is too tragic. She was actually framed by her stepmother and endlessly imprisoned. Her new father not only didn't stand up for her, but even ordered the servants to beat her to death. The woman despaired completely. Flesh and blood, filial piety. It was all a huge joke. Yi Huijin, Du Jiayue, if there's a next life, I will make sure you suffer a terrible death. With that, she ended her own life with a 3-foot piece of cloth. Meanwhile, the protagonist, startled awake from a dream, was in tears after witnessing the tragic fate of the woman in her dream. Snapping back to reality, the protagonist suddenly realized she was holding a green hairpin. And this hairpin wasn't it the same one from the woman in her dream. The protagonist was instantly dumbfounded. As a genetic science research doctor in the year, she had been dedicated to researching the scientific mysteries of the human genome for years. Could it be that there is a type of consciousness that remains after death? Was the research project she and her mentor had been working on for years actually valid? She rushed towards her high-tech experimental machine, hoping to use it to read the information stored within the hairpin. However, as soon as she approached the machine with the hairpin, the machine failed to retrieve any information. Just as the protagonist was feeling lost, a sudden burst of southern light transported her to another time and space. When she woke up again, she found a strange man pulling at her clothes. The protagonist abruptly shoved him away. What the hell is going on? Who the hell are you? The man was clearly startled as well, stumbling back. He turned to the people behind him and said, "Didn't I tell you to drug her? Why is she awake? Are you trying to kill me?" At this moment, the protagonist discovered a serious problem. Her legs couldn't move. Before she could react, she saw the 2 old women behind the man open their mouths to speak. So what if she's awake? She's still a cripple. Hurry up and get it over with so we can report back. The man, upon hearing this, agreed. He was strong and physically fit, so he wasn't afraid of subduing a cripple. With a lecherous expression, he stepped forward. "Beautiful, don't struggle. Don't think you're still that powerful martial arts mistress." At that moment, the protagonist grabbed a rock from the ground and hurled it at the man. "Get away from me." However, she was no match for the man's strength. He grabbed her hand. "Don't be in such a hurry, little beauty. I'll play with you nicely." At this moment, behind the protagonist, a masked young man was leaning against a tree. He flicked a few pebbles with his fingers, his gaze cold and sharp, fixed on the scene. "Consider yourself lucky. I'll spare you this time." Whoosh! A pebble hit the man squarely on the forehead. The man collapsed, instantly unconscious. The protagonist then realized there was someone else there. Who's there? Just as she spoke, another man emerged from the shadows. The man was tall and imposing, dressed in dark robes. Although he wore a mask, his aura was compelling, radiating a powerful presence. Anyone could tell at a glance that this man was undoubtedly the male lead. He spoke. "Are you the daughter of Marquis Wuan?" The protagonist clutched her chest fearfully. From the man's gaze, she sensed a deep loneliness. Was she destined to die today after all? The male lead saw through his seduction. He turned his head coldly. This king never uses what others have used. Note that this female lead just time-traveled from the year. Before she could even acclimate to her new body, she was almost killed. Fortunately, the passing male lead saved her. The male lead was about to leave. The female lead hugged his thigh. "My lord, don't go. My legs are completely useless." The male lead coldly released himself. Seeing that the male lead had no intention of staying, the female lead quickly revealed her trump card. "If you take me with you, it'll help you cure the poison in your body." The male lead, upon hearing this, lifted the female lead's chin and asked, "When did the daughter of a prime minister learn such nonsense?" But after only 3 seconds, the poison within him suddenly acted up. He clutched his chest in pain. The female lead thought to herself that she had previously created a universal antidote, but she didn't have time to prepare for this sudden transmigration. Yet, as soon as she thought this, the antidote formula instantly appeared in her mind. What the? Can I summon modern things through thought? There was no time to marvel. Saving a life was paramount. The female lead explained that although this formula could detoxify, there might be side effects. The male lead declared resolutely, "It's better to use it than to die." The female lead thought that he was quite decisive. She turned and summoned a syringe. One jab, and the male lead almost lost his mind. The onset seemed even more painful than the poison itself. The female lead held his chin. "Relax. Don't bite your tongue. Just endure it, okay?" But the male lead suddenly grabbed her neck. The female lead's face turned red, but she still used her remaining reason to remind him, don't bite. Help me, and I will definitely help you. The intense pain gradually caused the male lead to lose his strength. He released his hands and collapsed onto the ground. The female lead laid him on her lap, gently removing his mask. She thought, even half his face is so handsome. How much more so with the full mask? Before she could finish her thought, footsteps approached. Search the area. Anyone poisoned won't get far. The female lead instantly became alert. Judging by their tone, were they searching for the male lead? She quickly dragged the male lead into a corner, and covered him with a colorful tiger skin. Soon, a group of people armed with swords arrived. They saw the female lead collapsed on the ground. Their leader asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The female lead instantly burst into tears, acting like a frightened rabbit. "Officer, spare me. I was kidnapped and abused. My legs were even broken. Please take me away." The men clearly didn't believe her act. The leader pressed, "Have you seen a man in black?" The female lead clutched his leg and continued to cry. That kidnapper was wearing black. "Please, officer, save me. Take me away." The man kicked her away. He didn't think she was telling the truth, but chasing the target was more important now. So, he led his men away quickly. The female lead breathed a sigh of relief, but the male lead suddenly appeared behind her, startling her. "Are you all right?" The female lead thought that even the most potent antidotes couldn't cure his poison, but this girl's single injection had surprisingly neutralized most of it. While she was pondering, the female lead suddenly rushed forward and started examining his face. Startled, the male lead grabbed her wrist. "What are you doing?" The female lead explained, "Let me see if there are any complications. You're a medical marvel. Recovery in under half an hour. Incredible." She continued to examine his face thoroughly, and then audaciously asked, "Can I draw some of your blood?" This female lead, new to this ancient era, and lacking in practical experience, discovered the male lead's unique constitution, and immediately wanted to draw his blood for research. Enraged, the male lead instantly drew his sword. The female lead then remembered this was ancient times. Blood drawing wasn't a simple matter. She quickly changed her words, saying she was joking. She thought to herself, with this crippled body, surviving in ancient times wouldn't be easy. To return to modern times, she had to find the jade pendant. To find the pendant, she had to return to the original owner's home. So, she told the male lead, "You alone care about my older sister. If she's still at the manor waiting for you, take me back and I'll give it to you." With a few words, she easily secured free labor. The scene then changed. Now, the male lead was carrying the female lead down the street. People gossiped, isn't that the 8th prince? Why is he carrying a woman? The female lead then realized he wasn't an ordinary person, but the renowned 8th prince. As soon as they reached the manor, the original owner's overbearing father, Yvonne, was already waiting at the gate. He was about to scold the female lead for not returning home, but seeing it was the 8th prince who brought his daughter back, he quickly changed his demeanor. This 8th prince, he couldn't afford to offend. His mother, Grand Princess Daliang, was the emperor's most favored concubine. Although the 8th prince was born with a hideous appearance and always wore a mask, he was still the most esteemed prince. Provoking him was simply courting death. At this moment, the male lead spoke, "Marquis Wunan, are you not going to invite me in?" The female lead's father hurriedly replied, "This official wouldn't dare." "Your Highness, please." The male lead, not holding back, carried the female lead directly to the main hall and placed her in the seat of honor. This would normally be considered extremely disrespectful. Du Jiayue, the stepmother, was puzzled. "Your Highness, what are you doing? This is the main seat." The male lead declared willfully, "Whoever I want to sit here, sits here." Simple as that. The female lead's overbearing father dared not object, only politely inquiring, "May I ask why my daughter is with your Highness?" The male lead calmly explained, "I was out hunting and happened to see your daughter being harassed by 2 ruffians. I couldn't stand by and watch, so I intervened." The female lead thought, only this 8th prince could make her overbearing father so subdued. Yi Huijing nervously explained, "It's all my daughter's fault. We wanted to send her to the countryside to reflect, but unexpectedly, he hadn't expected this stepmother to play the victim first, trying to shift the blame. The male lead wasn't so easily fooled. He asked with a straight face, the daughter of the esteemed princess, is living such a miserable life in the Marquis manor. Marquis, have you forgotten His Majesty's decree to treat her well? Are you defying the imperial edict with your actions? Upon hearing these words, Yi Huijing immediately knelt down. Your Highness, please understand. This official wouldn't dare. The male lead slammed his teacup on the table. It seems you dare a great deal. The female lead saw an opportunity and spoke up. Before the matter is investigated, father condemns his daughter. This is truly chilling. Yi Huijing glared at her. How dare you say I've wronged you? The female lead replied, whether I've been wronged or not, you can ask Du Jiayue. Yi Huijing exploded, insolent. How dare you address your mother like that? The female lead retorted, she's not worthy of being my mother. My mother is the true mistress of the Wunan Marquis manor. The male lead, watching from the side, thought, this girl is quite spirited. The female lead realized she had gone too far. Better to control herself. Almost let her true self slip. She adjusted her tone and said softly, daughter spoke out of turn. But daughter has truly been wronged. Please, father, understand. At this point, the male lead stood up and said, since this is a family matter of the Wunan Marquis, I won't interfere. Yi Huijing hurriedly saw him off, thinking he would teach this wretched girl a lesson after the 8th prince left. However, he celebrated too soon. After a few steps, the male lead turned back. I will return in 3 days with imperial physician Shang. I expect to see a well-treated young lady. Otherwise, Marquis, you know the consequences. Just now, the female lead, who had been framed to death by her stepmother in her past life, was unexpectedly saved by the male lead and escorted home. The male lead saw her difficult situation in the manor. Before leaving, he ordered her father to treat her well, and stated he would return in 3 days. Facing the formidable 8th prince, the female lead's father naturally didn't dare disobey. As soon as the male lead left, the female lead's father immediately reverted to his usual self, ordering her to get off the main seat. The female lead innocently replied, Father, are you aware that my legs are injured? If I fall and get hurt, how will you explain to the 8th prince in 3 days? Du Jiayue, the stepmother, exploded upon hearing this. She grabbed the female lead's hand forcefully. The female lead flung her hand away. Yes, the 8th prince saw it himself. Stepmother, you can't deny it. Do you want our manor to be ruined? Du Jiayue couldn't stand this defiance and started cursing, you little. Before she could finish, her father interrupted loudly, enough. Someone take the young miss away, and take good care of her. If even a hair on her head is missing, I'll hold you accountable. Du Jiayue was dumbfounded. When did this wretched girl receive such treatment? Against this absolute display of power, the female lead's father's suppressed rage erupted. He kicked over a nearby chair and roared, do I have to say it again? Get out. Du Jiayue, never having suffered such humiliation, became even angrier. She stormed into the female lead's room and threatened, don't think you can turn things around just because the 8th prince helped you. Killing you is easier than killing an ant. The female lead calmly retorted, such as locking me up, framing me, or having someone beat me to death. Exposed, Du Jiayue instantly faltered. I don't know what you're talking about. Looking at the small, dilapidated room, she thought, so this is how the esteemed daughter of the Marquis lives. Du Jiayue couldn't find a reason to target the female lead. Hearing this, the female lead rolled up her sleeves as if to teach her a lesson. Is this how you speak to your elders? The female lead didn't hold back. She grabbed Du Jiayue's hand and pushed her to the ground. You're not worthy. Du Jiayue thought, what's gotten into this little wretch today? She pointed and yelled, don't forget, I'm the mistress of this manor. Not wanting to waste any more words, the female lead waved her hand dismissively. Go on, get out. I won't see you out. I need to rest. How else will I see the 8th prince in 3 days if I don't? Rest well. Having the 8th prince's backing was indeed powerful. Upon hearing the mention of the 8th prince, Du Jiayue temporarily suppressed her anger. She hissed, just you wait. And stormed out. Now alone, the female lead finally had time to examine the original owner's legs. The blood vessels and muscles were necrotic, but to her, as long as the legs were still there, everything was possible. She immediately summoned the cellular regeneration machine. Although she didn't know why she transmigrated, being able to summon sensory technology was a good thing. To survive here, she had to rely on this advanced technology, so she summoned the explainer again. Thinking of GUC's medical skills, she wished she could bring her mentor here. Lost in thought, she silently chanted. With her chanting, the summoning process began. She injected the cellular regeneration machine into her body. Enduring the intense pain, she lay on the bed, thinking, others transmigrate into princesses or empresses, but I become a crippled daughter. She drifted into sleep again. In the dream, the original owner's mother was framed and killed. Having lost her mother, the original owner suffered constant abuse. She witnessed her stepmother's cruelty, and had her legs broken by her own father. The female lead woke up from the nightmare. The original owner's tragic fate was all thanks to Du Jiayue and her daughter. Now that she knew their identities, she would make them pay for what they did. Lian Qiao opened the door, and saw the young miss safely home, instantly relieved. Young miss, you're finally back. I thought you wouldn't want Lian Qiao anymore. This little girl named Lian Qiao was the original owner's personal maid. She had suffered alongside her since childhood. The female lead thought, now that she was here, she wouldn't let Lian Qiao suffer any more bullying. She gently patted Lian Qiao's head. Why wouldn't I want you? Lian Qiao, unaware her miss had changed, brought over some pastries. Young miss, you must be hungry. Eat something. The female lead noticed bruises on Lian Qiao's exposed arms. She grabbed Lian Qiao's hand and asked, who did this? Lian Qiao, afraid of causing trouble, mumbled, fine, miss, eat something. The female lead raised her voice and asked again, who did this? Lian Qiao finally confessed, Aunt Wang from the gatehouse wanted the young miss leftover pork powder. I didn't give it to her, so. The female lead, with her fiery temper, couldn't tolerate this. She immediately ordered, Lian Qiao, push my wheelchair. We're going to the gatehouse. Those who bully you, I'll start with you today. Meanwhile, a group of gossiping maids led by Wang Dama were bad-mouthing the female lead. This girl is just like her dead mother. A few days ago, she was flirting with young Master Bai. And now it's the prince, such a little hussy, learning how to seduce men already. I swear. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the doorway. This pack of shrews is quite skilled at spreading rumors. How dare you servants gossip about your master behind her back? Wang Dama, clearly unafraid, retorted sarcastically, why is the eldest miss out of bed and here instead? The female lead, not wanting to waste her breath, reached for the table. Wang Dama shielded it, feigning innocence. What table? Is the eldest miss trying to extort something from us lowly servants? Without another word, the female lead signaled Lian Qiao to bring out her hairpin. Wang Dama finally understood and stood up abruptly. What are you doing? The female lead slapped her across the face. Let me teach you a lesson. Wang Dama clutched her face, furious. You little wretch. Madam's personal maid. How dare you hit me? The female lead landed a few more slaps. The master of this house. I can discipline a mere servant. She ordered the other two gossiping maids, drag her over here. If she escapes, you'll be punished too. The two maids immediately grabbed Wang Dama. Wang Dama, still defiant, knelt and cried, eldest miss, Madam's confidant. The female lead cut her off coldly, last chance, where is the hairpin? Wang Dama replied, my daughter has it. She's with Madam. If eldest miss makes a fuss, it'll only embarrass Madam. Lian Qiao, worried about implicating her mistress, pleaded, eldest miss, let it go. Madam, the female lead ignored her. Take this insolent servant, who dared to offend the master, to the madam. Earlier, the female lead heard that Wang Dama had stolen Lian Qiao's hairpin. Without hesitation, she went to confront her. Wang Dama showed no respect to the female lead. She lied, claiming her daughter had the hairpin, and even invoked the female lead's stepmother to intimidate her. However, she didn't realize the female lead was a changed woman. The female lead didn't bother with pleasantries, and dragged Wang Dama to Du Jiayue. Seeing her mother beaten, Wang Jinghao, Wang Dama's daughter, rushed forward. Mother! What happened to you? Du Jiayue, seeing her maid being assaulted, rose and tried to slap the female lead. Yi Jiyan! How dare you? You dare hit my people. The female lead blocked the blow with her whip. Since you're her mother, this makes things easier. She whipped Wang Jinghao's legs. You You're just the right age. Take her as compensation. Du Jiayue laughed coldly. Do you think you can take anyone from my house? The female lead replied, fine. Then leave her mother's life here instead. Her words stunned the three of them. The female lead grabbed Wang Jinghao's hand tightly. Stealing from the master is punishable by death according to house rules. Wang Jinghao quickly explained that hairpin was snatched from Lianxia. The female lead gripped her chin. Who gave you the guts to steal from my sister? Seeing the situation turn sour, Wang Jinghao begged Du Jiayue for mercy. Madam. Please, Du Jiayue, considering the female lead's backing from the 8th prince, cursed inwardly at this troublesome duo. Seeing her hesitation, the female lead slapped Wang Jinghao. Have you decided? Release her, or compensate with her life. Du Jiayue folded her arms. I refuse both. Hearing this, the female lead threw Wang Jinghao to the ground. Lianxiao, inform the 8th prince's manor. Mentioning the 8th prince changed Du Jiayue's expression. Stop, it's just a broken hairpin. As the madam, I'm not that petty. The female lead replied, thank you, mother, and left with Lianxiao. Hearing Du Jiayue was sending her to the 8th prince, Wang Jinghao clung to her leg and pleaded, Madam. I'm your personal maid. How can you send me to that wretched place? Du Jiayue kicked her away. You two fools. You're nothing but trouble. Get out. Duingrong, Du Jiayue's sister and Yi Huijin's concubine, arrived. She also held a grudge against the female lead. After hearing the story, Duingrong advised Du Jiayue to place Wang Jinghao by the female lead's side, making it easier to frame her later. Du Jiayue praised her cleverness. Wang Jinghao was sent to the female lead's room and ordered to return the hairpin. She presented her bare hands, claiming she had broken it. The female lead was heartbroken. But the eldest miss gifted it to me. It was from the princess consort. Wang Jinghao invoked the princess consort, looking at Lianxia. Servants aren't allowed inner court clothes, it's the master's rule. Are you defying him? Clearly, she forgot whose territory this was. The female lead snatched a book and threw it at her. What was that? Kneel in the courtyard. Don't get up until you find a way to fix the hairpin. The female lead, a scientist in her past life, struggled to adapt. She thought, if I could find the jade bracelet, I might find a way back. Lost in thought, her legs suddenly gave way. She stumbled forward. A pair of hands caught her waist. She found herself in someone's arms. Before she could speak, he said, if eldest Missy isn't afraid of the entire manor knowing you're with a man, scream. If Missy is not afraid of the whole monkey rot and knows that you can also be a man, just call it. The female lead thought, who said I was going to scream? She replied defiantly, what do I have to fear? Rumors are already spreading about you and me. I might as well make it real. The male lead carried her to the bed. I must reiterate, I never use what others have used. The female lead countered, Your Highness, words are too harsh. You just saved me. The male lead interrupted, there's nothing. The female lead immediately switched to a demure act. Nothing. I'm just a weak woman with no spiritual power. Your Highness, words shame me. The male lead wasn't easily swayed. He gripped her shoulder. Able to withstand my poison and heal crippled legs. How can I believe you're a weak woman with no spiritual power? The female lead replied, I just know a little medicine. The male lead lifted her chin. Who taught you such skills? As far as I know, only Sijian possesses such knowledge. The female lead, unsure who Sijian was, decided to use the name. This guy is too handsy. She thought. Brushing his hand away, she answered, Master Su and I have a connection, but I can't reveal the details. The male lead saw through her deception. To avoid further questioning, the female lead changed the subject, presenting the prepared antidote. Tomorrow was the agreed time, but since you're here, take the antidote. The male lead pushed it back. I didn't come for the antidote. What brings you here then? Are you being chased again? Those fools are beneath me. I passed by to check if they were following my orders, but it seems you're living quite comfortably. The female lead quickly replied, thanks to your highness. The male lead reached for her cup. The female lead stopped him. That's my cup. He put the cup down. The female lead wondered if she could seize this opportunity. I have a favor to ask. She showed him a drawing of the hairpin. Do you recognize this? The male lead examined it. Yes, Excited, the female lead grabbed his hand. Really? Do you know where it is? The male lead remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. The female lead retracted her hand. This hairpin is very important to me. Please, Your Highness. The male lead suddenly tossed the drawing aside. We'll talk another time. The female lead, ignoring all decorum, grabbed his hand. Your Highness, please take me with you. The male lead's expression darkened. Yi Jiyan. How dare you? Oops. I forgot his hatred for physical contact, the female lead thought. Fine. I need him to find the hairpin. I was being presumptuous, Your Highness. Please don't be angry. Shall I administer the antidote now? The male lead said, no need, and turned to leave. So moody. The female lead thought, hurrying after him. Your Highness, farewell. One of the servants dared to scold the female lead's maid in front of her. The female lead immediately slapped her, teaching her a lesson. She ordered Wang Huan to wash clothes. The female lead suspected Du Jiayue would retaliate through Wang Jinghao. She told Lian Xiao to keep an eye on Wang Jinghao. As expected, Lian Xiao reported back. Wang Jinghao had placed a hairpin in her wardrobe while she was asleep. The female lead recognized it as Du Jiayue's, realizing they were setting her up. Bring it on. She thought. She and Lian Xiao rehearsed their lines. Someone was about to suffer a great loss. The next morning, Du Jiayue's daughter, Yi Huaqing, arrived with a group of servants. She ordered them to search the female lead's courtyard. Search carefully. Leave no corner unchecked. My mother lost something. Lian Xiao stepped in front of the female lead. What are you doing? This is eldest Miss Courtyard. The female lead remained calm. Let them search. Soon, a servant shouted, Second Miss. I found Madam's hairpin in Lian Qiao's wardrobe. Lian Xiao denied it. I didn't steal anything. The servant tried to slap Lian Xiao. You thief. Let me teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a book flew over, knocking the servant's hand away. The female lead, smoothing her hair, said languidly, who dares to cause trouble before I've spoken? How noisy. Yi Huaqing jumped forward. Elder sister, are you protecting her? Beat this traitor to death. The female lead slammed her hand on her wheelchair. I dare you to try. Her aura intimidated the servants. Du Jiayue and Yi Huijin arrived. What's all this commotion? Yi Huaqing rushed to them, playing the victim. Father, mother, you're finally here. I was almost bullied to death. With tears in her eyes, she continued, the hairpin was found in Lian Qiao's room, but elder sister defended her and even insulted me. Yi Huijin exploded. What? This family won't tolerate such treacherous behavior. Someone beat her to death. The female lead stepped in front of Lian Xiao. Father, is ordering executions all you can do? Du Jiayue jumped in. How dare you speak to your father like that? This is unfilial. The female lead retorted, Mother, don't accuse me of being unfilial. Father wants to kill my maid without knowing the truth. Can't I even speak? Yi Huijin, holding the hairpin, raged, the evidence is clear. What more do you want? The female lead pointed at the hairpin. Father, look closely. Is this really Mother's hairpin? Du Jiayue insisted, of course it is. It's identical. Your words are meaningless. The female lead calmly replied, is that so? She ordered Wang Jinghao to bring a bowl of water. Du Jiayue and her daughter were smug, believing they had trapped the female lead. Yi Jiyan, your father and I are here. Your tricks won't work. The female lead remained composed. Who's playing tricks is yet to be seen. Earlier, the mother-daughter duo had planned to frame Lian Xiao, secretly applying a special substance, and arranging a witness to ensure the female lead's punishment. However, the female lead had anticipated their plan. She had the water brought forward, put the hairpin in the water. Yi Huijin, curious, dropped the hairpin into the water. A shocking scene unfolded. The hairpin melted, turning into green liquid. Lian Xiao, seeing her cue, dramatically fell to her knees. I beg you, eldest miss. I didn't steal anything. I wouldn't dare touch Madam's hairpin. I made a similar one for myself. Please believe Lian Xiao. I never stole anything. The female lead squeezed out a few tears. Lian Xiao, I knew you were innocent. It's my fault for not protecting you. Yi Huiqing immediately jumped up. She's lying. Even if the hairpin is fake, elder sister didn't know beforehand. How did she know it would melt? The female lead replied nonchalantly, I could tell its material was off. Didn't you notice? Yi Huijin intervened. All right, it's a misunderstanding. Yi Huiqing interrupted again. But mother's hairpin is still missing. Father, let me search again. You'll find it. Du Jiayue chimed in. That hairpin was a precious gift from master. We must find it. Yi Huijin, losing his patience, snapped, search then. Stop this commotion. The female lead shouted, no searching. You'll have to step over me. Seeing her reaction, Yi Huiqing became more convinced the real hairpin was hidden. She sneered, are you afraid, elder sister? The female lead countered, what if you don't find it? Yi Huiqing boasted, he'll accept any punishment. Seeing her take the bait, the female lead declared, if you don't find it, kowtow and apologize to me in public. Yi Huiqing agreed without hesitation. No problem. The show was about to begin. This woman insisted that the female lead's maid had stolen Du Jiayu's hairpin, and repeatedly challenged the female lead's authority. Karma came swiftly. Liu Yuqing, Yi Huijin's concubine, appeared, holding the missing hairpin. Du Jiayue and her daughter were dumbfounded. The dim-witted Yi Huiqing blurted out, but that hairpin was in the study. How can it be with you? The female lead seized the opportunity. Second sister, why are you so sure it was in the study? Are you involved in this? Yi Huiqing, enraged, tried to attack the female lead. Liu Yuqing quickly intervened. I went to deliver supper to master. Lian Xiao saw the hairpin on the desk and rushed to retrieve it. Fortunately, nothing happened. Yi Huiqing shook off Liu Yuqing's hand and yelled, impossible. Liu Yuqing is lying. Yi Huiqing, clearly spoiled, cried in Yi Huijin's arms. It's so unfair. Concubines always have it easy. Yi Huijin pushed her away. How dare you? Is this how your mother taught you? Du Jiayue quickly proclaimed her innocence. Yi Huiqing continued to act pitiful. Huiqing only meant well, master. Please don't be angry. The female lead intervened. Eldest sister was wronged. Second sister should apologize, and I'm sure she won't mind. The female lead smoothly went with the flow and said, regarding what concubine Liu mentioned, I am, after all, the eldest miss of the Hu mansion. I do possess this level of magnanimity. Huiqing, upon hearing this, immediately retorted, I will never marry an idiot like Zhu Zi. He then grabbed Yi Huijin's lapels. Father, this is all Yi Zhiyang's scheme. He deliberately hid the 3 sons in your study, and then framed me. Hearing this, Yi Huijin slapped him across the face, impudent. Do you think everyone present is a fool? Instantly regretting his action, he thought, if this face is ruined, how can I possibly betroth her to a noble family in the capital to elevate our family's status? It's all Yi Zhiyang's fault, that troublemaker. Ever since returning to the mansion, has been causing chaos. But if I don't give him an explanation, if the 8th prince finds out about this, I won't have a good ending either. In the end, he directly ordered Yi Huiqing to be confined to her quarters. Upon hearing this, Yi Huiqing immediately rushed forward and hugged his leg, pleading, Father, please don't confine me. I had good intentions too. At this moment, the female lead spoke, my legs were cruelly broken, and now she's merely confined. However, for the sake of our sisterhood, I can let you go. As long as you apologize to Lian Qiao, you'll consider this matter settled. Yi Huiqing burst into laughter, you must be crazy. You actually want me to apologize to a servant girl? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. What's so wrong with apologizing? Everyone turned around, and saw the male lead, the awe-inspiring 8th prince. You see, this female lead servant was framed for stealing 3 sons. You see that this heroine's maid ring has been infinitely stolen to the 3rd floor. Just then, the male lead suddenly appeared. He walked directly to the female lead's father, Yi Huijin, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, even the 8th prince cannot be bullied at will. Upon seeing the male lead, Yi Huijin immediately lost his patriarchal demeanor. He took a step back and clasped his hands respectfully. Your Highness, what brings you here? The male lead replied, if I hadn't come, how would I have known that the esteemed Junzu is suffering such injustice in the Hu mansion? Hearing this, Yi Huijin hurriedly explained, Your Highness, you misunderstand. It's just a playful squabble between sisters. He looked pleadingly at the female lead. Isn't that right, Yang? The female lead directly ignored his gaze and replied, father is right. However, as the eighth prince said, a servant is also a person, so this matter still needs to be addressed. With power on his side, Yi Huaijin felt emboldened. He kicked Yi Huaqing to the ground. Hurry up and apologize to Lian Qiao. Yi Huaqing, who had fallen to the ground, fearfully apologized to Lian Qiao. Junzu Yi, please forgive me, this servant. The Nian seller was killed by the lonely Dao in the night before the depths of the year. The female lead gently raised her eyebrows and soothed Lian Qiao. Since the prince says you deserve it, then accept it gracefully. Yi Huaqing was now completely subdued. She cried on the ground and stammered, Lian Qiao, I'm sorry. But the female lead clearly wasn't planning to let her off so easily. Second miss, haven't you eaten? I didn't hear a word you said. Yi Huaijin angrily shouted, didn't you hear his highness? Apologize louder. Yi Huaqing had never suffered such humiliation. She reluctantly yelled, I am sorry. Did you hear that? The female lead thought, the goal has been achieved, it's time to wrap things up. However, the male lead wasn't going to let her off so easily. He spoke directly, eldest miss kindness is commendable. However, I just witnessed second miss ruthless and malicious treatment of her sister. I believe she deserves death. These words shocked even Yi Huaijin. He immediately knelt down and pleaded, Your Highness, please spare my daughter's life. I will discipline her strictly from now on. Yi Huaqing also knelt and hugged the female lead's legs, begging, Sister, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please ask His Highness to spare my life. The female lead, with her large, innocent eyes, looked at the male lead, Your Highness, she is still my sister. Before she could finish, the male lead raised an eyebrow and looked intently at her. The female lead's face instantly paled. She thought, what's wrong with this man? Why is he looking at me like that? Since my sister has apologized, Your Highness, will you spare her life? The male lead replied, For eldest miss' sake, I will spare you today. Now leave. Hearing this, Yi Huaijin hurriedly took Lu Jiayue and her daughter and left, fearing the male lead would change his mind. The female lead looked at Liu Yuqing, thinking, this concubine Liu is quite interesting. But why did she help me? What a divine maneuver. The female lead wanted the male lead to push her out for a stroll. The male lead gave a strong push, sending the female lead and her wheelchair flying. Sound of crash. Just kidding. Alright, darling, let's get back to the main story. Just now, the female lead was almost framed. The male lead swooped in to save the day. The female lead servant is also very capable, skillfully creating alone time for the two. The male lead, being a dominant CEO, wasted no time getting close. He said, Ji Yang, I have a question for you. The female lead acted shy on the surface, while her inner thoughts were running wild. She thought, such an excellent warrior. If I could take his genes back and clone a few handsome men, dress them up in different outfits, switch them out daily, and experience Elva Shao's rotating chopsticks. As she was thinking this, the male lead whispered in her ear, So, you're plotting to draw my blood. Startled, the female lead and her wheelchair rolled back slightly. No, Your Highness, you're overthinking it. So, what did Your Highness want to ask? The male lead straightened up and asked, what was that fake ginseng made of? The female lead thought, of course it wasn't made of real ginseng. It was printed by her fifth brother's D-printer. If she told him the truth, he'd think she was crazy. With a flash of inspiration, she threw the question back. Why doesn't Your Highness guess? Unexpectedly, the male lead replied, No need. Since you're unwilling to tell me, I won't force you. The female lead suddenly didn't know how to respond. The air fell silent. After a moment, both of them spoke simultaneously. Your Highness, are you hungry? How's your leg? The female lead thought, what's going on today? Why am I suddenly so awkward? The male lead seemed to see through her thoughts. He placed one hand on the armrest of the wheelchair, and the other under her chin, leaning closer. Why? Are you nervous around me? The female lead replied, just a little. The male lead gently stroked her hair. What are you nervous about? I won't eat you. The female lead instinctively recoiled, but they all say you eat people. I'm quite curious, do you prefer them fried or steamed? His hand moved down to caress her eyebrow. I prefer to eat them alive, bit by bit. The female lead's mind, like ours, was now racing. She thought, if this conversation continues, things might get out of hand. So she quickly changed the subject. Your Highness, can you push me out for a stroll? I'm getting cabin fever cooped up in the mansion. The male lead grabbed her hand and placed it on his chest. Beg me, and I'll take you out. And so, the opening scene happened. The female lead and her wheelchair did a double flip in the air. Help! Before she could react, she landed safely in his arms, her hand tightly clutching his clothes. A familiar voice came from beside her ear. I'm right here, who else do you want to save you? When she finally came to her senses, she realized they were in a tree. The acrophobic girl immediately panicked. Your Highness, stop joking. Let me down. Are you sure you want me to let you go now? She immediately softened her tone. Please, let me down. Seems like being polite is more effective. The male lead chuckled and gently landed with her in his arms. The female lead's mind was a blank slate. He put away his usual arrogance and gently comforted her. All right, don't be scared. We're down now. You see, this man is holding his dying child, begging for medical attention, but the shopkeeper refuses to treat him. With these few measly coins, you want to see a doctor. Get out of here. The man pleaded. I have money, I have money. My wife will bring the money soon. Doctor, please help me. The female lead, brimming with righteous indignation, was about to step forward and teach him a lesson, but the male lead gently held her shoulder and stepped forward instead. Seeing their elegant attire, the shopkeeper's attitude immediately changed. He rushed forward obsequiously. How can I help you too? Are you here for medicine or a consultation? The man continued pleading from behind. Doctor, didn't you agree to see my son? The shopkeeper impatiently replied. Move aside. Can't you see there are people in front of you? Don't hold up the line. The female lead raised her voice. If we're going by order, then the child should be seen first. Since someone of high status had spoken, the shopkeeper finally agreed to examine the child. While the doctor was busy playing mahjong, he nonchalantly told the man to bring the child forward. The man was full of hope. Doctor, is my child all right? The doctor glanced at the child and immediately declared, he's beyond saving. Go home and prepare for his funeral. The man was devastated. No, no. Doctor, please save him. He's only 5. Please. The doctor ignored him and returned to his mahjong game. The female lead couldn't stand it anymore. She grabbed the male lead's hand and shouted, Nonsense! The doctor, clutching his winning tile, angrily shouted, Which bastard dares to interrupt me? The female lead retorted, Your grandma. The doctor turned around and saw the girl in the wheelchair. You little brat, what did you say? The female lead replied, I said you're a quack. You can't even diagnose wind cold. He immediately became indignant. You're saying Hez in this condition just because of a wind cold. The female lead stated firmly, that's right. The doctor pointed at her angrily. A cripple daring to speak such nonsense. I advise you to mind your own business. The female lead retorted, as a physician, failing to save a life is equivalent to murder. Hearing this, the doctor exploded. What did you say? The female lead, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at him, declared, I said you're ignorant, incompetent, and unethical. You're not fit to be a doctor. The doctor, having never been so insulted, yelled, Someone, throw her out. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards rolled up their sleeves and stepped forward. You must have a death wish, causing trouble in Ping and Tang. Before they could touch her, their hands were caught. With a crack, they were thrown several meters away. The male lead rubbed his hand and sneered, Do you know the consequences of acting so recklessly in front of me? Someone in the crowd recognized the male lead. Your Highness, the 8th Prince. Everyone immediately knelt down. The male lead ignored them and looked at the female lead. Do whatever you want. I'll have your back. Oh my, what a great prince. I love him. The doctor was now scared witless. The female lead looked down at him. Do you dare to bet with me? If I cure this child, you will admit your incompetence, leave Ping and Tang, and vow never to practice medicine again. With power on her side, the doctor had no choice but to agree. I accept. You see, this child suffered from acute cerebral palsy due to birth complications. In ancient times with limited medical knowledge, he was deemed incurable. Fortunately, he met the divine doctor from the future. The female lead took out the medicine she carried with her, and had him drink it. Miraculously, the deformed child gradually recovered, instantly slapping the incompetent doctor in the face. The onlookers praised the female lead's skills, truly a miracle. This is divine intervention. The male lead looked on proudly, thinking, of course she's the best. She's the woman I have my eye on. Just then, the female lead's father, Yi Huaijin, barged in with Du Jiayue. Who dares to cause trouble in Ping and Tang? Du Jiayue rushed towards the female lead, Yi Zhiyang. In broad daylight, how can you be with a man? Seeing the male lead, she quickly changed her words, with the 8th prince in such a public place. Have you no shame? The female lead, just about to confront her, retorted, if I hadn't come, how would I know that the medical clinic my mother left behind has become a place that sentences people to death? Du Jiayue, unwilling to listen, argued, nonsense. I've worked hard to manage these clinics for years, and they've all been losing money. If it weren't for grandfather's sake and my own money subsidizing them, these failing businesses would have closed down long ago. She then threw herself into Yi Huaijin's arms. My lord, you must uphold justice for me. Yi Zhiyang is so disrespectful. How can I face anyone? The female lead immediately seized on a key point. Your Highness, if I remember correctly, these clinics were bestowed upon my mother by the emperor, right? The male lead readily confirmed, indeed. The female lead continued, did I hear correctly just now? Did madam imply that these are her clinics? The male lead immediately responded, if that's the case, I will report madam's transgression to His Majesty at tomorrow's court. Hearing this, Yi Huaijin immediately slapped Du Jiayue to the ground, you troublemaker. I'll be ruined by you too sooner or later. Quickly beg His Highness for forgiveness. Du Jiayue repeatedly pleaded, Your Highness, please forgive me. It was a slip of the tongue, I didn't mean it. Please spare my life. The male lead looked down at her condescendingly. I didn't hear any sincerity in madam's apology. Yi Huaijin, fearing the situation would escalate, quickly jumped in and claimed that Du Jiayue had been eating the incompetent doctor's strange medicine for years, which must have addled her brain, and begged the male lead to spare her life. The male lead responded with a look of amusement, so, madam's mind is addled. Then perhaps her position as madam should be reconsidered. Yi Huaijin immediately agreed, Your Highness is right. I will reconsider carefully. I will choose wisely and not allow such an imbecile to tarnish His Majesty's reputation. The male lead immediately recommended the female lead. I believe eldest miss would be a suitable choice. The female leads towards him instantly soared. She thought, this guy actually doesn't think women shouldn't be in public. At this moment, her clueless father jumped in again, protesting that it's inappropriate for a woman to be in public. The female lead immediately retorted that a physician's concern should be the patient's health, regardless of gender. Seeing the male lead's presence, Yi Huaijin reluctantly backed down. The female lead seized the opportunity to demand the return of all properties originally belonging to her mother. With power against him, Yi Huaijin had no choice but to agree. However, he thought, although the shops are gone, if the 8th prince really favors Yi Zhiyang, wouldn't my wealth and status be within easy reach? You see, this woman clearly can't outsmart the female lead. Yet she tries to exert her authority as the mistress of the Hu mansion by arranging marriages with fools for the female lead. The female lead kindly reminded her, Madam, aren't you worried about angering the 8th prince with such arrangements? Du Jiayue, upon hearing the mention of the 8th prince, immediately retorted, someone of the 8th prince's status would only marry someone chosen by the emperor. Don't even dream about it. The female lead clearly didn't want to waste her breath. She waved her hand dismissively, since madam is so determined, I have nothing more to say. I agree. Now you may leave. As soon as they left, Lian Qiao anxiously asked, Miss, why did you agree? That Shang Shu's son is a fool. The female lead patted her hand reassuringly, don't worry, I have a plan. Despite this, Lian Qiao was still worried, if the 8th prince finds out, he definitely won't let you suffer such injustice. The female lead thought, that guy Jiuci Yang said he would come, but it's been half a month. The next evening, the female lead was preparing to rest, when a soft rustling sound came from outside the door. Startled, she turned and called out, who's there? She saw the male lead stumbling in, holding a wine jar. Yi Zhiyang. Seeing his state, the female lead rushed forward, Your Highness, you've been drinking. The male lead looked at her with flushed cheeks and hazy eyes. Seeing his drunken state, the female lead turned to ask Lian Qiao to prepare some sobering soup. Suddenly, the male lead embraced her from behind, whispering in her ear, Yi Zhiyang, why don't you care about me at all? The female lead thought, are you drunk? She turned around helplessly and soothed him, what troubles you, Your Highness? I'll have someone escort you back. Before she could finish, the male lead suddenly pulled her into his arms. By the time she reacted, she was held tightly in his embrace. His face drew closer, the air suddenly thick with a strange allure. Flustered, Yixian stammered, "Why, your highness, could you put me down first?" Only then did he place her on the wheelchair. "Speak, what is it?" he asked, his gaze fixed on her face. "Yixian, who are you really?" Xian wondered if he had discovered something, feigning ignorance. "What is your highness talking about?" He pressed on, "You're not the real Yixian, are you?" She brushed his hand away with feigned lightness. "Your highness, you jest. If I'm not Yixian, then who am I?" He stood up, his deep eyes boring into her. His gaze sent shivers down her spine, making her instinctively step back. Suddenly, he lunged forward, grabbing her waist. He lowered his head and sealed her lips, a swift, unexpected move that left her breathless. She recoiled, protesting, "Jiu Changya, what are you doing? Let go." Ignoring her plea, he activated his domineering CEO mode. One hand secured her hands behind her back while the other pulled her closer. And then, we all know what happens next. Well, skip that part. Let's just say, fade to black. See? He pinned her against the wall, but she wasn't having it. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer. And then, in a moment of passionate intensity, she bit him. Wiping the blood from his lip, he exclaimed, "You vicious woman. You bit me." "Your highness," she retorted, "shouldn't you know it's a woman's prerogative to bite back when her reputation is at stake?" He leaned in, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his eyes. "So now you remember the difference between men and women. I wonder what you were thinking when you had your arms around my neck earlier." Her hackles rose, but seeing her reaction, he realized he'd pushed her far enough. He switched to his charming prince mode. "I was too forward. I apologize, and am at your mercy, my lady." Xian was shocked. The arrogant 8th prince was apologizing. Tentatively, she asked, "Anything I ask?" He replied, "Anything." Her face lit up. "It's a deal." The next day, Xian arrived at the manor, and discovered Lian Qiao with a large bruise on her neck. Upon questioning, she learned the culprit was Bai Xuanshan, son of Minister Bai. Bai Xuanshan was the new darling of Yi Huaqing. He was the reason Yi Huaqing and Du Jiayue framed the original owner. Xian hadn't even sought him out, and here he was, delivered to her doorstep. Perfect. She'd settled the score with them all. Meanwhile, Yi Huaqing, having heard of Bai Xuanshan's visit to Xian, was raging in the Ou manor. "That cripple. How dare she compete with me for a man?" A servant reported Xian's return. Yi Huaqing stormed out. Xian was calmly sipping tea by the lotus pond. Yi Huaqing rushed towards her, hand raised to strike. "You little wretch." Xian caught her wrist, a chilling glint in her eyes. "Who are you calling a wretch?" Yi Huaqing struggled. "You cripple. Let go of me." Xian flung her to the ground. "Is that how your mother raised you? No respect for your elders." Yi Huaqing pointed at Xian, shrieking, "Yi Xian. How dare you hit me?" "So many witnesses," Xian replied, "you should at least come up with a believable story." Yi Huaqing erupted in a torrent of insults. "You cripple. You think the 8th prince would be interested in you? You're delusional." Lian Qiao stepped forward to defend Xian. "Second miss, your words are disrespectful." Yi Huaqing sneered. "And who are you to lecture me?" She suddenly pulled out a hairpin and lunged at Xian's face. "Yi Xian, once you're blind and lame, let's see who you can seduce. This is the price you pay for crossing me." This woman is going too far. Just because she heard the new darling went to see Xian, she immediately sought out Xian for revenge. She even took out a hairpin and stabbed at Xian. Xian simply lifted her foot. Yi Huaqing stumbled forward. With a splash, she fell into the lotus pond. Dragged out, she pointed at Lian Qiao, sputtering, "You wretch. You pushed me. Beat her. Beat her to death." Xian's voice was ice cold. "I'd like to see who dares." Just then, Liu Ruqing appeared. Rushing to Yi Huaqing's side, she fussed, "What happened? Are you all right?" Yi Huaqing shoved her away. "Get away from me." "Yi Xian." Liu Ruqing gently took her hand. "Second miss, your health is important. We can discuss this when your father returns." Yi Huaqing finally calmed down, then turned and left, muttering, "Just you wait, when my father returns, you'll pay for this." Xian replied coolly, "I'll be waiting." Liu Ruqing was a clever woman. She believed the enemy of her enemy was her friend. She had repeatedly helped Xian, earning her gratitude. She reasoned that if Xian could bring down Du Jiayue and Yi Huiqing, the position of mistress of the Ou manor would be hers for the taking. Xian decided to take the initiative. She called her maid, Wang Jinghao, and instructed her to deliver a letter to Bai Xuanshan. Wang Jinghao, predictably, fell into the trap. She secretly opened the letter. It was an invitation from Xian to Bai Xuanshan for a secret meeting at Cheng Wen's dessert shop tonight. She was overjoyed. If she reported this, Xian would be ruined. But then, she hesitated. Surely Xian knew she would open the letter. Why would she send it through her? So, she cleverly forged another letter and sent it to Bai Xuanshan, while taking the original to Du Jiayue. Du Jiayue wouldn't miss this opportunity to frame Xian. She already had a plan. This time, Xian underestimated Du Jiayue's viciousness. She thought Du Jiayue would just bring Yi Huiqing to confront her. She didn't expect Du Jiayue to hire assassins to kill her. And because she didn't want to arouse suspicion, she hadn't brought any guards. Now, it seemed, she was trapped. Suddenly, Jiyu Changye descended from the rooftops, sweeping her into his arms. Who gave you permission to touch my woman? Even Xian was momentarily stunned by his heroic entrance. Your Highness, he whispered in her ear, his hand gripping his sword, close your eyes. Blades flashed. The assassins fell. He patted her shoulder. It's all right. Tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you, Your Highness. Just then, a smooth voice called out from behind them. My dear Xian, you asked me to meet, and this is what I find. The newcomer was Bai Xuanshan. The show was about to begin. Look, this guy made a grand entrance to save the damsel in distress, only to find she'd invited another man. Jiyu Changye stood beside Xian, his voice cold. Don't tell me this is your lover. Or he'll break your neck, then his. Bai Xuanshan, oblivious to the danger, pulled out his fan, striking a pose. Bai Xuanshan, Xian asked, what brings you here at this late hour? Didn't you ask me to meet you? He replied. Xian feigned surprise. Sir, you mustn't speak such nonsense. I am a betrothed woman. I would never invite you to a clandestine meeting. Jiyu Changye's grip tightened on his sword. Yi Xian. You dare get betrothed behind my back. Xian tried to explain. Bai Xuanshan reached out and grabbed her hand. Miss Xian, after our chance encounter at the tea house, I couldn't resist meeting you again. A crack echoed through the air. Jiyu Changye had sent him flying with a single blow. Who does this insignificant scholar think he is, touching my woman? Bai Xuanshan finally realized he'd messed with the wrong person. He scrambled back, pleading, Eighth Prince, please allow me to explain. There's been a misunderstanding. Xian, enjoying the spectacle, added fuel to the fire. That's not what he said just now. He said he couldn't stop thinking about me. Jiyu Changye turned to her, his expression dark. Yi Xian. Xian realized she'd gone too far. She'd forgotten he was a jealous god of death. What are you doing here so late? He demanded. Xian gave him a placating smile. I'll explain when we get back. His voice softened. Xian knew Du Jiayue would be arriving soon. It wouldn't be wise to linger. She beckoned him closer. Your Highness, come here. He obediently leaned in. Now, I need you to do this, and this. Understand? She whispered. He replied with authority. Just do what you need to. I'll handle the rest. Xian smiled sweetly. Thank you, Your Highness. Moments later, Du Jiayue arrived with Yi Huiqing, fuming. My lord, see. I told you. This little slut is meeting her lover. Yi Huiqing, seeing the apparent evidence, immediately ordered them seized. Bai Xuanshan desperately tried to explain that it was just a misunderstanding. Yi Huiqing rushed forward, brandishing the forged letter. This is proof. She seduced him. What do you have to say now, father? Take this shameless hussy home. Xian spread her hands innocently. Father, I truly don't understand. Why do mother and sister insist I am engaging in such illicit behavior? Yi Huiqing retorted, the evidence is clear. How can I believe you? Du Jiayue chimed in, don't listen to her lies. Take her home and give her a good beating. See if she confesses then. Jiyu Changye finally stepped out of the shadows. How dare you threaten my woman? Ah, another classic CEO moment. Just moments ago, Xian's stepmother accused her of meeting a lover, and even tried to convince her father to punish her. Now, the CEO makes his grand entrance. Yi Huijing hastily knelt. Your Highness. What brings you here at this late hour? Jiyu Changye stood behind Xian. I heard the madam wanted to use family discipline. Naturally, I came to support Xian. Yi Huijing stammered, Your Highness, there's been a misunderstanding. Xian is my beloved daughter. I would never use such harsh measures. Du Jiayue remained confident, sure that her evidence would condemn Xian. What about the letter from Bai Xuanshan? Did you invite both the 8th prince and Bai Xuanshan to meet you? She demanded. Xian picked up the letter. I know, madam, that you dislike me, but you shouldn't try to ruin my reputation. This is clearly a blank piece of paper. Yi Huijing took the letter, his face paling. It was indeed blank. Du Jiayue panicked. This is impossible. Yi Xian must have switched the letters. My lord, you saw it with your own eyes. She invited Bai Xuanshan to the dessert shop. Xian held out her hands. Father, if you don't believe me, you can search me. I have nothing to hide. Yi Huiqing lunged forward, trying to tear Xian's clothes. Jiyu Changye caught her wrist. How dare you lay your hands on my woman? He flung her back. If you want to search her, I'll do it for you. Yi Huijing rushed to intervene. Your Highness, please calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. Xian, come home with me. Xian stood firm. Father, I've been falsely accused. This cannot just be swept under the rug. She turned to Bai Xuanshan. Sir, I thought our meeting was a coincidence. But now, it seems you received a letter inviting you here. Bai Xuanshan quickly produced the forged letter, explaining he'd received a secret message. Xian handed the letter to Yi Huijing. Father, it seems someone forged a letter in my name to invite Bai Xuanshan here. Yi Huijing's face darkened with rage. Who would dare use such despicable tactics to frame my daughter? He turned to Xian. I will get to the bottom of this, I promise. Then, remembering to appease the powerful prince beside her, he added, Your Highness, would you please escort Xian home? Once they were alone, Jiyu Changye turned to Xian, his voice low and dangerous. Yi Xian, you have a lot of explaining to do. She quickly adopted a submissive tone. Your Highness, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. He stepped closer, a dangerous glint in his eyes. She held up 3 fingers. I swear. I promise. He leaned in, his voice husky. You want there to be a next time. Rumors of our engagement are everywhere, and you dare get betrothed to someone else behind my back. What do you take me for? Xian quickly explained, that engagement was forced upon me by Du Jiayue. Do you care who I'm betrothed to? He interrupted, his voice laced with possessiveness. The domineering prince had returned. He then turned and shyly kissed her cheek twice. Xian quickly reassured him, Don't worry, Your Highness, father will never agree to that engagement. Leave that matter to me, he replied. When you stand someone, be prepared to deal with their passionate fans. Xian, like you, was also swooning. He was just too handsome. Look at how protective he is of her. Just yesterday, after the incident at the tea house, they blamed everything on the servant girl. Later, the truth came out, revealing someone had orchestrated the whole thing. Xian couldn't believe Du Jiayue would use Wang Jinghao as a scapegoat. Wang Jinghao knelt before Yi Huijing, weeping. My lord, please clear my name. I wouldn't have made such a mistake if I hadn't intercepted that letter. Yi Huiqing also knelt, adding her own crocodile tears. Father, when elder sister slapped me at the tea house, mother defended me even though it was disrespectful. Don't you remember? I wrongly accused elder sister. I'm willing to accept any punishment, as long as she can forgive mother. We just want our family to be whole again. These two must be mother and daughter. Their acting skills are top-notch. Yi Huijing was moved. Xian, your sister has apologized. Family harmony is important. Why don't we? Xian knew exactly what he was thinking. I won't pursue this matter, she conceded. But there's something I must tell you, father. She gestured to Lian Qiao, who presented the account books to Yi Huijing. These are the account books for Pingan Tang and several other shops. I noticed discrepancies as soon as I took over. And my suspicions were correct. There's a shortfall of at least 4 million taels every year. Du Jiayu's face turned ashen. This time, She was truly done for. She immediately jumped up, playing the victim. Lies? How could I embezzle funds? Yi Ziyan is framing me out of spite. Yi Huijing grabbed the account books, his voice booming. Look at this. My monthly allowance is only 20 taels. Where would I get 4 million taels? That's more than 2 months of my allowance. Du Jiayue frantically flipped through the account books. My lord, there must be a misunderstanding. Please believe me, a misunderstanding. The evidence is clear. What misunderstanding could there be? Yi Huiqing threw herself at her father's feet, pleading for Du Jiayue. Yi Huijing, his patience worn thin, ordered Yi Huiqing taken away. As for Du Jiayue, he ordered her confined to the Buddhist hall without food until the matter was resolved. Du Jiayue shrieked and sobbed as she was dragged away, proclaiming her innocence. Father! Don't be fooled by that little slut. Mother and I. Just then, a voice rang out. The Marquis Manor is certainly lively tonight. Everyone turned to see the newcomer. Yi Huijing hurried forward to greet him. Your Highness. What brings you here? I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Ji Yu Changye dusted off his clothes. Don't blame me for climbing the wall. Your guards didn't see me. Look at this arrogant CEO. He climbed the wall instead of using the gate in broad daylight. Yet, the Marquis didn't dare get angry, instead fawning over him. Your Highness, I was just dealing with a family matter. Would you care to join us? Ji Yu Changye waved his hand dismissively and sat down. No need, I'll just watch. Continue. Yi Huijing could only comply, ordering Yi Huiqing taken away. As for Du Jiayue, he ordered her confined to the Buddhist hall, and denied food until the investigation was complete. Du Jiayue continued to wail from the background, protesting her innocence. I have something to say, please wait. Father, daughter has one more thing to say. Father, do you still remember why daughter's legs were broken? 2 years ago, stepmother Wuxian accused daughter of harming her, and had my legs broken. Then, she accused daughter of disrespect and sent me to Longzhuang to be a slave. Daughter, crippled, had endless hard labor in Longzhuang, and the beatings were even more frequent and severe. Father, I am the Marquis' daughter, how could those people treat me like this? Who ordered them to do so? The Du family is willing to listen to Madam's orders to drag Miss down. Hu Yimingjian, this servant hasn't done anything, how could this servant dare to harm the eldest miss? It must be those people, who saw the eldest miss downfall, and acted on their own. Zi Yang sneered. I didn't say who it was, but stepmother admitted it herself. At this time, the 8th prince suddenly spoke. So, the daughter of Princess Shule has suffered so much these years. If I hadn't appeared and saved her that day, she might have died in the wilderness. Yi Huijing knew the 8th prince was here for Yi Ziyan. If he didn't give him an explanation today, and the matter reached the emperor, he would definitely be punished. Without a second thought, he slapped Du Yue. You vicious woman. Xian's legs were crippled by you, and you still won't let her go. You are truly heartless. From today onwards, you will stay in the Buddhist hall to reflect on your sins. All the household matters will be handed over to Yingrong. Du Yingrong stepped forward and replied. My lord, my sister must have been misled by villains. This household management authority, Ziyang interrupted immediately. Since concubine Du is unwilling, then father, why not give the household management authority to concubine Liu? Du Yingrong quickly replied. Since my lord has given the household management authority to me, then I will manage it well, and live up to my lord's trust. Finally, at Ziyang's suggestion, Liu Qing managed the household affairs along with Du Yingrong. Now that the matter is settled, your highness, please allow me to entertain you elsewhere. The 8th prince replied. No need. I came here today, because I have something to ask of you. He turned to Zi Yang. Let's go, to your courtyard. Men are all pigs. This man sneaked into Zi Yang's room last night, and held the sleeping Zi Yang while muttering. Unexpectedly, he acted like a different person today. Yi Ziyan, I want you to enter the palace to treat my mother, the imperial concubine. If you refuse, I will destroy your Pingan clinic. Zi Yang thought. Is this man crazy today? Such a small matter, the prince only needs to ask. I will definitely do my best. Why speak like this? I thought we were already friends. What friends? I don't understand what you're saying. Zi Yang was also very confused at this time, thinking. What's wrong with this stinky man? The world is so big. Your Highness order, this humble girl will naturally do my best. Please lead the way. Making money is still important. The next day, Ziyang entered the palace as ordered. The emperor personally came to greet her. Greetings, Your Majesty. You are Yi Ziyan, Shuli's daughter. Yes, Your Majesty. Looking at her crippled legs, the emperor sighed. If Shuli and your maternal grandfather were still alive, you certainly wouldn't be living like this. I have good news for you. Your brother has made military contributions, and has been promoted to General Shunding. He will return to the capital soon. You siblings can finally reunite. Ziyang's face lit up with joy. Really? Thank you, Your Majesty. This elder brother, Yi Jiancheng, was sent to the northern border army by Yi Huaijin after Princess Shuli's death. He only returned home once every few years. The last time the original owner saw him, her legs hadn't been broken yet. She looked up and saw the 8th prince staring at her. The joy disappeared instantly. She thought, what are you looking at? Just pretend I'm your fake wife. The emperor spoke again. Shuli was truly a beauty. Come to think of it, you should still call Zhen uncle, shouldn't you? Forget it. Ziyan, go see your mother concubine. The 8th prince smoothly took Ziyang's wheelchair. Ziyang was about to explain. Ziyang interrupted him directly. So what? If your highness can't wait to destroy my clinic, just go ahead. My name is Yi Ziyan, not some noble lady. Your highness doesn't need to lower himself to push my wheelchair, she said as she turned away. Her eyes were instantly attracted by the beauty on the bed. As expected of the princess of Shiliang, she's so beautiful. Pretty sister, I can. The doubts in her heart instantly dissipated. Such a beautiful woman, how could her child be ugly? What does Ziyang look like under the mask? He is a medical doctor from the year. Because of a jade pendant, he transmigrated to ancient times. At the beginning, he had a summoning skill. He not only used modern medicine to cure the original owner's crippled legs, but also entered the palace to treat the 8th prince's mother. He secretly summoned a blood test kit. As expected, the blood test showed poison. This poison is not difficult to cure, but Shang Fei's constitution is too weak. Directly using detoxification techniques, I'm afraid her body won't be able to withstand the effects of the detoxification process. What to do? What to do? If only I had a robot AI. The AI would definitely be able to find other solutions. However, as soon as he thought about it, the AI appeared instantly. Oh, I forgot I still have the summoning skill. At this time, the 8th prince rushed in and asked, what's wrong? What happened? Seeing Ziyang in a daze, he reached out and waved his hand in front of her. Yi Ziyan, are you all right? He touched her forehead. No fever. Ziyang, who came back to her senses, pushed him out. I'm fine, I'm fine. Your Highness, don't disturb me seeing the patient. Go out quickly. The 8th prince grabbed her hand and comforted her. If there's really no way, don't force it. Your own body is the most important. Don't worry, Your Highness, I know what I'm doing. Go out and wait for me. The AI immediately formulated the prescription. Within 5 minutes, all the medicines were prepared. At this time, the emperor walked in. How is Shang Fei's illness? Your Majesty, it can be cured. However, there are 2 medicines that are only available in my Pingan clinic. Let my maid prepare them and send them to the palace. If Her Highness takes them daily, she will fully recover within a month. She secretly hid the prepared medicine. This time, she didn't bring any medicine into the palace, so she had to pretend to avoid suspicion. The emperor immediately ordered someone to go to the marquis' residence to get the medicine. Xiang Fei took the medicine. After a while, her originally pale face showed a healthy flush, and her complexion improved significantly. The emperor was surprised. This medicine is so miraculous, Ziyang replied. Your Majesty, if you are worried, you can ask the imperial physician to examine her. The imperial physician Yu Elian stepped forward. This minister will examine Her Highness, he thought. A cripple dares to call herself a divine physician. She's not afraid of being laughed at. However, the slap in the face came too quickly. After the examination, her pulse was stable, and the toxicity in her body had been reduced by at least half. This really only took 1 dose. Ziyang confidently replied. Your Majesty and Your Highness have seen it with your own eyes. Naturally, it's not fake. At this time, the emperor asked again. Imperial physician Yu, how is Xiangfei's condition? Replying to your majesty, Her Highness' condition has indeed improved. I believe that as long as she takes the medicine prescribed by the divine physician Yi, she will fully recover within a month. The emperor was overjoyed. Someone, reward her. The 8th prince stepped forward, with a sincere face. Thank you. Look, this pair of villainous sisters are at it again. Just now, upon hearing that Ziyang had entered the palace to treat Xiangfei, Du Yue flew into a rage in the Buddhist hall. At this moment, Duingrong instigated her again, suggesting that as long as they could make Ziyang fail to cure Xiangfei, even if they couldn't bring her down immediately, they could at least damage her reputation. With a bit of luck, they might even be able to take back the shops in her hands. At this time in the palace, the 8th prince dismissed everyone. Then, he stepped closer. Thank you. The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Ziyang blushed. Your Highness has already thanked me. As long as you cure my mother's illness, you are the benefactor of both my mother and me. What requests do you have? As long as I can do it, I will try my best to fulfill them. She pulled his sleeve and pulled him down. His Majesty has already rewarded me. Now I only want to know the origin of that jade pendant. The 8th prince thought. It's that jade pendant again. What use is it to Yixian? Forget it, even if your Highness doesn't want to tell me, how about rewarding me with a tube of your blood? Seeing the other person's eyes shift, she quickly changed her words. Just kidding, Your Highness, don't be angry. But the other person suddenly reached out. Okay, seeing that she was being held hostage, Ziyang repeatedly refused. No. He pulled her closer. Yes. As their hands touched, someone's heart fluttered. At night, Ziyang, who was watching over Xiangfei, began to doze off. The 8th prince cupped her face and pulled her into his arms. He thought, even though she's mature, she's still only a 4-year-old girl. He gently lifted her up. At this moment, a package accidentally fell out. Isn't this the medicine Lianxia sent? Then what is the medicine she gave to his mother? He put her on the bed. He leaned over. Yixian, just how many secrets are you hiding? The next day, Ziyang woke up from her sleep. Your Highness, how did I fall asleep? The 8th prince put on his clothes. Since you're awake, get up and have breakfast. Oh my god, I fell asleep wearing Jiu Xian's clothes. I'm so embarrassed. Your Highness, how long did I sleep? A woman stepped forward, still have the nerve to ask. Xiangfei has already woken up, and you, the doctor, are still sleeping soundly. She looked at the 8th prince. The 8th prince picked her up and explained. She woke up feeling unwell, so she went to the bath to soak in medicinal herbs. He placed her in the wheelchair. You haven't eaten anything all day. Have something to eat first. At this time, the woman's eyes almost popped out. She clung to the 8th prince. Huangxiong, she's just a commoner. What qualifications does she have to eat with us? Weiwei doesn't want to eat with her. She is probably the emperor's most beloved little princess, Bu Suwei. Greetings, princess. Look, this little princess is really full of herself. Although she wanted to show off in front of the 8th prince, just now when Ziyang greeted her, she ignored her. She even went up and tugged on the 8th prince's sleeve, acting coquettishly. Huangxiong, make her leave. Weiwei finally gets to eat with Huangxiong. I don't want outsiders to disturb us. The 8th prince didn't indulge her, and immediately shook her off. If you don't want to eat, go back to your own palace. The little princess immediately refused. She pointed at Ziyang. Huangxiong actually got mad at me for a cripple. The 8th prince's face darkened instantly. Who taught you to call someone a cripple? You have no manners. Tomorrow, I will suggest to the grand tutor to increase your lessons. The little princess was instantly subdued and quickly pleaded tearfully. Huangxiong, no. Weiwei knows her mistake. With teary eyes, she pouted at Ziyang. Shini Jie, Weiwei was wrong. I'll give you this hairpin. Please help me beg Huangxiong for forgiveness. Oh my god, this is too cute. Unable to resist, she put her arm around her. Your Highness, the little princess was just joking, don't take it seriously. The 8th prince's anger instantly subsided. In that case, let's eat. The little princess' jaw dropped. Shini Jie, you're so amazing. My Huangxiong even defies father's orders. Since he listens to you so much, she was immediately interrupted. You talk so much, you can't even eat. Ziyang bit her chopsticks and thought. If what Jiu Xian said is true, then I should still hold a place in his heart. Suddenly, a box appeared in front of her. She snapped back to reality. Your Highness, here's the thing. The 8th prince pushed the box over. The thing you wanted, it's actually that jade pendant. Her eyes lit up instantly. Your Highness, can you really give it to me? The 8th prince asked back. Is this jade pendant so important to you? He turned his head slightly. I've already gotten the jade pendant. If you want it, take it. She picked up the jade pendant and examined it carefully. Your Highness, do you know the origin of this jade pendant? It's a tribute from Beimin. It actually came from Beimin. Ziyang thought. Yi Jiancheng is stationed in Beimin year-round. If I want to find out the history of this jade pendant, you'll have to wait for him to return. At this time, the little fangirl beside her offered her own hairpin. Shini Jie, you like jade pendants? I have many, you can choose any you like. She pinched the little cutie's cheek and replied. Thank you for your kindness, princess, but I only want this one. The little girl leaned in flatteringly. Okay. Shini Jie, if you want anything, just tell me, I'll ask my brother to send it to you. And her older brother, who she complained about, was looking at Ziyang thoughtfully. What is the significance of this jade pendant to her? She is the most favored consort, but someone poisoned her, and she is on the verge of death. Ziyang used modern medicine to detoxify her. Xiangfei, who woke up, was startled and personally came to thank her. However, as soon as Ziyang approached, she immediately discovered that poison had been planted in Xiangfei's clothes. The 8th prince was furious and immediately ordered the palace maids who served Xiangfei to be interrogated and tortured. He wanted to find the culprit behind the scenes. Ziyang grabbed his hand. Your Highness, calm down. Perhaps I know who did it. It seems that after the news of her curing Xiangfei spread, some people couldn't wait to attack her. That's right, it's Du Yue. Even being confined to Zihang Palace, she can still make trouble. Since she's so eager to offer herself up, let's give her a good show. She summoned the robot AI. Master, you can say Brain, check today's weather. This weather check is too common, why not something more special? Brain, transform into Jiu Xian's appearance. The command is executed immediately. Master, do you have any other commands? Call me Daddy. Daddy, do you have any other commands? My God, this is too much. Who said Jiu Xian was a fool? Jiu Xian's matter. At this time, the brain suddenly issued a warning. Hostile intent detected within meters. Activating high-level defense mode. Master, please pay attention. Please pay attention. At this time, the 8th prince pushed the door open. He immediately saw Ziyang's bare legs on the bed. The 8th prince crossed his arms and said coldly. Yi Ziyan, how dare you? She was already discovered before she could change back. While swinging her feet, she changed the subject. Your Highness, your habit of barging into a woman's room in the middle of the night still hasn't changed. The 8th prince immediately leaned closer. Don't you know that if a man sees your feet, you have to marry him? She quickly pulled the quilt over herself. I was sleeping soundly in my room, it was your Highness who barged in. Besides, didn't your Highness say you didn't want a woman who'd been touched by another man? Whether someone else has touched you, I'll only know after I touch you myself. My goodness, isn't this a gangster? Using someone else's cart. At this time, the 8th prince suddenly asked. Your legs have clearly recovered, why do you still pretend? He finally discovered it. It seems that I can only play dumb for now. Tears welled up in her eyes. Am I not allowed to love someone just because I'm crippled? Prince Jinan was instantly flustered. Tu didn't mean it like that. Her expression changed abruptly. Then what did your Highness mean? What a bewitching little minx. He sat down by the bed. I came late at night to remind you to be careful in the palace. I can't always be by your side to protect you. Hua Yinbin was startled. She was suddenly pulled into an embrace, a hand covering her nose. Don't scream. A sharp object was thrust through the door. It turned out that the malice the system detected earlier was someone trying to harm her. As she struggled with the hand covering her mouth, a gentle voice came from above. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Just now, the female lead was almost assassinated. Fortunately, the male lead arrived in time and pulled her into his arms. He comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The sound of fighting drifted in from outside the door. A moment later, all was quiet. The male lead ordered his men to clean up the mess. He carefully examined the female lead's injuries. He soothed her, "Don't worry. Once your mother's condition improves, I will personally escort you home." He reached the door but paused. "Zhang will guard you outside. Rest well." She suddenly sat up. "Your Highness, I want to know who wants me dead." He turned back. "You don't need to know. That person will never appear again." At this moment, a concubine in the palace suddenly went berserk. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Jiu Zifeng found the male lead. "Uncle, I think you're being too harsh." The male lead was unmoved. "It's his fault for targeting Yi Jiyan." The Crown Prince pleaded, "Uncle, your actions are reckless and disrespectful. Please don't be impulsive." The male lead left with a cryptic reply. The next day, as the female lead was eating, a eunuch arrived to escort her home. She was puzzled. "But His Highness said he would personally escort me." The eunuch replied, "His Highness is unable to come. Allow this old servant to escort you." She was surprised. "What happened to His Highness?" The eunuch whispered, "His Highness offended the Emperor and is now confined. It seems he'll be there for a while." She sensed something was wrong. What did Jiu Xian do to anger the Emperor so much? Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, "Are the other consorts all right?" The eunuch's expression shifted. "The consorts are all fine. What could possibly happen to them?" She decided to wait until she returned home to investigate further. Upon arriving home, she immediately took out the jade pendant and summoned the system. "Master, what are your commands?" "Check for any special magnetic fields." She thought if the jade pendant brought her here, a special magnetic field might open a portal back to her time. "Scan complete, Master." No special magnetic field detected on the jade pendant. "Do you want to continue scanning?" The system couldn't detect anything. This jade pendant was the only link to the original owner. "Access the core." Command received. Opening virtual projection. The plot appeared in the core. It worked. She exclaimed, overjoyed. Finally, she could go back. The most respected 8th prince was severely beaten. Yesterday, the consort favored by the male lead had committed murder in the palace. The furious emperor sentenced him to 20 lashes. The crown prince sighed. "Why go to such lengths for a woman?" He admonished the male lead, "As royals, we shouldn't get entangled in romance. It's a weakness our enemies can exploit." The male lead interrupted, "So what? If I can't even protect my own woman, then I've been called a demon for nothing all these years." Back at the manor, Du Jiayue visited the Buddhist temple daily, likely plotting against her. Fortunately, she was prepared. She gave a packet of medicine to a servant, instructing him to mix it into Du Jiayue's food. A servant announced the 8th prince's arrival. Her eyes lit up. He was all right. In the main hall, he sat unharmed. He seemed fine. The male lead rose, holding an imperial edict. "Yi Jiyan, accept the decree." Everyone knelt. "By the grace of heaven, Emperor Zhao Yu hereby commends Yi Jiyan for her meritorious service in resolving the Hui-Chun conspiracy. She is awarded 1,000 taels of silver, a manor, a team of guards, and a South Sea pearl." He handed the edict to her personally. "I've already sent someone to the nunnery. If there's nothing else, they'll take my leave." She grabbed his arm. "Wait. I have something to ask." He turned, a playful glint in his eyes. "Then I'll carry you back." He whispered in her ear, ignoring the others. "Let's talk privately." The awkwardness is palpable when someone tries to flirt and fails. Yi Huijin watched them leave, delighted. The 8th prince was clearly interested in Yi Jiyan. It was time to give them a push. The female lead questioned the male lead. "What did you do to get imprisoned?" He said nonchalantly, "Nothing much. Huting's brother offended me, so I accidentally threw his head onto his bed." She was speechless. He leaned closer. "Are you scared? You wouldn't kill without reason. You killed him for me, didn't you?" "Yes." He lifted her chin. "I can tell you about court matters. Just know I did it for you." Seeing his injuries, she immediately tried to undress him. He chuckled, "Miss, if you undress me like this, what about your reputation?" "My reputation is already ruined with your highness carrying me and fighting for me." She pulled his clothes open. "I'm worried. Let me see your wounds." The sight of his injuries made her heart ache. She cleaned his wounds gently. "Don't do this again, your highness. I'll worry. I know what I'm doing." She handed him a bottle. "This is a universal antidote I developed. It can cure most poisons. Keep it for your safety. He pocketed it. Thank you. I'll cherish it. She blushed. What are you saying? A bird's call echoed. He recognized Zhang's signal. He was needed. He squeezed her hand. I have to go. Shiliang has been communicating with our court officials. They've sent elite soldiers. Their intentions are unclear. Hu Yang is the Shiliang king's nephew, my cousin. If Hu Yang makes any suspicious moves, kill him. In court, Jinan requested another princess for marriage. Beiming was at war and the treasury was empty. Refusal might provoke another war, but 2 princesses had already been sent. The officials argued, leaving the emperor with a headache. Enough? Yanga, what do you think? Your Majesty, this matter requires careful consideration. The emperor was troubled. The treasury is empty. War will only hurt the people. But 3 princesses in 3 years is absurd. Yi Huijin stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have something to say. The male lead glared at him, silencing him instantly. He continued nervously, Minister Li is right. Marriage is the best solution, but 3 princesses in 3 years is unreasonable. Get to the point. The emperor snapped. Your Majesty, choose a noblewoman from the capital to marry in place of a princess. He bowed deeply. If your Majesty permits, I'm willing to offer my daughter. The male lead clenched his fists. He said coldly, which daughter does Minister Yi intend to offer? To secure his position, Yi Huijin suggested Yi Zhiyan for marriage. The male lead stood up. You dare scheme against me, Yi Huijin. Father, Yi Zhiyan is unsuitable. I'm betrothed to her. I intended to ask for your blessing later, but now I must reveal my intentions. Please grant us permission to marry. Yi Huijin was secretly delighted. His plan worked. Yanga, marriage is a serious matter. The male lead knelt. I love her. Please grant us permission. The emperor, unable to refuse his son, agreed. Liu Yuqing begged Yi Huijin. Master, please reconsider Jiyan's marriage. Entering, the female lead heard the word marriage. Wasn't that a royal matter? What did it have to do with the Yi family? Yi Huijin rushed to her. Jiyan, I have good news. Suspicious, she blocked his hand. What is it? He beamed. The 8th prince asked the emperor for your hand in marriage. She wasn't surprised. He continued, the emperor approved. The decree will arrive soon. Prepare yourself. Why does the 8th prince suddenly want to marry me? He looked away. How would I know about your affections? You'll find out after you enter the manor. Liu Yuqing cried, don't send my daughter away for marriage. Seeing Yi Lingshuang and Yi Yui kneeling, the female lead asked, what's going on? Yi Huijin sipped his tea. The emperor needs a consort for Jinan. Only Yui and Lingshuang are eligible. The emperor's consort. That's a good thing. Why is Liu Yinyang crying? Liu Yuqing grabbed her clothes. Jiyan, the consort is a princess sent to Jinan for marriage. Save Yui. Jinan was a dangerous land, filled with poison and complex terrain. Legend said a princess was once sent there, and was turned into a poisonous human weapon. She eventually died a gruesome death. How can you send your own daughter to Jinan? She asked Yi Huijin. He slammed his teacup. How dare you speak to me like that? He stormed off. I've made my decision. Prepare for the wedding. What a terrible father, sending his own daughter to such a fate. Liu Yuqing pleaded with the female lead. Jiyan, please save Yui. She can't go. Du Yingrong sneered. What do you mean? Is Lingshuang expendable? It's my fault, but Lingshuang is innocent. It was you. You suggested it to father. You have a son, so you're willing to sacrifice others' daughters. Du Yingrong smiled. I'm doing this for the family. Stop crying. Think of a solution. If father insists and your mother finds out you're responsible, will she spare you? The female lead asked. I don't care. Du Jiayue is disgraced. Father won't spare her either. That night, Du Yingrong went to Yi Lingshuang's room. To ensure Liu Yuqing's daughter was chosen, she convinced Yi Lingshuang to disfigure herself. She blamed it all on the female lead. Yi Lingshuang, foolishly believing her, cut her own face. Hearing this, the female lead brought medicine. Yi Lingshuang threw it away. Get out. I don't need your fake concern. Fine, she shrugged and left. Du Yingrong watched her leave, suspicious. She left so easily. That's not like her. I did as you said. You must help second sister. Remember, you cut your own face. It has nothing to do with me. Their conversation was transmitted through a listening device to the female lead. So it was doing wrong again. She had helped, but Yiling Shuang didn't appreciate it. Her fate was her own. Servants carried gifts from the 8th prince. 600 taels of silver, farmland, shops, and silk. The 8th prince was truly generous. Yi Huijin was ecstatic, imagining the benefits. Miss, these are from His Highness. He instructed you to receive them personally. Yi Huijin's joy turned to despair. If Yi Jian received them, he got nothing. The female lead was inspecting the gifts. Danger detected. 3 meters from master. Danger. She froze, grasping a hairpin. Suddenly, someone grabbed her from behind, covering her mouth. A familiar voice whispered, "It's me." She turned to see the male lead. "You almost scared me to death. We're betrothed. I can visit my fiancé's room as I please." She blushed and pushed him away. "Ddo be absurd. We're not married yet. Then let's get married tonight." He pushed her onto the bed. She panicked. "Stop it, Jiu Xian." He grabbed her hands. "Don't you want to?" She blushed. "It's not that. It's too fast. I'm not sure if you're the right one for me." "How can you be sure?" She sat up, listing her criteria. "He must understand me, know what I'm thinking without me saying it, protect me, trust me unconditionally, and only have eyes for me. And we need to date for at least a year before I can be sure. You want me to only see you for a whole year. If I love you, why not?" He tilted her chin. "Don't worry. No one would marry me except by royal decree. Let me see your face. Maybe I can heal it." "No need, please. Half your face is already so handsome. If I heal the other half, you'll be irresistible. As long as you don't mind." She beamed, scheming. "I'm tired, Your Highness. I won't see you out." He chuckled. "You're lying. Please keep my secret. What do I get in return?" She gave him a small bird. "This is a poison detector. It chirps near poison. Give it to consort Xiangfei for her safety." He was impressed. Such intricate creations from a 60-year-old girl. "What other secrets are you hiding? What's it like having your brother as a colleague?" Her brother returned from war. He was shocked to see his sister in a wheelchair. "As soon as I got home, I saw my sister sitting on a chair. As soon as I arrived, I heard the people gossiping about your marriage to Prince Ba. They even spoke ill of your leg. Tell me who did this, and I'll avenge you." The female lead grabbed his hand and said, "Brother, you've just returned. Let's not talk about this now. You must be tired after your journey. I'll have Lian Xiao prepare you something to eat." At night, Jian Chen's face was full of distress. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you suffer such bullying." The female lead couldn't bear to see him worry, so she stood up. "Look, my leg is already healed." Yi Jianchen was about to ask her about it, when Yi Huijin's voice came from outside. The female lead sat back in her wheelchair. As soon as Yi Huijin entered, he put on a respectful expression. "Jianchen, my good son. I've missed you so much." Yi Jianchen stopped him without hesitation. "You came at the right time. I have something to ask you." He pointed at the female lead. "When I left home, Ji Yang could walk perfectly fine. Why is she in a wheelchair now? Please give me an explanation." Yi Huijin dodged the question. "Is this how you speak to your father?" "I just want to know the truth." Yi Huijin turned around and said, "Insolent. I don't need you two unfilial things." Yi Jianchen was equally unyielding. "Since father refuses to tell me, I have nothing more to say. Please leave." Yi Huijin was about to explode with anger, but he couldn't afford to offend Yi Jianchen now. He could only mumble a few words and leave reluctantly. After he left, the female lead explained her situation to Yi Jianchen, reminding him that he had just returned from beaming. She took out the hairpin and asked Yi Jianchen if he knew its origin. Yi Jianchen examined the hairpin for a moment. He recognized its material as unique to beaming. He recalled a rumor he'd heard there. Decades ago, beaming almost perished due to a drought. During the crisis, the king of beaming obtained a treasure. Beaming relied on this treasure to expand its territory and prosper, gradually becoming a powerful nation. When I was fighting in beaming, I happened to see that treasure. It was similar to this hairpin. Yi Jianchen then drew a picture of the treasure. The female lead saw that it looked like a microchip. Perhaps the hairpin's origin is related to it. If I find it, I might be able to travel back. Brother, where is this treasure now? Yi Jianchen replied, I wanted to bring the treasure back to Daliang, but it mysteriously vanished before my eyes. The female lead thought, if it's a microchip, then its sudden disappearance makes perfect sense. This chip, like the hairpin, must be from the future. What's it like having a brother who is controlled by his sister? Just now, Nanzu and the crown prince arrived at the Hu mansion. They accidentally stumbled upon Yi Jianchen drawing with the female lead. Ji Yang, do you like Prince Ba? If not, I'll reject the marriage proposal for you. He didn't care about Prince Ba or Prince Ju. His sister's happiness was his top priority. The crown prince was about to speak when Nanzu pulled him aside and whispered, let's see what my little fiancé has to say. The female lead patted her brother's head and replied, I'm not forced. Prince Ba treats me quite well. If he hadn't saved me several times, you might not have seen me upon your return. Yi Jianchen was relieved. Since you like Prince Ba, that's good. But if he ever wrongs you, tell me, and I'll take care of it. The female lead held out her pinky finger. Let's make a promise. If Ba Wang ever hurts me, I'll break up with him and we'll go teach him a lesson. Yi Jianchen locked pinkies with her. Okay, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Suddenly, the male lead appeared out of nowhere. In broad daylight, who wants to beat me up? It seems house guards are useless against martial arts experts. The female lead covered her mouth and laughed. When did Ba Wang learn to fly? You're eavesdropping again. If you haven't wronged me, I naturally won't beat you up. The crown prince chuckled. A Yang's fiancé is truly extraordinary. Seeing the crown prince, Yi Jianchen quickly knelt down to greet him. The crown prince helped him up. What are you doing? Get up. Had I known, I wouldn't have come, lest I make you uncomfortable. They say His Highness is kind and generous. Seeing is believing. Unlike some people, the person in question scowled. What does Yi Yang mean? Am I not kind and generous? Yi Yang, I haven't punished you for your disrespect yet. The female lead batted her eyes innocently. As the prince's fiancé, can't I even make a joke? The male lead replied, so, according to Miss Yi, this is banter between husband and wife. The female lead pushed him. You're talking nonsense. Amidst the playful bickering, the two light bulbs consciously backed away. Meanwhile, Yi Huaqing was hiding in the shadows, watching them. Yi Yang, you ruined me, yet you get to marry Prince Ba and talk to the crown prince. I'm not reconciled. She clenched her fists, a plan forming in her mind. A moment later, she put on a friendly face and walked towards them. So, elder brother and elder sister are here. The female lead wondered why she was here. Yi Huaqing walked past them and towards the crown prince. Yi Huaqing greets your highness. As soon as she finished speaking, she feigned weakness, and fell towards the crown prince. This woman is so scheming. To gain attention in front of the crown prince, she pretended to stumble, and fall into his arms. The crown prince instinctively reached out to catch her. At this moment, her dress slipped. In the next second, there was a flash of skin, revealing her cleavage. Yi Huaqing pretended to cover her chest, tears welling in her eyes. Your highness, this how can I face anyone now? The crown prince shielded his eyes and turned away. Miss, I was only trying to help. I meant no offense. The female lead crossed her arms, speechless. Yi Huaqing's acting has improved again. Ba Wang had already turned away. Only the male lead seemed to be enjoying the show. Your highness, what a fateful encounter. Second Miss Yi is so beautiful. Why not take this opportunity and ask her father for her hand in marriage? The position of crown princess is still vacant. The crown prince laughed awkwardly. Ba Wang, enough. The male lead smiled mischievously. The female lead was momentarily captivated, thinking that staying in ancient times and dating him might not be so bad. The male lead struck a charming pose. What? Miss Yi, are you captivated by me? The female lead retorted, shouldn't you be concerned about the crown prince? The jealous male lead emerged. I see you're very concerned about my brother. Meanwhile, the crown prince was explaining to Yi Huaqing, second Miss, Ba Wang is just joking. Don't take it seriously. Yi Huaqing put on an innocent act. Your highness is of noble status. I wouldn't dare presume. The female lead couldn't stand her fake act. Your acting is impressive. You can even fall into the crown prince's arms on flat ground. Yi Huaqing became even more dramatic, her acting reaching new heights. Elder sister, what do you mean? Do you think She knelt down and started crying. Your Highness, what self-respecting woman would do such a thing? If my father finds out, he'll beat me to death. She continued sobbing uncontrollably. The kind-hearted crown prince couldn't bear to see a woman cry. He squatted down to comfort her. Don't cry. Go back to your room and change. I'll keep this a secret. The female lead watched Yi Huaqing leave, thinking that she was clearly trying to seduce the crown prince. What will happen next? Bonus scene. Male lead teases the female lead. My bride, when are you going to bear me a child? Yi Jianchen appears out of nowhere. I'm so angry. You aren't even married yet. The crown prince suddenly appears and drags Yi Jianchen away. Work hard and give me a child to play with. Like and subscribe for the next episode. How lucky it is to have a boyfriend who keeps his promises. Just now, the female lead's father wanted to set their wedding date for a few days later, but the male lead insisted on postponing it to next spring. While the female lead was puzzled, the male lead whispered, in half a year, you'll know if I'm the right person for you. The female lead was touched. He had remembered her words. Meanwhile, Yi Huaqing was plotting how to win over the crown prince. Our innocent crown prince was happily drinking with Yi Jianchen. Suddenly, Yi Huaqing appeared with pastries. Your Highness, elder brother, I made these pastries for you. She practically threw herself at the crown prince, trying to feed him a pastry. The crown prince was stunned, frozen in place. Yi Jianchen knocked the pastry to the ground. Yi Huaqing, who taught you to act like this? Yi Huaqing put on an innocent face. Elder brother, how can you say that? I'm just thanking His Highness for helping me. Why do you make it sound so vulgar? Yi Jianchen clenched his fists in anger. The crown prince held his hand, signaling him to calm down. Seeing that she couldn't win against Yi Jianchen, Yi Huaqing made an excuse and left. As she walked away, a man called out, Second miss, wait. It was the third prince, Guci Wen. He was also invited to the gathering. Hearing that he was a prince, Yi Huaqing immediately perked up and responded. Soon, Lianxia reported, Miss, second miss is dancing with the third prince. The female lead replied, let her dance. It's her skill if she can catch a prince's eye. Lianxia was worried. But second miss might bully miss again. The female lead remained calm. Yi Huaqing wouldn't dare. Besides, she looked at the male lead. I have my protector here. Can anyone bully you? The male lead replied. The female lead took his hand. The banquet is about to start. You should go. I need to visit Liu Yuqing. Liu Yuqing was sick in bed, distraught over Yi Yi and Qing Yi. The female lead knew her illness was caused by anxiety and suspicion. I didn't expect Liu Yuqing to be so fragile. I had a plan, but now I'm afraid nothing will work. As expected, Liu Yuqing's eyes lit up when she heard her name. She grabbed her hand pleadingly. Miss, what do you need me to do? For my daughter, I'll do anything. The female lead told her that all the important people in the capital were at the banquet, and Yi Huaqing was already flirting with two princes. Liu Yuqing was surprised that Yi Huaqing could still make a comeback. The female lead cupped her face. A comeback is nothing. As long as you get back on your feet, Yi Huaqing and Du Yingrong won't stand a chance. This woman is putting on quite a show in ancient times. How dramatic. Liu Yuqing, a clever woman, immediately understood. She instantly perked up. I know what to do. Du Yingrong was never a match for me, and I won't lose to her now. Just now, a banquet was held at the Hu mansion, and many nobles were invited. As soon as the female lead sat down, the third prince approached her. You must be my eighth brother's fiancé. The female lead politely replied, and you must be the third prince. Guci Wen chuckled. My eighth brother's fiancé is indeed a beauty, capable of captivating him. A warning appeared. Caution. Malicious intent detected. The female lead glanced at the source of the warning and realized the third prince was not to be trusted. She smiled and replied, naturally, all the Yi daughters are exceptional. Wasn't the third prince in my second sister's room earlier? Is this your first time seeing her? It seems she's much more charming than I am. The crowd immediately started gossiping. The third prince and second Miss Yi. Interesting. The male lead put his arm around Guci Wen. Third brother rarely leaves the palace. You haven't met many women outside, so it's natural to find them intriguing. If you like her, why not ask father for her hand in marriage? Guci when quickly explained, 8th brother, don't joke. 2nd miss and I were just discussing poetry. The female lead teased, so, it seems the 3rd prince doesn't like my 2nd sister after all. Guci when was embarrassed. Just then, Yi Huaqing arrived, dressed to impress. Admittedly, she looked decent when she made an effort. She flipped her hair, captivating several onlookers. Elder sister Yi may be more dignified, but she lacks the charm of 2nd Miss Yi. Yi Huaqing became even more smug. Elder sister, please take your seat. I'm about to start the performance. Yi Huaqing winked at the crown prince, trying to seduce him. She was determined to win over the crown prince. Only by attaching herself to someone of high status could she surpass Yi Zhiyang. The female lead wasn't going to let her steal the spotlight. Yi Huaqing scoffed, a cripple wants to perform. The female lead ignored her and rolled her wheelchair to the center. May I have everyone's attention? Yi Huaqing continued to mock her. Elder sister, don't embarrass yourself. The female lead was annoyed. Why do you talk so much? The servants dimmed the lights. The room plunged into darkness. As everyone whispered, a single spotlight suddenly shone. The female lead raised her hand. The spotlight exploded, transforming into flower petals that floated in the air. This female lead had time-traveled to ancient times, and had the ability to summon special effects. She had just used her summoning skill to create a light show. The audience was amazed. Is Miss blessed by the heavens? The male lead stared at her, smitten. As expected of the woman I chose, Yi Huaqing was fuming with jealousy. She clenched her fists in frustration. The female lead, tired of the drama, excused herself and returned to her room. The male lead immediately followed. I'll escort you. Back in her room, they sat facing each other. After a moment of silence, the male lead finally spoke, Yi Zhiyang. The female lead, sensing his suspicion, tried to play dumb. What is it, your highness? The male lead leaned closer and touched her face. I'm increasingly curious about how many secrets you're hiding. The female lead forced a smile. I don't have any secrets. I'm just a bit unique. The male lead caressed her lips and leaned closer. You don't have to tell me. I have plenty of time to figure you out. But just know this, you can't escape me. He then kissed her. Pause here for the steamy scene. A long while later, they finally parted. The female lead's face flushed. The male lead rested his head on her chest, his voice husky. Don't move. Only the sound of their heartbeats filled the air. Moments later, the male lead's face reddened as he mumbled. Yi Zhiyang, can I ask you something? About the half-year wait. The female lead, still breathless, asked, what is it? The male lead shook his head. Nothing. He pulled her into his embrace again. After you marry into the BA, the female lead waited expectantly. And then, suddenly, he released her and jumped onto the windowsill. You must be tired. Rest well. I'll visit you again soon. He then vanished into the night. The next morning, the female lead and Yi Jianchen visited Ping and Tang. A mysterious man was waiting for them. He directly requested Yi Shenyi's medical records. The female lead, unsure of his motives, asked, what can I do for you? The man suddenly threw a letter at her. My brother is dying. Please, divine Dr. Yi, take a look at him. Yi Jian, known for his swift hands, flung a knife narrowly missing the princess consort's subordinate. Then, to the man who brought the subordinate, you're courting death. But the man caught the blade, calmly saying, you're testing me. I know of divine Dr. Yi's medical skills. The price is steep, though. Yi Jianchen didn't hold back. With a swift move, he sliced the man's hat in two. As the hat fell, a handsome young face was revealed. Who is this man, and why is he here? Look, this man has barged into the female lead's clinic. Just now, the man, wearing a hat and a mysterious air, specifically asked for divine Dr. Yi. Suddenly, he threw out a hand. Stop, my brother's a little unwell. Can you cure him? The female lead shrugged. I only treat people, not livestock. The man spread his hands. I've always treated him like a brother, so he's not livestock. The female lead thought, this man is clearly here to cause trouble, but why hasn't the system alerted me to any malicious intent? System, scan this person. The system received the command and began scanning. A moment later, Master, there are types of pollen residue on the target. System analysis. The target is likely a rival physician. The female lead thought, so it's a competitor trying to sabotage me. The man continued to press. Is Divine Doctor Yi worried about her inadequate skills, afraid to even look? The female lead replied, Sir, not only is this subordinate already beyond saving, even if there was hope, I wouldn't treat him. Furthermore, your behavior of grouping yourself with livestock suggests you might have some cognitive impairment. Why don't you join the queue over there, and I'll prescribe you something. The man feigned distress, refusing to treat a dying man. So this is the Emperor's acclaimed divine doctor. Yi Jianchen, enraged, moved to draw his sword. The female lead quickly stopped him. Brother, don't be impulsive. Let's not engage with this gentleman. She then took out 2 dark pills and offered them. Since your illness is so severe, you don't need to queue. Here's your prescription, sir. Eat up. The man took the pills. What medicine is this? The female lead smiled innocently. Aren't you a physician too? Shouldn't you recognize this? The man tossed the pills into his mouth. After swallowing, he asked, what kind of medicine is this? The female lead thought, there's no way you'd recognize it. It's modern chocolate. You're lucky to even try it. She put on a serious face. It's a fruit I cultivated myself. It's normal you haven't seen it before. How do you feel? Is your mind clearer now? The man's demeanor suddenly changed. Divine Doctor Yi, I apologize for my earlier offense. I am Sujian. The female lead thought, why does that name sound so familiar? I was merely testing Divine Dr. Yes' skills. Now I'm truly impressed. I heard you're looking for apprentices. Might I? So Hes here to apply. The female lead pointed to the counter. Mr. Su, please register over there. If you pass the assessment, you can work here. Well talk then. While Sujian was filling out the form, the female lead whispered to Yi Jianchen, brother, do you know this Sujian? Yi Jianchen shook his head. I don't know him. Before the female lead could respond, Yi Jianchen spoke again. There's a renowned physician also named Sujian. What a coincidence. Just now, the female lead realized the applicant was the famous physician, Sujian. And this Sujian had a history with her. She had used Sujian's name to provoke the male lead. What a coincidence that Sujian came to Pingan Clinic to apply. The female lead suspected this Sujian was sent by the male lead to test her. Sure enough, Sujian was talking to the male lead. Your Highness, are you sure you don't want to ask Miss Yi? She's been staring at us several times. The male lead replied, focus on your task. Sujian continued, I think Miss Yi is sincere towards you. You don't need to hide things from her. As a prince, everyone admires your power, but few understand the burdens you carry. Sujian, you don't understand. I can't afford any mistakes in my life. A physician like me can't make mistakes. Sujian understood his predicament. As long as you know what you're doing. How much longer should I stay at Pingan Clinic? Just then, a servant arrived with a letter for the female lead. The male lead took the letter. It instructed him to have Yi Huijing leave the Hu mansion during the prayer festival. What is Yi Zishian planning now? Did your young mistress say anything else? She said your highness will understand after reading the letter. The male lead put away the letter. Tell your mistress I understand. Then he changed his mind. Actually, I'll go back with you. Inside the Hu mansion, today was the day Yi Yui was to leave for the marriage alliance. Yi Yui sat in her room, sobbing. When the female lead entered, her tears flowed freely. Yin Liang and Lan Yi came, but they cried so much, father sent them away. The only person I want to see in the Hu mansion is you, sister. Now that I've seen you, I have no regrets. The female lead heard the hidden meaning in her words. She took out half of a jade pendant and gave it to her. Fourth sister, when the procession reaches Fengjing Palace, someone with the other half of this pendant will meet you. Follow that person. They will take care of you. Yi Yui knelt down and cried, elder sister, please don't do this. I can't do this. My mother and siblings are still here. If I do this, they'll be killed. To solidify her resolve, the female lead replied sternly, I didn't risk so much to save you just to watch you cry here. I saved you, but you can never return to the capital. You need a new identity. If you're exposed, the entire Yi family will perish. Yi Yui kowtowed, elder sister, I understand. I can never repay your kindness. I will repay you in the next life. The female lead looked at her with pity. Go. Remember my words. Never come back. What a touching scene. The female lead was tending to her herbs in the courtyard. Footsteps approached. She thought it was Lian Qiao returning with a message, but the next second, someone removed her hair ornament. Then, he leaned in and tucked her hair behind her ear. Admiring his handiwork, he said, "Not bad, looks good." The female lead blushed. "Why are you here, Your Highness?" "I came to tell you I received the letter." Couldn't Lian Qiao have relayed that? The male lead gazed at her intently. "Didn't you want to see me?" The female lead's face turned crimson. She quickly changed the subject. "Would you like some tea, Your Highness?" "I'll brew some." The male lead wasn't letting her off so easily. He leaned closer. "I asked if you wanted to see me. Do you, or don't you?" The female lead, completely flustered, stammered, Of course, I do." The male lead smiled, satisfied, and pinched her cheek. "You should have said so. Tell me, what are you plotting this time?" The female lead, touching her flushed cheek, explained, "I'm not plotting anything. I just hate him to death." "Hate who to death?" Seeing she didn't want to answer, the male lead continued, "If you don't want to tell me, fine. But since I helped you, what's in it for me?" The female lead thought for a moment. "How about I make you a safe? Even explosives can't open it. Only your eyes can unlock it. You can use it to store things you don't want others to see. You'll have it sent to your mansion when it's ready." The male lead thought, where does she come up with these strange ideas? "Fine, I look forward to it. By the way, how is General Yes' health? If there's anything I can do, just let me know." The female lead panicked and quickly explained, "My brother caught a chill, which triggered an old injury. Has been bedridden, and I'm drying these herbs for him." Her explanation only deepened the male lead's suspicion. "She's definitely hiding something. Since your brother is ill, it's only right that I, as his future brother-in-law, visit him." The female lead quickly stopped him. "Your Highness, my brother needs rest. It's best not to disturb him." "Is General Yi really that ill?" The female lead, feeling guilty, stuttered, "It's not that serious. He'll be fine in a few days. Aren't you a divine doctor? Are there illnesses you can't cure? If he keeps asking, he'll be exposed." She playfully swatted his hand away. "I'm a divine doctor, not a god. Would I joke about my brother's health? If you don't believe me, go see him yourself. No need to discuss it with me." This tactic worked. The male lead surrendered. All right, I was wrong. Don't be angry. I don't dare doubt you, and I don't dare make you angry." Seeing her silence, the male lead blushed slightly. "This is the first time I've ever apologized to a woman. Please accept my apology. This girl is about to be sent away for the marriage alliance." At night, the procession stopped to rest. The girl sat anxiously in her tent. "Elder sister said someone would come to rescue me. It's been 4 days. Will anyone really come?" Suddenly, a masked figure appeared outside. The figure moved swiftly, easily dispatching the guards outside. They entered the tent and grabbed the girl's hand. "Don't scream. It's me, Yi Jianchen." Yi Yui turned around in surprise. "Brother, it's really you." Yi Jianchen removed his mask. "Yes, the young master sent me." He then led her away. Yi Yui was worried. "But what about the marriage alliance? What about Yin Liang and my younger siblings?" Yi Jianchen placed a round object down. A person identical to her appeared. Not only did the figure look exactly like her, but it even sounded like her. "Go quickly. Leave the rest to me," Yi Yui exclaimed, "A monster." Yi Jianchen explained, "It's not a monster. The young master calls it a robot. It will take your place." It turned out Yi Zixian's plan was to use a robot double created by the system. The robot would take Yi Yui's place in the marriage alliance. After 2 months, it would suddenly fall ill and die. Then, Yi Yui would be free to live her own life. Meanwhile, back at the Hu mansion, after being overshadowed previously, Yi Huijing was making her presence known again. Dressed elaborately, she barged into the female lead's room. "Elder sister, what do you think? Should I wear this when I accompany the crown prince on the outing tomorrow?" The female lead didn't look up. "I suggest you don't wear anything. It'll be more convenient when you seduce the crown prince. Less to take off." "Elder sister, how can you insult me so? If not for you, I could be with the crown prince." She approached, placing one hand on the wheelchair and the other on her chin, continuing her tirade. After all, while 8th prince is a prince, he's ugly and crippled. He'll never inherit the throne, but the crown prince is different. I hear he plans to ascend the throne within the next 2 years. The female lead suddenly turned her wheelchair. Yi Huijing lost her balance and fell onto a nearby table, briefly losing consciousness. The female lead feigned surprise. Second miss has fainted. Someone get some water, quick. Lian Qiao, understanding, brought a basin of water right away, and splashed it onto her. Yi Huijing woke up, clutching her injured chin and screaming, "You wretch! You dared to harm me! Yi Zhixian, you harmed your sister. Even if 8th prince protects you, father won't let you off." The female lead crossed her arms. "I'm so scared. But I suggest you treat that wound first, or you won't be able to seduce the crown prince tomorrow." Yi Huijing glared at her, leaving with a parting threat, "Just you wait." She ran off to complain, "You only broke a leg, but your sister's chin is injured. How dare you speak?" Yi Huijing stormed in furiously. "Yi Zhixian, get out here." Lian Qiao tried to intervene, but was shoved aside. "Get out of my way." The female lead's face turned cold. She raised her voice, "Yi Huijing, you dare hit my servant." Her powerful aura momentarily stunned Yi Huijing. "Yi Zhixian, don't you know Yi Huijing will accompany the crown prince to pray for blessings in 2 days? Why would you harm her? She's your sister." The female lead scoffed. "When she framed and humiliated me, did she ever think of me as her sister?" "Yi Huijing, you're so biased." Yi Huijing put one hand on her hip and pointed at her. "That's all in the past. Why can't you let it go? I only broke one leg. What will it take for you to stop?" The female lead gripped the armrest of her wheelchair, suppressing her rage. "Only broke one leg. Then why don't I break father's leg, and let you experience what it's like to be in a wheelchair?" Yi Huijing recoiled in fear, stammering, "But even so, you can't do that to Yi Huijing. If a girl's face is ruined," the female lead interrupted her. "If her face is ruined, she can seduce the crown prince, and you can't exchange her for your wealth and status. Am I right, Yi Huijing?" Exposed, Yi Huijing flew into a rage, cursing and trying to hit her. The female lead grabbed her hand, and threw her to the ground without hesitation. She threatened, "Apologize to Lian Qiao, or else I'll break your other leg." Liu Yuqing entered and saw the scene. She helped Yi Huijing up. Yi Huijing, on the ground, continued to curse, calling the female lead ungrateful wretch. As the female lead was leaving, she turned back and said coldly, "Yi Huijing, don't forget, everything you have now is thanks to my mother, Princess Shulin. Don't push your luck." With that, she left without looking back. Yi Huijing was so enraged she fainted. Liu Yuqing pretended to be concerned, then disdainfully left her on the ground and called out, "Someone! Madam Yi has fainted." Back in her room, Yi Huijing continued cursing. Doing wrong, while wiping her tears, added fuel to the fire. "Master, Zhixian is too much. How could she treat you like this?" Liu Yuqing wasn't having it. "Sister, are you saying Master isn't angry enough? What are you talking about?" "I'm just speaking up for Master. If you truly care for Master, you should discipline second miss. If not for her, Master wouldn't be in this state." Liu Yuqing's words left Doing Rong speechless. Liu Yuqing has become so arrogant since allying with Yi Zhixian. Never had she seen such a hypocritical woman. One moment she's asking her mistress to kill the female lead, the next she's kneeling, begging her to treat her wounds. Just now, Yi Huijing was throwing a tantrum in her room, refusing treatment. Doing wrong, entering, slapped her hard. She warned her that if she didn't treat her wounds and her face was ruined, she could forget about marrying the crown prince, and would be married off to some lowly commoner. She would grow old and die in the Hu mansion. Hearing this, Yi Huijing panicked. She didn't want to marry a commoner. She had to seduce the crown prince, become his consort, and crush Yi Zhixian beneath her feet. And to seduce the crown prince, she needed to heal her face. This woman was truly adaptable. She immediately changed her tune, abandoning her usual arrogance. Not only did she apologize profusely, but she even knelt and begged the female lead to treat her. The female lead stated her condition. She wanted Du Jiayu's account books in exchange. Yi Huijing knew that handing over the account books meant her mother's downfall, but without them, she couldn't seduce the crown prince. After some hesitation, she chose herself and agreed to hand over the books. The female lead gave her a bottle of ointment. Yi Huijing grabbed the ointment and ran. Hurry, go back and apply it for me. As they were about to apply the ointment, Duingrong entered. Hearing it was from the female lead, she snatched it away. Huijing, don't be foolish. She caused your injury. Who knows what she's done to this ointment? She gave the ointment to a servant. Go and have this tested. Report back immediately if there's anything wrong. Yi Huijing didn't know she had become Duingrong's pawn against the female lead. The servant returned with the ointment, confirming it was safe to use. Yi Huijing applied it to her face without hesitation. Early the next morning, Duingrong arrived with a group of people, clamoring for an explanation. She claimed Yi Huijing had a high fever and worsening wounds after using the ointment given by the female lead, demanding an explanation. The female lead immediately recognized that the ointment had been tampered with, realizing Duingrong was trying to frame her. Unsurprisingly, Duingrong insisted the female lead was trying to harm her daughter. How can you prove my second sister's fever was caused by my ointment? Perhaps she ate something poisonous made by you. Duingrong retorted nervously, nonsense. Im Huijing's mother, the female lead, tired of arguing, ordered a servant to send the ointment to the Jingjiayin's office, saying someone had died from using it and they should investigate. Upon hearing about reporting to the officials, Duingrong panicked. No need to report. I was just worried. I've wrongly accused you, miss. The female lead pushed her away. I'm not interested in your theatrics. She thought, since you're eager to offer your head, I'll help you along. Look closely, this woman is about to meet her doom. Just now, her plan to frame the female lead backfired spectacularly. With her scheme exposed, she even resorted to murder. Fortunately, the male lead arrived just in time. He restrained the assassins she had hired. He threw the assassins before Yi Huijing. Yi Huijing, how dare you bribe assassins to harm the princess consort? Confused, Yi Huijing stammered, Your Highness, is there a misunderstanding? Zixing, standing beside him, suggested, why not summon Duingrong? This concerns the princess consort, we can't be careless. Yi Huijing immediately ordered someone to bring the female lead and Duingrong. Seeing the captured assassins, Duingrong knew her plan had failed. Yi Huijing questioned her, they say you bribed assassins. Do you have anything to say? Duingrong fell to the ground, crying, Miss is the future princess consort. How would I dare harm her? The male lead stated coldly, with witnesses and evidence, you still dare to deny. If your highness insists on convicting me, I dare not resist. Still trying to imply the female lead was involved, the female lead interrupted, did you ask my permission to drag the prince into this? She called the assassins forward, only you know what happened. Telling the truth will be better for you. The assassins knelt, I originally. Before they could finish, Duingrong interrupted, don't you dare falsely accuse me. My family would be heartbroken. Remembering her family's lives were in Duingrong's hands. The assassin fell to the ground, crying, it has nothing to do with Duingrong. The eldest miss wanted to harm the second miss, making herself look kind and silencing the second miss. She ordered me to impersonate the second miss. The male lead was furious, you're courting death. Zixing slapped the assassin, how many lives do you have to slander the princess consort? Take her away. He then whispered to the male lead, I'll go rescue her family, your highness. Don't let the princess consort wait too long. He then took off his robe and draped it over the female lead, gently asking, Yanga, are you frightened? Blushing in the crowded hall, the female lead replied, I'm not that timid. Don't worry, I'll get justice for you. The female lead held his hand. Don't be rash. The medicine I gave you Huijing contains an ingredient that reacts with another I have. Let's test it and the truth will be revealed. Duingrong quickly objected. The female lead retorted, let's test it and see. Using advanced technology against an ancient villain, this female lead is too clever. Just now, Duingrong took the ointment the female lead gave Yi Huijing. The female lead took out a herb. Let's test it and find out. The next moment, Duingrong's entire body glowed. Still trying to lie, Duingrong exclaimed, it's fake. It's the eldest miss trickery. She knows magic. Seeing her unrepentant, the female lead exposed her completely. Still lying. You not only poisoned her, but also made Yi Huijing's face scarred to frame me. Does father know? Leng Shuang's face was also ruined by this concubine do. Enraged, Yi Huijing roared, Huijing and Leng Shuang are your own daughters. Someone, throw this vicious woman out. Du Yingrong begged for forgiveness. Liu Qing stepped forward. My lord, her crying is disturbing. Allow me to escort her out. She easily took control of the household. Elsewhere, the female lead, having avenged her past life's grievances, was in a good mood. The male lead watched her, smiling slyly, so happy. Was I wrong? It was clearly Du Yingrong's scheme. What does it have to do with you? He leaned closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Then what's that glowing thing in your hand? The female lead playfully covered her mouth. I thought I hid it well. You still found it. Give me your hand. The male lead took the glowing trinket and examined it curiously. The female lead watched him, thinking he looked like a child fascinated by a new toy, inexplicably adorable. Adorable. Ji Yuxian, this cold-blooded killer. Do I like him? Is it love at first sight? Wait, love. Do I like him? The male lead, seeing her strange expression, lifted her chin. Staring at me for so long. Aren't you going to tell me what this is? It's just a small leaf lamp I made for fun. Press it once, it glows. Press twice in the same spot, it changes brightness. Press again, it turns off. This little leaf lamp is for you. The male lead held her hand. It's too precious, keep it. Take it, I have plenty. Use it as a light at night, it's more convenient than a lantern. The male lead tucked the leaf lamp into his robe. Yanga, I'll treasure this token of your affection. Blushing, the female lead stood up. It's not a token. Don't be silly. He grabbed her hand. Then what is it? It's not. It's late, you should go. Before she could finish, he kissed her. The female lead wanted to say something more, but the male lead lifted her into his arms. Kissing requires focus. OMG. Is this content I can enjoy for free? The male lead held the female lead close, then, wanting more, carried her to the bed, and kissed her again. The scene changed. Lianxia rushed in. Miss? Second miss is causing trouble again. The female lead rubbed her sleepy eyes. Yawning, she asked, where's Ji Yuxian? When did he leave? Lianxiao's eyes widened. Did you and the prince? Should I tell everyone the good news? The female lead's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Announcing to the world that your unmarried miss slept with a man. Lianxia shrugged, but you and the prince are betrothed. It was an imperial decree. Who dares gossip? Let Yi Huazing in. This Lianxia's thinking is becoming quite modern. True to form, Yi Huazing arrived loudly, you two-faced villain. You ruined my face. The female lead handed Lianxiao earplugs. Wear these. She's too loud. As expected, upon seeing the female lead, Yi Huazing exploded. I gave you what you wanted. Why did you give me fake medicine? How can I attend the prayer ceremony and see the crown prince? You did this on purpose. You're jealous. You're jealous of me seeing the crown prince. She then collapsed, crying, tugging at the female lead's skirt. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you guilty? The female lead sighed. You need to fix your brain, not your face. It was your mother who harmed you. I have the evidence. I have no reason to ruin your face. Yi Huazing lunged, you're a divine doctor. Give me another bottle. I must attend the prayer ceremony. The female lead kicked her away in disgust. Yi Huazing crawled back, attacking again, you vicious woman. You want to see me humiliated. You can cure the Xiangfei but not me. You're jealous. You don't want me to become the crown princess. Suddenly, she was grabbed from behind. Yi Huazing screamed and cursed, but Lianxiao dragged her away and threw her out of the courtyard. She then stood on the steps, pretending to look into the distance. Oh dear, is the sky falling? I've gone blind, I can't see anything. The female lead chuckled. Hidden in the shadows, Zixing watched, amused. The prince is overly worried. This miss doesn't need protection. Look closely, this person in bed is a robot maid with future technology. The female lead looked at the robot. Brother, if you don't come back soon, I can't keep up this charade. You're not even close to Ji Yuxian. Why does he visit you every day? Yi Jianchen had gone to rescue Yi Yu and He Qing. To avoid suspicion, the female lead built a robot replica of Yi Jianchen. Lianxia rushed in. Miss, the prince is here again. I can't fool him about young master's illness anymore. Before she could react, the male lead entered. The female lead rushed forward. Your Highness, my brother's illness is quite serious. You shouldn't come in, you might catch it. The male lead suddenly asked, is the person in bed really your brother? The female lead faltered. Who else would it be? The male lead stepped closer. I don't think General Yi is so frail as to be bedridden. The female lead tried to remain calm. My brother also has internal injuries, so. Before she could finish, he kissed her. The male lead held her tightly in her wheelchair, deepening the kiss. Lian Xia, watching, blushed and looked away. Suddenly, the male lead playfully bit her lip. The female lead pushed him away. That hurt. The male lead smirked. Let's try again, it'll be gentler. The female lead covered her mouth. No need. The male lead watched her, his eyes saying, keep up the act. The female lead pouted. He knows everything and is teasing me. Suddenly, a voice came from the bed, Your Highness, followed by coughing. The female lead panicked. I didn't program the robot to talk. Is it my brother? Yi Jianchen emerged from behind the screen and walked towards the male lead. Your Highness, I have something to discuss with you. Do you have time? They exchanged a look, sizing each other up. The female lead said, then I won't disturb you. The scene changed. Yi Jianchen admitted to deceiving the male lead and offered to serve him if he promised to cherish the female lead. The male lead helped him up. With unprecedented firmness, he said, I accept your offer and promise to protect her for life. I swear this upon my honor. Wait a minute, two-timing the crown prince to become the empress, only to end up with another man. This woman is asking for trouble. At the temple fair, the crown prince was performing the ceremony with officials. Watching from a high vantage point, Yi Huazing thought, today, I must seduce the crown prince. Once we're intimate, he'll have to marry me. Once in the crown princess, and he becomes emperor, everyone, including the Yizishuan, will bow before me. She grabbed her maid. Did you find out which room the crown prince is in? The maid pleaded, the first room in the west courtyard. But miss, this is a serious crime. If you fail, it's treason. Please reconsider. Perhaps you can win his favor another way. Yi Huazing ignored her, kicking her to the ground. I can't wait. Seeing Yizishuan flaunting her engagement makes me sick. She left the maid and stealthily made her way to the courtyard. However, the next moment, someone grabbed her from behind. Such a lovely scent. A beauty offering herself to me. Ji Yuziwen held her tight. Yi Huazing was terrified. Third prince, I took a wrong turn. Please let me go. Ji Yuziwen, fueled by alcohol, carried her to his room. She struggled, and hit his chest. Let me go. You beast. Ji Yuziwen, his face flushed, said, the more you resist, the more interesting it becomes. The next day, Yi Huazing woke up to find herself in Ji Yuziwen's bed. Ji Yuziwen was shocked. Second miss. How are you here? Yi Huazing cried, Third prince, don't you remember? You forced yourself on me. I'm an innocent maiden. Ji Yuziwen scoffed. I might have been drunk, but not so drunk as to not know if you're innocent. Who knows what men you've been with? You dare claim innocence. Humiliated and furious, Yi Huazing thought, even if I can't be the crown princess, I'll make him responsible. It was you who forced yourself on me. You must marry me. You have to marry me. Ji Yuziwen threw her off the bed. I won't marry a soiled woman. He dressed and left without a second glance, leaving Yi Huazing like discarded trash. Yi Zishuan. It's all your fault. If you'd cured my face, this wouldn't have happened. I won't forgive you. This woman had an affair in the Buddhist hall. Just now, shortly after Yi Huazing left, a servant rushed in to report that something had happened to Du Yu in the Buddhist hall. Furious, Yi Huaiji stormed towards the hall. He saw the female lead and Yi Jianchen outside, and yelled, What are you doing here? Yi Jianchen stepped forward. Father, Yanga is delicate and is just concerned. Why are you so harsh? Yi Huaiji nearly exploded. Delicate. Since she returned, there hasn't been a single peaceful day. Forget it, I can't offend either of them. Let's go inside. Inside, Du Yu was lying with a man, muttering deliriously. Long surely, even as a ghost, you still died unjustly. I'm not afraid of your revenge. Yi Huaiji bellowed, what did you say? Finally, Du Yu confessed to framing the female lead's mother. I harmed Long surely. I poisoned him. He didn't commit suicide. I framed him. This revelation was like a thunderbolt. Yi Huaiji collapsed, pointing at her and cursing, "You wicked woman." Learning the truth about his mother, Yi Jianchen was overcome with grief. He stabbed Du Yu, killing her instantly. At court, the emperor, enraged by the truth, exonerated Long Shuli and ordered his reburial in the imperial mausoleum. The female lead suddenly spoke, "Your Majesty, mother wouldn't want to be buried in the imperial mausoleum." The officials gasped. "Such a great honor, and she refuses." Yi Jianchen, worried she'd offend the emperor, whispered, "Yanghe, don't speak nonsense." The emperor looked at the female lead with interest. "Yi Zishuan, what are your intentions?" An official suggested. Princess Shuli was the wife of the late general. She should be reburied in the Yi family's ancestral tomb. The female lead interrupted, "Mother wouldn't want to be buried in the Yi family tomb either." The emperor frowned. "You don't want the imperial mausoleum, nor the Yi family tomb. Where do you want her buried?" Yi Jianchen, afraid she'd anger the emperor, tried to stop her. Suddenly, the male lead entered, walking to the female lead's side. If she scorns both the imperial mausoleum and the Yi family tomb, she must want Princess Shuli to return home. He took her hand, asking softly, "Am I right?" The female lead blushed slightly. "Precisely, Your Highness," the emperor coughed. "Since you both agree, but you're not yet married. Such intimacy is inappropriate." The male lead simply picked up the female lead. "My princess consort is unwell, she needs assistance." The exasperated emperor said, "Then you escort Princess Shuli home. General Yi, stay. We need to discuss her burial arrangements." Publicly displaying affection before the emperor and the court, "Do you like this kind of male lead?" The emperor reminded him to be mindful of propriety, as they weren't married. The male lead simply carried the female lead. "My princess consort is unwell." "What propriety?" He glared at the officials. "Any objections?" The intimidated officials quickly shook their heads, afraid to speak. Outside, the female lead scolded him, "Are you crazy? Threatening officials before the emperor." The male lead shrugged, "So what?" The female lead persisted, "It's inappropriate." "What if the emperor stops favoring you?" The male lead was pleased by her concern. "My wife is already worried about me before we're even married." "I'm touched." The female lead punched him. "Who's your wife?" "Stop that, it's an imperial decree. Do you want to defy it?" He kissed her before she could respond. The scene changed to Long Shuli's memorial tablet. The female lead was paying her respects. Remembering her mother's suffering, she began to cry. Yi Jianchen was about to comfort her when she clung to the male lead, sobbing. The male lead embraced her. "Don't cry, it pains me to see you like this." Yi Jianchen, feeling like a third wheel, quietly left. He ran into Jiu Ziwen, who offered condolences. Princess Shuli was wrongly accused for so many years. Such injustice. Yi Jianchen acknowledged him with a bow. Jiu Ziwen, expressing curiosity about the case, invited Yi Jianchen to his residence for a discussion. Yi Jianchen suspected ulterior motives and declined, citing his mother's recent passing. Jiu Ziwen persisted. Yi Jianchen feigned ignorance of the case, making an excuse to leave. His attempt to win her over with gifts and documents failed, his eyes full of unwillingness. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Huiqing, whose wounds had been bandaged by Yang Hao, rushed up. It seemed he was determined to cling to the third prince. "Does your highness only have eyes for my elder sister now, and not for Huiqing?" Jiu Ziwen feigned ignorance. "This prince has only met second miss a few times." "I don't understand what you mean." Yi Huiqing put on a pitiful expression. "That's not what your highness said when you were holding me tenderly. Your highness excuses won't work on me. I heard your highness recently took a new woman. But she's awfully ugly. How can she compare to my beauty?" Yi Huiqing gritted her teeth. "Is Third Highness planning to deny everything? Aren't you afraid I'll report to His Majesty about you daringly touching my chest?" "So what? Father will only believe my few words, but second miss you'll probably just be drowned by the spittle of the masses." Seeing that Jiu Ziwen wasn't moved, Yi Huiqing angrily resorted to her ultimate move, ripping her clothes. "Jiu Ziwen, just you wait. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." This green TBTCH actually let Zan Nan off the hook. Furious, Yi Huiqing ripped her clothes, determined to drag him down with her even if it meant her own demise. Ji Yuxiwen pulled her into his arms. Second miss, being so impulsive isn't good. You should learn from your elder sister. She's the kind of woman men admire. Seeing a change in Yi Huaqing's expression, Ji Yuxiwen continued to provoke her. If this happened to Yi Jiyan, she certainly wouldn't act like a shrew like you. I wonder what she would do. As expected, Yi Huaqing immediately took the bait. Yi Jiyan is just a cripple. Only a blind fool like Ji Yuxian would fall for her. Ji Yuxiwen continued to go at her. That cripple caused your family's downfall and ruined your reputation, yet you haven't even laid a finger on her. These words made Yi Huaqing lose all reason. She pushed him away with all her might. You can control her. If you can't, then don't show off in front of me. You're not even close to Ji Yuxian. Ji Yuxiwen wasn't angered, instead using Yi Huaqing's foolishness to his advantage. He would manipulate her into targeting Yi Jiyan, making it easy to bring them both down. Who knows how much water got into Yi Huaqing's brain, but she actually fell for Ji Yuxiwen's trickery. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had been overheard by the hidden female lead. A cold glint flashed in the female lead's eyes. Want to harm Ji Yuxian? Not without my consent. The scene shifts to the lakeside. The male lead faced the lake, his expression unreadable, yet radiating an unprecedented coldness. Do you know, for what you just said, I could kill you right now. These words made Yi Huaqing tremble. Why, your highness, if you don't marry me, then I won't keep your secret with Xiliang safe. The male lead's indifferent eyes darkened, and killing intent spilled out. Who gave you the courage to threaten me? If it weren't for someone backing her, Yi Huaqing wouldn't dare speak to him like this. Your highness needn't ask. If you insist on this course, then I will tell his majesty the truth about Xiliang and... The male lead scoffed and kicked her into the lake. Anyone who dared speak to me like that would already be 6 feet under. Yi Huaqing couldn't swim, thrashing and screaming for help in the water. The female lead rushed forward. Do you want to drown her? The male lead's eyes were devoid of emotion. Whether she lives or dies depends on her own luck. The female lead glared at him. Have someone pull her out. I have something to tell you. The male lead waved his hand, dismissing his men. He swept the female lead into his arms. She instinctively grabbed onto him. Put me down. My reputation. Carrying her to the imperial concubine's couch, he said, how long do you plan to keep up this charade? The female lead blushed. Your highness, please put me down. He domineeringly held her close. If you want to sit, sit on me. One arm draped over her shoulder, the other supporting her chest. Stop it. I'm here to tell you that Yi Huaqing was instigated by Ji Yuxiwen. He failed to win over my elder brother, so he targeted Yi Huaqing, wanting her to marry you. The male lead raised an eyebrow. Are you jealous? The female lead was exasperated. Is that the point? The point is your third brother is trying to harm you. It doesn't matter. I'm not dirty. You're always too cautious of your enemies. You should pay more attention to yourself. The male lead looked at her. Yanga, do you also think, like everyone else, that I am impulsive and reckless? No, the male lead chuckled. I'm not. The female lead was slightly puzzled when the male lead suddenly removed his mask, revealing his entire face. What's it like to suddenly have a handsome boyfriend? Just now, the male lead, who had been grinding levels with his mask on, suddenly took it off. The female lead's eyes widened, momentarily speechless from the shock. The face before her was breathtakingly beautiful. Narrow phoenix eyes, a high nose bridge, a perfect blend of elegance and danger. His entire being screamed danger, yet it was impossible to resist him. The male lead gently pinched her cheek. Is my satisfied with my face? The female lead's heart swelled. Satisfied? I'm ecstatic. Suppressing her excitement, she said, Your Highness is exceptionally handsome. Anyone who sees you will be captivated. He stroked her head. You're quite the sweet talker. I believe you. Her heart sank. Gently cupping his face, she said, You deliberately pretended to be disfigured and cruel, but it was all a ruse. My mother was from Xiliang. Half of my blood is Xiliang's. Father genuinely loves me and my mother, but he also has to be wary. The softest part of her heart was touched. She suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for him. He was a prince, enjoying royal privileges, yet even the simplest family joys were mixed with complex calculations. No matter how strong he appeared, his life wasn't easy. He saw her, and without hesitation, he leaned in and kissed her, a deep, possessive kiss. The female lead was instantly overwhelmed, easily pushed down onto the imperial concubine's couch. The coldness in his eyes gradually melted away into passion. Yanga, I want. The female lead clung to her last shred of reason. Jiuxian, we can't. He paused, his voice low and husky. Really can't. I want to wait until after we're married. The male lead instantly stopped. After composing himself, he stood up. His voice was low. I'm going out for some air. The female lead called after him. Jiuxian, are you angry? She felt a surge of regret, wondering if she shouldn't have rejected him. It's not really ancient times, so, before she could finish her thought, she rushed forward and hugged him from behind. Burying her face in his back, she whispered, Iron. The male lead turned around, looking at her flushed face. Then, he lifted her up again, and placed her back on the couch. Just as the female lead thought she was about to lose her defenses, he lay down beside her, pulling her into his arms. Sleep. I won't force you. This male lead is truly reliable. After the female lead expressed her desire to wait until their wedding night, he simply held her and slept. The next morning, the female lead asked the male lead to take her to Pendant clinic. I've been busy lately and haven't been to the clinic for a while. I left Sujian alone there, and I wonder if he's upset. The male lead casually replied, he won't be. His seemingly nonchalant tone revealed his understanding of Sujian. The female lead probed further. I told Sujian I'd cure your face with him, and I even asked him to make preparations. Now that your face doesn't need treatment. I don't know how to explain it to him. The male lead's reply was short and dismissive. No need to explain. The female lead was now certain of their close relationship. Perhaps Sujian was the one who had been treating his face all along. Thinking of her lies, she decided to confess. All right, I know I've been exposed. I lied to you. I don't know Sujian. My medical skills weren't taught by him. The male lead's reaction was surprisingly calm. I know. Have you eaten? He took her hand. I'll take you there. The female lead looked at him earnestly. You really don't mind that I lied to you? The male lead shook his head. If you want to tell me, you will eventually. The female lead felt a pang of guilt. He trusted her so much, yet she couldn't tell him the truth. Inside Pendant clinic, patients flocked to her as soon as she appeared. She was busy until closing time. Only then did Sujian have time to talk to her. Physician Yi, long time no see. You've been busy all day. I haven't even had a chance to speak with you. The female lead took out a bottle of wine. Physician Su, you've worked hard these days. This is a bottle of good wine. Try it. Sujian took a sip and praised it immediately. The female lead stared at him intently. Physician Su, you're highly skilled and have a good tolerance for alcohol, but you're not very honest. Sujian, bewildered by her stare, asked, what do you mean? The female lead feigned anger. His Highness already told me everything, and you're still pretending. Sujian realized he'd been exposed. That damned Jiu Xian. He didn't even warn me. Well, I have known His Highness for many years, but his matters are confidential, so I had to keep them hidden. I hope Physician Yi can understand. The female lead hadn't intended to interrogate him. Physician Su, you're too polite. I'm not here to blame you, but to ask for your help. Physician Yi, please speak. The female lead explained, I didn't intentionally deceive His Highness. It's just that my family rules are strict. I can't reveal my true identity, not even to my parents. Until I regain it. So I hope Physician Su. Sujian was straightforward. Without hesitation, he agreed. Physician Yi, don't worry. I know what to say to His Highness. This woman has some nerve, barging into our female lead's clinic. Just now, a woman dressed in Xiliang clothing stormed into Pendant clinic. Who is Yi Jiyan? Get out here. It was the Xiliang princess, Hu Yanting. The female lead approached her. What can I do for you, miss? Hu Yanting lunged forward. I thought you were some great beauty. Turns out you're just a cripple. How could my cousin like a useless thing like you? I heard you're a good physician. I brought our Xiliang's divine physician. Let's see who's more skilled. If you lose, you'll tear down this shabby signboard and stop showing off your skills. These words instantly angered the female lead's fans. Who is this ill-mannered girl? Go home and play. She's just jealous of our physician Yi, Hu Yanting lashed out with her whip. If you say another word, I'll let you taste my whip. Anger flared in the female lead's eyes. A competition is fine, but if you dare harm innocent people, I won't let you leave this place easily. Hu Yanting gestured to a man beside her. Mo, compete with her. Don't lose. Mo replied confidently, I won't lose to her. Sujian, eager to watch the drama unfold, stepped forward. Since we're having a competition, I'll be the impartial judge. Miss, how would you like to compete? Hu Yanting sneered. Well, start with something simple. Treating external injuries. Whoever heals first wins. The female lead raised an eyebrow. You're willing to use your attendants like this? Hu Yanting scoffed. It's their honor. Stop wasting time. If you can heal, then do it. Goodbye. Flowery language. On her arm. First, let's compete with something simple, like treating external injuries. Whoever heals first wins. The female lead raised an eyebrow. You're willing to use your attendants like this? Hu Yanting scoffed, rolling her eyes. It's an honor for them. Stop wasting time. If you can heal, then do it. The female lead approached one of the attendants and summoned a needle and bowl. I'll clean your wound first. It will sting a little, so bear with it. In less than a minute, the wound was cleaned, stitched, and bandaged with practiced ease. The attendant examined the bandaged wound. Thank you, divine physician. Meanwhile, Mo clumsily poked at the other attendant's wound, causing him to cry out in pain. The female lead frowned. If you're any slower, he'll faint from the pain. She quickly prepared a medicinal pill. Give him this. It will help with the pain. Panicked at the thought of losing, Mo accidentally aggravated the attendant's wound, causing him to yell out in pain. The female lead stepped forward and pushed Mo aside. Step back. If you keep this up, the wound will get infected. Mo could only watch as she skillfully bandaged the wound, shamefacedly lowering his head. Hu Yanting lashed out with her whip. Are you useless? You can't even handle such a simple wound. She then turned to the attendant healed by the female lead, even more furious. How dare you let that woman heal you? Useless. You're all useless. Before she could continue her rant, Sujian grabbed her hand. The female lead's patience had run out. Enough. Pinggan Clinic is a place for healing, not for you to act wild. Hu Yanting remained defiant. They are my people. I can treat them however I want. If I want him dead, he'll die. With that, she drew her whip, aiming for the injured attendant. In that instant, a silver light flashed, and her whip snapped in two. The broken pieces landed at her feet. Hu Yanting was startled. Who dares attack me? The male lead emerged from the crowd, his cold mask glinting. Who gave you the right to kill anyone you please in Da Liang territory? This woman is incredibly arrogant, trying to murder someone in the female lead's clinic. Just then, the male lead emerged from the crowd. Who gave you the right to kill anyone you please in Da Liang territory? Hu Yanting's eyes lit up as she ran towards him. Cousin. I'm here for you. I heard you often visit this cripple, so I came here to wait for you. The male lead wasn't swayed. He dodged her embrace. Da Liang's territory is not a place for you to act recklessly. He walked over to the female lead, taking her hand gently. Are you hurt? Hu Yanting's face twisted in anger, as she pointed at the female lead. Hey, cripple. I brought 2 more patients. Do you dare to compete again? The female lead tilted her head. I have nothing to fear. Hu Yanting brought forth 2 Shiliang citizens. A man sat there, pale and feverish. The female lead checked his pulse, finding it weak and irregular. How do you feel? She asked. The man weakly replied, cold hot pain. Sujian whispered, this is a severe poison. Shiliang has many strange poisons. I might not be able to cure it. The male lead calmly said, I trust my. The female lead analyzed the symptoms in her mind. The system quickly identified the poison and formulated an antidote. After giving the antidote to the man, she checked his pulse again. 5432. The man, who had been on the verge of death, suddenly revived, exclaiming, "I'm fine. I'm cured." Da Mo stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Hu Yanting was speechless. This poison was unique to Shi Liang, and only she had the antidote. How could Yi Jian cure it? This is impossible. You're cheating. The female lead smiled faintly. This poison, though rare, isn't complex. As long as you find the herbs that counteract the poison, it can be cured. Hu Yanting blurted out, "How did you know which herbs counteract our Shi Liang poisons?" Da Mo quickly covered her mouth. "Don't say anything more, princess. You'll give it away." It was too late. The male lead's voice turned icy. "Hu Yanting, you dared attempt murder in Da Liang. Do you not take me seriously, or Da Liang itself?" Hu Yanting cowered. "Cousin, you know I didn't mean it. I can't stand you being so good to this woman." The male lead cut her off. "I am a prince of Da Liang. It's not up to the Shi Liang princess to meddle in my private affairs." Hu Yanting whined, "Cousin, you weren't like this before." The female lead realized what was happening. "So, it's a love rival. Princess, shall we continue the competition?" Hu Yanting wiped her tears. "Of course. Our Shi Liang medical skills won't lose to yours." The female lead nodded. "We can continue, but you cannot harm anyone else, not even your attendants." Before she could finish, the male lead interrupted. "No more competition." He swept the female lead into his arms. "My woman is tired. I'm taking her back to rest." This woman tried to disrupt our female lead's clinic, but the female lead easily won both rounds. Still unwilling to give up, she wanted to continue. The male lead simply picked up the female lead. "My woman is tired. I'm taking her back to rest." Hu Yanting blocked their path. "Cousin," she agreed to the competition. The male lead coldly said, "Move." Frustrated, Hu Yanting blurted out, "You're just afraid she'll lose the poison competition." The male lead's expression turned even colder. Competing with Shi Liang was already giving them enough face. If she loses the third round, it would make Da Liang look like a bully. You'd better understand the implications. He then left with the female lead in his arms. The humiliated Hu Yanting ran back to the guest house, crying, "I'm so angry. That Yi Jian and those Da Liang people are bullies. That cripple is trying to steal my cousin. And my cousin scolded me." Hu Yanju, the Shi Liang prince, came to her upon hearing her cries. Hu Yanting threw herself into his arms, sobbing, "Brother, the Da Liang people are bullying me. That cripple Yi Jian is trying to steal cousin. And cousin scolded me because of her." Hu Yanju patted her head comfortingly. "Don't cry. She's just Jiu Xian's yet bewedded wife. He can't possibly value her over you. She's so plain and weak. I don't know what cousin sees in her." Hu Yanju wiped her tears. "All right, go back to your room. Brother has things to attend to. I'll teach her a lesson at the state banquet." As soon as Hu Yanting left, a man wearing a dolly appeared behind Hu Yanju. It was Jiu Xiwan, the third prince of Da Liang. It was revealed that the two had been colluding. Meanwhile, the male lead carried the female lead back to the main hall. "There's no one here now. Can you put me down?" "No." He lifted her chin. He leaned in for a kiss. The female lead covered his mouth. "Your Highness, the young lady who came today, she's the Shi Liang princess, your cousin." The male lead grunted in acknowledgement. The female lead continued, "I see. So that's why she challenged me to a medical competition, and insisted on defeating me. It was because of your Highness." He pinched her cheek. "Are you jealous?" The female lead pouted. "Of course not. I'm just thinking, I haven't even married your Highness yet, and you've already attracted so many love rivals. What if I can't marry you? You'll be drowning in admirers." This woman's sharp tongue amused him. Without hesitation, he kissed her. This woman is bold. Suddenly realizing something, the female lead looked toward the door. On the day of the Da Liang state banquet, the male lead carried the female lead into the hall, ignoring the crowd. A sweet voice called out from behind, "Your Highness, your lovely little cousin is here." Hearing the teasing tone in her voice, the male lead secretly pinched her. "Yanga, don't spout nonsense." This rogue move made the female lead stumble. This Gu Xian can't behave himself even outside. Hu Yanting caught up and angrily shouted at the female lead, "You brazen woman. Even in the palace, you don't get down and walk. You have no manners. Are all Da Liang women this shameless?" She tried to use public opinion to embarrass the female lead, but the officials didn't dare offend the male lead. The 8th prince is so good to his. So enviable. Who would have thought the fierce 8th prince would be so gentle to his wife? The 8th is so lucky. Hu Yanting stomped her foot. Spreading her arms towards the male lead, she whined, "Cousin, carry me too. Or I won't go in." The female lead couldn't help but laugh. Is this girl here to be comedic relief? The male lead wasn't having it. His face expressionless, he coldly said, acting unruly and making a mockery of the state banquet in the imperial palace. "I sentence you to stand here until the banquet begins." He then summoned a guard. Hu Yanting tried to protest, but the guard blocked her path. "His Highness orders. Princess, please do not resist." Blocked, Hu Yanting stomped her feet and wailed, "I'll tell my brother and aunt that you're bullying me." Inside the banquet hall, Hu Yanting's situation was reported to Hu Yanju. His face darkened. Yang Er stared intently at the male lead, her gaze cold and piercing. He was busy tending to the female lead, asking what flavor of royal wine she preferred. The female lead reminded him, "Someone's watching you. Like they want to devour you." The male lead, oblivious, focused on preparing 3 flavors of wine for her. "Try them all," he suggested. Badi poured 3 cups. "May I join you?" A warm, gentle voice drifted over. The newcomer was the crown prince, Jiu Ci Feng. "Badi my, long time no see." The female lead offered a respectful greeting. "Your Highness," she said. The crown prince was about to accept the wine she offered, but the male lead swiftly grasped her hand. "Huang Zhong," he addressed the crown prince, "the delicacies on your table are far more exquisite than this wine." He glared at the crown prince. "Don't even think about drinking my wife's wine." Scowling, the crown prince turned and took his seat. "I assent it because you're stingy. You poured wine for your Wang Fei, but not for me." He then picked up his own cup and clinked it with the female lead's, a playful smirk on his face. The female lead couldn't help but think, "His Highness has such a good temper." The male lead's jealousy boiled over. "So you've taken a liking to the wine on Huang Zhong's table." The female lead caught the misunderstanding, quickly dispelling it. "Impossible. How could anything be better than wine poured by a Yang? Not even the wine on the crown prince's table." The male lead was instantly appeased. "Yang Er has good taste. Of course, she's my Wang Fei." Watching his satisfied expression, the female lead shook her head. Such a childish man, she thought, but said aloud, "Thank you." A woman dared to challenge her status as the future empress, but the male lead immediately refused her request. The tension in the room thickened considerably. During the grand state banquet, Hu Yanting watched the male lead attentively serving the female lead. Her large, expressive eyes were practically bulging with rage. "That's Zhu Zi. Why is she sitting next to Biao Ji? Of all people, why her?" Just then, the female lead turned and raised her glass to Hu Yanting. Seeing her smug expression, Hu Yanting wanted nothing more than to flip the table and charge at her. Hu Yangjuo held her back. "Don't worry, I'll make her pay later. She's just a lowly daughter of a marquis. How can she compare to you?" The state banquet officially began, and envoys from various countries presented their tributes. Xiang Fei accompanied the emperor, observing the proceedings. When it was Shi Liang's turn, Hu Yangjuo and Hu Yangting stepped forward. Xiang Fei recognized her niece and her expression softened. Hu Yangting approached her. "Aunt Hu Yangting. You were already married to Da Liang when I was born. Though you haven't met me, I've heard many stories about you." Xiang Fei embraced her. "Good child, since you're here, stay for a few days and keep me company." Hu Yangting glanced triumphantly at the female lead. The female lead realized Hu Yangting was trying to gain favor with Xiang Fei to target her. The struggle between a daughter-in-law and mother-in-law is an age-old problem. If Xiang Fei becomes overly fond of Hu Yangting, it'll be in trouble. "I should have studied the art of managing in-law relationships instead of poisons." As she pondered, Hu Yangjuo spoke. "Aunt, if you like Tinga so much, why not let her stay in the capital to accompany you? Xiang Fei hesitated. I'm afraid that's against protocol. Hu Yangjuo continued, if Tinga were to become your daughter-in-law, she could rightfully stay by your side. Xiang Fei glanced at the emperor, seeking his opinion. The emperor responded, Yang Er is already betrothed to the 8th prince. The future 8th Wang Fei is the daughter of Marquis Wu Nan. Taking the Xiliang princess as a concubine would be a slight to her. If the princess fancies another worthy man in Da Liang, we can arrange a marriage for her. Ai Fei, what do you think? Xiang Fei replied respectfully, whatever you decide, your majesty. Hu Yangting suddenly stepped forward. Your majesty, Ting Er is willing to be a concubine, as long as I can marry Biao Ji. The emperor was taken aback and turned to the male lead. Ba are you willing to take the princess as a concubine? The male lead was busy serving the female lead, his movements gentle but firm. No. My heart belongs to Yang Er alone. The atmosphere became incredibly awkward. The emperor and Xiang Fei were unable to sway their son's decision. Hu Yangting was on the verge of tears. Hu Yangjuo stepped forward indignantly. Our Xiliang princess offering to be a concubine to Ba Wang is a great honor. What more does he want? The male lead coldly replied, I need nothing more. The crown prince intervened. Xiliang prince, don't be hasty. I am also unmarried. If we must have a political marriage, I am willing to take the princess as my crown princess. This demonstrates Da Liang's sincerity and respects Ba Wang's wishes. But Hu Yangting was inconsolable. I won't marry. I don't want to marry the crown prince. I only want to marry Biao Ji. How audacious of this lovesick woman to throw a tantrum in front of the emperor. The male lead had just rejected Xiliang's proposal. To maintain peace, the crown prince offered to marry Hu Yangting, but Hu Yangting stubbornly refused, crying and insisting on marrying the male lead. Hu Yangjuo was mortified by her sister's behavior and quickly covered her mouth. Are you crazy? Stop talking, the emperor roared, insolent. Hu Yangjuo hastily dragged Hu Yangting forward to kowtow. Your Majesty, please forgive us. My younger sister is still young and... She meant no disrespect to the crown prince. The crown prince said calmly but firmly, whether intentional or not, the princess should understand. Does the princess think I'm not worthy of her? Then no man in Da Liang is worthy. I suggest the princess look elsewhere for a husband. His words effectively ended Hu Yangting's hopes of marrying into Da Liang. The female lead watched the crown prince with admiration. His Highness is truly wise and benevolent. He will be a great emperor. Turning back, she saw the male lead's cold expression. She quickly added, of course, no one is as good as Maya Yang. The male lead's expression softened and he pulled her into his arms. Xiang Fei, fearing the emperor's wrath, pleaded for her niece and nephew. Your Majesty, please forgive them. They are young and ignorant. I will personally apologize to the crown prince and Ba Xia. The emperor helped her up. Ai Fei, rise. Considering the princess' youth, we will not punish her. However, her future husband will not be from Da Liang. Princess, please choose wisely. Even the willful Hu Yangting dared not cause further trouble. Hu Yangjuo presented a pair of exquisite daggers, as a gift to the emperor and Xiang Fei. The music resumed. Several Xiliang dancers entered, their exotic costumes and mesmerizing movements captivating the audience. Even the female lead was entranced, but the male lead had subtly drawn his sword and was casually holding it. The female lead realized anew, this man is truly exceptional. No one is allowed to carry weapons into the palace, yet he carries his sword at all times. He truly is the fearsome demon king. After the performance, the emperor asked what reward they desired. The lead dancer declined any reward, but made a request. We've heard that Da Liang's noble women are skilled dancers. We would be honored to witness their performance. Hu Yangting seized the opportunity to recommend the female lead, subtly highlighting her disability. The daughter of Marquis Wu Nan must be a skilled dancer. The officials exchanged uneasy glances. The Xiliang princess was clearly provoking the female lead, knowing she couldn't dance. Amidst the whispers, the male lead stood up, sword in hand. Hu Yangjuo mocked him. Ba Wang, are you planning to cause bloodshed at the state banquet? The male lead glared at her. You're not worthy to die by my sword. He then swept the female lead into his arms. What? Dance? She asked, bewildered. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the male lead held his sword in one hand, and held the female lead in the other, twirling her effortlessly in the air. The man wielded his sword with graceful precision, the woman moved with ethereal lightness. Their movements seemed to paint a vivid picture, a magnificent scene of harmonious chaos. The Crown Prince was the first to applaud. Bravo! Badi and Badi Mi's sword dance is truly spectacular. It rivals even the finest Xiliang dances. The hall erupted in applause, the Liang officials beaming with pride. Hu Yangting clenched her fists. Zhu Yang how dare you? To save face, Hu Yangjuo forced a smile. Miss Yi is truly remarkable. The emperor, pleased, rewarded the female lead handsomely. The female lead received praise from her future mother-in-law. What a heartwarming scene. After the banquet, the male lead carried the female lead back to her chambers, placing her on the bed and leaning over her. The female lead winced. He buried his face in her chest, muttering, "You were so happy drinking with Huang Zhong, but not with me." Sensing his jealousy, the female lead teased, "Are you jealous?" The male lead gazed at her intensely. "From now on, you can only smile like that for me." Without waiting for a response, he kissed her. Holding her hands above her head, he deepened the kiss. The female lead let out a soft moan. Hearing the sounds from within, Xiang Fei dismissed her attendants and stood guard outside the door. Inside, their passion escalated. Suddenly realizing the situation, the female lead pushed the male lead away and scrambled for her clothes. The male lead calmly reassured her. Xiang Fei is guarding the door. No one will come in. He leaned in again, whispering in her ear, "Just lie back." As they were about to resume, a cough interrupted them. Xiang Fei stood there, observing the disheveled pair, her face slightly flushed. What is the meaning of this? The female lead frantically pulled on her clothes. Nyang, please let me explain. The male lead, seeing her panic, picked up a garment. Don't worry, you haven't worn this one yet. Mortified, the female lead wanted to disappear. You said no one would come in. I'll deal with you later. After they were dressed, they went outside. Xiang Fei wanted to speak with the female lead alone. The male lead, worried she would scold her, offered to escort the female lead back. Xiang Fei stopped him. Escort her back. The palace gates are closed, where will you take her? The female lead realized Xiang Fei wanted to lecture her, and the more the male lead protected her, the more displeased Xiang Fei would be. You go ahead. I have some things to discuss with Nyang. The male lead reluctantly agreed. Xiang Fei, seeing his obedience, was even more displeased. I never thought Miss Yes' words would carry more weight than mine. The female lead panicked internally. Someone save me. Outside, the male lead paced anxiously. The crown prince approached him. Xiang Fei Nyang is just having a chat with her future daughter-in-law. Why are you so worried? The male lead retorted, I'm not worried. The crown prince chuckled. Badi Mi is sensible. She wouldn't offend Xiang Fei Nyang. You worry too much. The male lead immediately bristled. You seem to know Yang quite well. Are you close? The crown prince smiled faintly, detecting the jealousy in the air. How strange. Even the mighty Ba Wen gets jealous. To appease her future mother-in-law, the female lead baked cupcakes. The male lead, seeing the small cakes, asked, Yang what are these? Cupcakes, she replied. They're sweet treats that women love. If Xiang Fei Nyang likes them, she'll think him skillful and a good wife. She had tossed and turned all night, thinking of ways to please her future mother-in-law. With the help of her AI, she had devised a plan. I also prepared some health supplements for Nyang, things not available in Liang. I originally planned to embroider something, but Nyang has everything. And I couldn't think of anything shed-like. She was about to show him the gifts when he stopped her. He covered her mouth with his hand. The female lead pushed him away in surprise. What's wrong with you? The male lead was touched. He had been worried she'd be upset by his mother's words, but she was actually trying to please her. As expected, Xiang Fei enjoyed the cupcakes and praised the female lead's skills. The female lead finally relaxed. Nyang, if you like them, I'll make them for you often. She had successfully passed the first test with her future mother-in-law. In Ping Hall, Liu Keiqing brought news to the female lead. Although Du Yingrong's son, Yi Zhaoyang, wasn't as skilled in martial arts as Yi Jianchen, he excelled in his studies and Yi Huijing had high hopes for him. Liu Keiqing was worried Du Yingrong would use her son to regain power. The scene shifted to a small house. Du Yingrong, banished from the manor, opened the door. The visitor was her son, Yi Zhaoyang. He explained that Liu Keiqing was watching him closely, and he had snuck out to see her. Du Yingrong seethed. It's all because of Zhu Yang and Liu Keiqing. He's gaining favor. If she becomes Ba Wengfei, she'll ruin Zhao Yang's future. Yi Zhaoyang asked worriedly, what should we do? I heard Zhu Yang has been spending a lot of time at Ping Hall recently. A sinister glint flashed in Du Yingrong's eyes. That's good. We'll start with Ping Hall. Outside Ping Hall, a crowd gathered, accusing the clinic of causing a patient's death. Sujian tried to explain that he had prescribed medicine to a patient 2 days ago, who then died suddenly yesterday. The female lead trusted Sujian's skills and knew he wouldn't make a fatal mistake. Are you sure he died from your medicine? The deceased's wife wailed, of course. My husband was just slightly unwell. He took your medicine and died. Other family members joined in, accusing Ping Hall of malpractice. You call yourselves skilled physicians. You killed my brother-in-law. What about his wife and children? You heartless woman. Give us back our brother-in-law. They started throwing things, creating chaos. The female lead was almost hit by a flying object. She asked Lian Qiao to inform Yi Jianchen. A man swung a club at her. Heartless woman, I'll kill you. But Sujian intervened, pulling her out of the way just in time. Sujian shielded her. Yi Daifu, hide. The female lead knew she couldn't help and urged Sujian to be careful. Suddenly, there was a commotion. A man was kicked against the wall. The rest of the mob was subdued. Sujian, relieved, knelt beside her. Yi Daifu, are you all right? The male lead rushed in and saw the female lead covered in medicinal herbs. He knelt beside her, cupping her face. Yang are you hurt? The female lead shook her head. I'm fine. The male lead gently brushed the herbs off her, a murderous glint in his eyes. Kill them. The female lead stopped him. Yang, no. They did take medicine from Ping Hall. If you kill them, it'll make things worse. The male lead relented. Throw them in jail. The female lead's clinic had been accused of causing a patient's death. The deceased's family caused a ruckus and almost injured the female lead. Enraged, the male lead ordered them imprisoned. The deceased's wife cried out, help. Is there no justice? They killed my husband and now they are arresting us. How can they be so cruel? The onlookers started to murmur. Did Ping Hall really kill someone? I thought Yi Shenyi was so skilled. She's a fraud. She killed someone. Let's go. The male lead's face darkened. Silence. Unless you want to join them in jail. The female lead held his hand. Let me find out what happened. She asked Sujian to examine the remaining medicine and the body. She also drew a blood sample for her AI to analyze. The AI quickly returned the results. She brought out a table and 2 mice. I know what happened. He did take medicine from our clinic, but that's not what killed him. Look, these mice were given the same medicine prescribed by Su Daifu. They are fine. The deceased's wife cried out, then how did my husband die? One of the men pointed at the female lead. This is just a trick. You killed my brother-in-law. The female lead calmly replied, don't be so hasty. She asked Lian Qiao to bring a green tomato. She fed the tomato to one of the mice. It quickly died, while the other mouse remained unharmed. The green tomato reacted with the medicine, creating a toxin. That's what caused his death. The deceased's wife protested, but we don't have green tomatoes. My sister-in-law cooks for us. She always makes soup. Realization dawned on her. She looked at the man beside her. Brother, what's going on? The man stammered, avoiding her gaze. Don't accuse me. I would never harm my brother-in-law. I'll report this to the authorities. The male lead sneered. Slander the Wang Fei. I'll gladly escort you to the authorities. Zixing took them away. The male lead escorted the female lead back to the manor. Seeing her worried expression, he asked, thinking about who did this. The female lead's face was grim. They were willing to sacrifice a life just to frame me. The male lead held her hand tightly. I've seen such tactics my whole life. He pulled her into his arms. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can harm you. Trouble continued to brew. After the incident at Ping An Hall, the female lead's grain store was accused of selling poisoned rice, and other businesses also faced problems. Liu Keiqing informed her that Yi Huijing, upon hearing the news, wanted to summon her for questioning. The male lead stood up. I'll go with you. Zixing rushed in. There's trouble at the palace. The emperor has summoned you. The female lead told him to go. She could handle Yi Huijing. He would likely accuse her of mismanagement and demand control of her businesses. As expected, Yi Huijing immediately reprimanded her for the incidents at her shops. The female lead explained that it was sabotage, and that she and Jiu Ziyang were investigating. Yi Huijing ordered her to hand over her businesses to him. The female lead crossed her arms defiantly. I will handle the incidents. You will not touch my mother's legacy. Yi Huijing's anger flared, his face turning red. He swayed dizzily. Liu Keiqing quickly supported him, giving the female lead a meaningful look. The female lead stepped forward. Father, you're unwell. You should rest. She turned and left. Liu Keiqing informed her that Yi Jiaoyang had been visiting the manor frequently, and Yi Huijing's health had been deteriorating. Later, Yi Jianchen reported that Yi Jiaoyang had met with Du Yingrong and bribed villagers to cause trouble at Ping An Hall and the grain store. Yi Jianchen was furious. Even after being banished, Du Yingrong still tries to harm you. I won't let them get away with this. The female lead stopped him. Brother, wait. We need more evidence. Yi Jianchen also brought news of an illness spreading through the palace. The female lead's eyes widened. Yang is still in the palace. In the palace, the emperor, wearing a mask, anxiously questioned the imperial physicians. Can't any of you do anything? The physicians trembled. Your Majesty, we've never seen this illness before. Seeing the emperor's anger, one physician suggested, Your Majesty, there is one person who might be able to help. Yi Shenyi. The emperor immediately summoned her. The female lead arrived at the palace and went to the 13th prince, who was severely ill with a high fever. This illness is highly contagious. Even my AI can't diagnose it. Leave us. She administered fever reducers and then asked her AI to analyze a blood sample. The GNAO quickly produced results. The target has some kind of positional poison. GNAO began analyzing the toxic components. After a long time, the progress bar only reached. After a while longer, the progress bar froze. Analyzing system domain obstacles. Analyzing system domain obstacles. The female lead typed a command. Continue analysis. An hour later, the analysis finally yielded results. Good heavens. After testing, the toxin in the patient's body is not a conventional pharmaceutical poison. It's a genetic medicine from the future. Could there be someone from my time in this era? GNAO detected that the poison afflicting the 13th prince was indeed a genetic medicine from. The female lead was overjoyed. There's actually someone from my time in this era. Unable to contain her excitement, she asked the male lead to help her find the person who administered the poison. The male lead, puzzled by her unusual behavior, gazed at her intently. Why are your eyes so bright with joy? The female lead fabricated an explanation. It's nothing. I'm just eager to treat the 13th prince. Don't you trust my medical skills? The male lead withdrew his gaze. I naturally trust your medical skills. He then instructed Zixing to investigate the 13th prince's recent food and drink intake. Zixing quickly reported back. The 13th prince's recent daily life has been normal, except for the day he visited the king's mansion and ate 2 pieces of the tribute pastry from Beaming. The female lead's expression changed. How could this be related to Jiu Xian? Could someone be framing her? The male lead ordered the arrest of all kitchen staff involved in preparing the pastries that day and brought the pastries to the female lead. Inside the 8th prince's mansion, Song Daonian's promotion had already been arranged. Zixing brought the remaining kitchen staff for interrogation. Several people knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. The female lead discreetly used GNAO to analyze the pastries. The male lead slammed his hand on the table. With an icy expression, he threatened them. If you don't confess, he'll cut off your fingers one by one. The kneeling figures kowtowed, revealing everything they knew. Dissatisfied with their testimony, the male lead gestured to Zixing to proceed with the torture. The female lead quickly intervened. Iron, stop. They genuinely seem unaware. The male lead softened slightly. Since the princess pleads for you, I'll spare you this time. Get out. The group kowtowed profusely. In the palace, the 13th prince's condition worsened. His weakened body couldn't handle the antidote's effects. The female lead consulted GNAO, which suggested injecting more of the antidote. The female lead exclaimed, wouldn't that kill him? GNAO indicated that only fighting poison with poison could temporarily stabilize the patient. The female lead realized there were no other options and had to take the risk. After injecting another of the antidote, the 13th prince reacted even more violently than before. The female lead could only pray silently for him. 13th brother, you must hold on. If you die, you'll have to be buried with you. I don't want to die in this strange dynasty. The emperor and the 13th prince's mother, Consort Lan, arrived to visit. Consort Lan inquired about his condition. The female lead explained that she could only temporarily suppress the toxicity. Without knowing the poison's source, she couldn't formulate an antidote. Consort Lan burst into tears, pleading with the emperor. The emperor looked helplessly at the female lead. Divine doctor, is there nothing you can do? Just then, the male lead rushed in, seemingly out of breath. He rushed to the female lead's side, anxiously asking, Yanga, are you all right? The female lead was confused. What made you so worried? Seeing she was unharmed, the male lead finally relaxed. He turned to the emperor and reported that the 13th prince had fallen ill after consuming the tribute pastry from beaming at his mansion. He suspected the beaming envoy and requested permission to investigate. The female lead broke out in a cold sweat. He actually admitted it directly. Wasn't he afraid of the emperor and Consort Lan's misunderstanding? The emperor granted his request and inquired about his investigation plan. The male lead responded, a banquet. The emperor, a true drama lover, immediately ordered a banquet for the beaming envoys that night. Then, having second thoughts, he said, since it involves two nations, we can't be too forceful. Are you sure you can uncover the truth? The drama-loving female lead immediately volunteered. Your Majesty, rest assured. I have a plan. A true drama lover, the male lead thought, planning to identify the culprit behind the poisoning at the banquet. The emperor worried that failure to identify the culprit might affect relations between the two nations. The male lead immediately volunteered, claiming he had a solution. Still concerned, the emperor asked, is that true? The male lead looked affectionately at the female lead. If Yanga says she can do it, then she definitely can. The female lead looked at him fondly. This man is always so reassuring. As soon as the emperor left, the male lead approached her without a word. Before the female lead could react, her lips were captured in a kiss, pushing him away. Ouch! That hurts. What do you want? Still not appeased, the male lead pinched her cheek lightly. The female lead was bewildered. Why did you do that? The male lead questioned her. Consort Lan summoned you. Why didn't you inform me? I'm your future husband. Blushing, the female lead retorted, you bit me just because of that. Holding her hand with concern, the male lead said. Zixing exaggerated. The 13th prince just vomited blood. Father and Consort Lan were there. Do you know how worried I was? Touching his face gently, she asked, you rushed over here just because of this, leaning her head against his shoulder. How could I let the 13th prince die? Zixing is talking nonsense. Deduct his salary. Yes, deduct a whole year's worth. On the rooftop, Zixing almost spat out blood, his face twitching. My lady, my salary. Please have mercy. You're using my salary to fuel your generosity. In the palace, the emperor hosted the beaming envoys. The banquet was in full swing. The male lead clapped his hands, and the imperial guards surrounded the envoys. Sensing something was amiss, a beaming envoy asked, Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? He tried to address the emperor, but found him already gone. The male lead gestured, and someone presented a dish. A few days ago, someone sent these pastries to my mansion. I learned they are a beaming specialty. I specifically ordered my chefs to make identical ones for you all to enjoy. It's a gesture of goodwill, a testament to the bond between our nations. The beaming envoys exchanged uneasy glances, wondering what the 8th prince was up to. The male lead continued, my chefs are rather clumsy. They even made a few extra. If any of you unfortunately experience stomach discomfort after eating them, I'll personally apologize. Upon hearing this, the envoys looked at the pastries with apprehension. They aren't fresh anymore, are they? With folded arms and a chilling aura, the male lead questioned. Are you refusing to partake in this gesture of goodwill? A man with a mustache stood up. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? The male lead didn't beat around the bush. Only those who eat these pastries will be allowed to leave the palace tonight. The beaming envoys had no choice, but to eat the pastries with their eyes closed. The male lead turned to the female lead. Your turn. The female lead used GNAO to hypnotize them. Using the hypnotic state, she interrogated them. Who poisoned the pastries? Why did you poison the 13th prince? Where is the antidote? Who knows about this poison? The envoys answered her questions mechanically. They revealed that a higher-up had distributed the poison, giving each of them a portion. The female lead pressed further. Where is the antidote? The mustached man stepped forward. There is no antidote. The lie detector flashed red. The female lead realized this mustached man could resist GNAO's hypnosis. GNAO's alarm blared. Danger approaching. Danger approaching. GNAO suddenly shouted through the human-shaped interface. My lady, be careful. The mustached man suddenly drew a hidden blade and lunged towards the female lead. Just in the nick of time, the male lead crashed through the window. With a single swift move, he disarmed the mustached man. He pulled the female lead into his arms, covering her eyes. Don't look. Oh my god, that's so cool. Just as the mustached man was about to stab the female lead, the male lead burst through the window, disarming him with a single move. He shielded the female lead in his embrace, covering her eyes. How dare you touch my woman? You're courting death. The female lead pulled his hand away. How did you know I was in danger? The male lead glanced at the strange device on the table. Did you think I'd let you face so many enemies alone? The female lead interrogated the mustached man. Tell me, who gave you the poison? As the mustached man tried to bite his tongue to commit suicide, the male lead stepped on his face. The female lead tried another tactic. If you tell us who ordered you to do this, I'll bring your brother here. With my medical skills, he can recover within 6 months at most. The mustached man hesitated. Are you serious? The male lead threatened fiercely. Speak. Or I'll cripple your legs as well. The mustached man finally broke. All right, I'll talk. It was our national teacher who provided the poison. The female lead pondered. Could the beaming national teacher also be a transmigrator like me? To be able to create such advanced medicine, could they also have a system, a GNAO like mine? The male lead noticed her sudden silence and looked at her with a complex expression. Excited by the possibility of finding a fellow transmigrator, the female lead didn't notice the male lead's gaze. She continued questioning the mustached man. Who is the beaming national teacher? Male or female? How old? This time, the mustached man refused to divulge any further information. The male lead advised her to stop asking. The national teacher controls beaming's politics. Even their king respects them greatly. He won't reveal anything about the national teacher's identity. Still unwilling to give up, the female lead pressed. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? An entire envoy of hundreds poisoned. What about your family? The mustached man's face was ashen. Beaming wants me dead, so I must die. At least they will take care of my wife and children. My parents can also receive compensation. I am a beaming warrior. The female lead massaged her temples in frustration. These ancient people are so stubborn. Is there anything more important than life? The mustached man lay weakly on the ground, saying to the female lead, you are truly a kind-hearted lady. I wanted to kill you, yet you still wanted to save me. He continued haltingly, beaming didn't just poison the palace. Many commoners in the capital have also been poisoned. Only the national teacher has the antidote. The male lead was furious. Beaming dares to harm my people. I will make them pay for this. The female lead gently embraced him. Ian, calm down. The male lead calmed down. I'll report this to father. The female lead took his hand. I want to see the poisoned citizens. The male lead refused without hesitation. No. It's too dangerous. He couldn't fully trust the mustached man's words, and couldn't risk her safety again. Absolutely not. He said firmly, leaving no room for discussion. Zixing, escort the princess back to the mansion. Without my permission, she is not to leave. Despite her advanced technology, the female lead was overpowered. Worried about the citizens, she wanted to treat them, but the male lead forced her back to the mansion. The female lead tried to reason with Zixing. Think carefully, Zixing. This concerns the safety of the entire capital's population. Do you want your lord to be remembered as a heartless tyrant? Zixing, long accustomed to such situations, remained impassive. My lady, my only duty is to obey the prince's orders. Unless he commands otherwise, I will not disobey. The female lead smiled. Well, there's no need for that. She summoned Gnao. Neutralize Zixing, don't harm him. Moments later, a group of guards collapsed. The female lead exclaimed. So that's how many people Jiu Xian sends to watch me. Covering her mouth, she whispered, the prince really cares about my safety. Inside the capital, the poisoned citizens were quarantined. They lay on the ground, listless and hopeless. The female lead arrived with a medical kit. I am Physician Yi from Pingan Clinic. The apathetic crowd instantly came alive, cheering. It's the 8th princess. The court hasn't abandoned us. The 8th prince's mansion sent someone to see us. Well, be saved. Physician Yi is a miracle worker. There's no disease she can't cure. The female lead reassured them. I'm here on the prince's orders to treat you. Have faith in him, and you'll all be all right. She instructed Lianxia to distribute medicine. These will temporarily suppress your symptoms. I will develop an antidote as quickly as possible. Moved by her compassion, the grateful citizens comforted her in return. With a serious gaze, the female lead asked, the incident at Pingan Clinic a few days ago, aren't you afraid? A man stood up. We know someone framed Physician Yi. Even so, you still came to treat us. We absolutely trust you. A woman next to him added, let's kowtow to Physician Yi. The crowd knelt, kowtowing and apologizing. Thank you, Physician Yi. May Physician Yi be blessed. Long live Physician Yi. May Physician Yi and the 8th prince live happily ever after. Witnessing this touching scene from afar, the male lead stopped in his tracks. She truly is the woman most deserving to stand by my side. Zixing approached him. Your Highness, should we go over? Perhaps we shouldn't disturb her. We should have men protect her. There might be desperate individuals among the refugees. The female lead had just finished and was about to leave when Lianxiao exclaimed excitedly, my lady. The prince is here. The female lead, seeing him approach, braced herself. Ignoring her, the male lead addressed Zixing. You failed to protect the princess. You will be punished. Zixing immediately knelt, accepting his punishment. The female lead rushed forward and grabbed the male lead's arm. Ian, don't. I know I was wrong. Maintaining a stern demeanor, the male lead stated. The princess must understand the gravity of her mistake. With wide, pleading eyes, the female lead begged, don't punish Zixing, I'll listen to you from now on. The male lead suppressed a smile. Do you mean it? The female lead swore, pointing to the sky. I swear, as long as you don't punish Zixing. The male lead continued the act. Since the princess pleads for you, you are spared. You may leave. Zixing calmly withdrew, thinking to himself, thank you, my lady. My life was spared thanks to your acting. You are still too naive. What is it like having a boyfriend who always wants to be close? The male lead swiftly lifted the female lead into his arms. Startled, she exclaimed to Lianxia below, Lianxia, take the box home first. They landed on a tree branch. He removed their masks. Looking down at her, he kissed her deeply before gently releasing her. Is treating those people so important that you disobeyed me? I even went to plead with the emperor on your behalf, all for you. The male lead gazed intently at her. He had noticed her unusual interest in the poison's origin. Feeling guilty, she wanted to tell him everything, but it wasn't the right time. Ian, just wait a little longer. Back at the mansion, Lianxia waited anxiously outside with the box. Yi Huijing, having learned of their visit to the infected area, refused them entry, claiming they might spread the disease. The female lead gritted her teeth. It's getting late. Well, rest at Pingan Clinic and deal with him tomorrow. She could tolerate it, but the male lead couldn't. Kicking the door open, he carried the female lead inside. Yi Huijing rushed out and started berating the female lead. You ungrateful child. Not only did you get infected, but you also want to bring the disease home. Do you have no regard for our lives? The male lead stepped forward. Yang went to treat the sick on the emperor's orders. You dare to deny her entry. Are you defying the imperial decree? The female lead's eyes widened. He's making that up. How dare he? Yi Huijing was instantly speechless, thinking, even the emperor's decree. He's too bold. He was basking in the emperor's favor, and wouldn't dare question it. The male lead said coldly. I'd like to see how you justify this. Lianxia, give the box of samples to Lord Yi. Let him contemplate the imperial decree. Trembling, Yi Huijing took the box. The male lead put a hand on his shoulder, lowering his voice menacingly. The imperial decree is one thing. But mistreating my princess, whom I personally escorted back, is another. How will you atone for this? Yi Huijing pleaded desperately. Your Highness, spare me. The male lead looked at the smirking female lead. Yang, how should I punish him? Yi Huijing quickly explained. Your Highness, I was only trying to. The female lead interrupted. I am still his daughter. How can he be punished? Yi Huijing sighed in relief. I knew Yang was filial. The female lead continued, therefore, my husband should decide his punishment. The male lead readily agreed. I haven't decided yet. Lord Yi, please kneel here and wait for my verdict. Yi Huijing gritted his teeth, lamenting his fate. What did I do in my past life to deserve such a daughter, and such a son-in-law? As expected, the emperor ordered the male lead to lead troops against Beiming. The female lead immediately expressed her desire to join him. However, despite seemingly agreeing the previous day, the male lead now feigned ignorance. When did I agree to that? Speechless, the female lead retorted. You promised. The male lead teased, even what? Blushing, the female lead clenched her fists. I even kissed you. Are you going back on your word now? The male lead's expression turned serious. I might agree, but you must answer a question first. The female lead became nervous, wondering if he had discovered her secret. What question? The male lead stared intently at her. What do you really want to do in Beiming? What is it about Beiming that draws you so strongly? Avoiding his question, the female lead tugged at his sleeve, pleading, staying here is dangerous. Yi Huijing might try to harm me while you're gone. Please take me with you. Please. Unmoved, the male lead insisted. Zixing will stay to protect you. The female lead continued to plead. But I don't want to be separated from you. She embraced him tightly. Can I go with you now? However, the male lead remained resolute. Frustrated, the female lead punched him lightly. If you weren't going to agree, why did you kiss me back? The male lead caressed her face. What's wrong with kissing my wife? Seeing her soft approach fail, the female lead resorted to threats. If you don't take me, I'll ask my brother. He'll definitely take me. The male lead grabbed her hand, warning. Yi Jian, if I don't agree, no one can take you. Ever since the 13th prince's poisoning, you've been acting strangely. Obsessed with Beiming, your strange gadgets, that white box during the interrogation. Yi Jian, who are you really? The female lead struggled to pull her hand back. Are you crazy? You're hurting me. He pinned her beneath him, his gaze intense. I want to hurt you. I've been too lenient. Can't you tell me the truth? The female lead insisted tearfully, I've been telling the truth. The male lead growled. Yi Jian, give up. I will never let you go to Beiming. The female lead tugged at his clothes, pleading, I must go to Beiming. Please, just this once please. The male lead said coldly. Yi Jian, behave yourself. If you try to escape before I return, I can't guarantee Yi Jiancheng's safety. The female lead wept silently. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to hide it from you. I just need to figure things out. Once I go to Beiming and understand everything, I'll tell you everything. Iron, wait for me, okay. What is it like having a brother-in-law like this? While the female lead wept over the male lead's refusal, that night, Kongye was heartbroken. Tell your brother the truth, did the 8th prince bully you too? The female lead explained that Jiuqi hadn't bullied her. They just bickered about going to beaming. Bian Jian silently stroked her head, comforting her. He had already planned to take her on the expedition. The female lead instantly broke into a smile. As expected, my brother is the best. Yi Jianqing prepared a soldier's uniform for her. Since there were no women in the army, she needed to disguise herself along the way. Just then, an angry voice came from outside. Yi Jianqing, how dare you? The female lead's face paled, and she hurriedly tried to hide the clothes. The male lead grabbed the clothes. Yi Jianqing, you've served for many years. Don't you understand the iron law of no women in the army? It seems you've grown too comfortable, and want to experience military law. Yi Jianqing knelt down, admitting his fault. But she was his only sister. Last time, she returned in a wheelchair. This time, he had to take her with him no matter what. The male lead retorted, she's already recovered. That was luck. What if he hadn't been able to heal his leg? What if, when you and Jianqing return from beaming, you see her corpse? The male lead's heart clenched. I'll make the entire Wunan Marquisate pay for it. Then can your highness bring her back from the dead? Yi Jianqing's resolve was unprecedentedly firm. I've decided. Whether your highness takes me or not, they'll take her away. I can't take any risks. The male lead fell silent. After a moment, he said to Yi Jianqing, you go out first. I want to talk to Yang alone. Alone with her, the male lead stared intensely. He only wanted to know one thing. Why? The female lead explained that her trip to beaming concerned her origins. Only after investigating clearly could she tell him everything. The male lead held her hand and finally voiced his deepest fear. Then will you come back? The female lead's heart tightened. Even she didn't know. How could she choose between going home and staying here? Squeezing his hand, she choked out, I will come back. The male lead sighed. Yanga, it's me who's inferior. Before her, he was always the lesser one. He pulled out a token. The emperor had agreed to let her join the army as a medical officer. The female lead realized it must have been he who persuaded the emperor. How could she let her do so much for her? The male lead pulled her into his embrace. I just want you by my side. Yanga, I can wait. Wait for the day you're willing to tell me the truth. Just promise me. Hearing that the female lead was joining the expedition to beaming, Yi Huijing spitefully sent 2 hard pillows and a pot of clear porridge, ostensibly to help her acclimate to the hardships of the march. The female lead, fuming, was plotting her revenge when the chess-obsessed male lead made his move. 8th Prince Yi Huijing has bestowed upon Missy a roasted 8 treasure duck, a stack of honey-glazed barbecued pork, and a steamed fish in sweet and sour sauce. A servant announced. The lavish display drew curious glances from the entire marquisate. Lian Xiao was ecstatic. Miss, the prince rewarded you handsomely. The whole street is talking about it. The marquisate is so poor they can't even afford to marry off their daughters. Looking at the spread, the female lead declared, even if he is my future husband's, we will enjoy it. Lian Xiao grinned. The marquis's face must be priceless right now. Priceless indeed. Yi Huijing was practically in tears. Zixing delivered takeout to the Wunan Marquisate. Marquis Yi, I heard you were curious about army rations. Prince Jing specially prepared these 2 dishes for you. Enjoy. Yi Huijing choked down the bowl of grass and mud soup, inwardly cursing himself for provoking the female lead. Before he could digest the delicacies, the female lead dealt him another blow. She instructed Lianxia to pack all her belongings from the marquisate. Rushing over, Yi Huijing found the room stripped bare, even the bedposts dismantled. Yi Huijing forced a smile. Although you're joining the army, Yanga, you don't need to take everything. The female lead ignored him. It's Liang Qiao's. What's it to you? She yawned. I'm in a hurry, so we'll be going now. Yi Huijing collapsed onto the bed in frustration, only to land on the unforgiving hard pillows. Damn Yi Jianqing. He even took the mattress. This is all the marquisite's property. In the Pingan Hall, the Su family stared at the courtyard full of furniture in disbelief. The female lead explained that it belonged to Lianxia. Su Jian was even more shocked. A maid has so many possessions. The female lead stated firmly that her things were Liang Qiao's and that Lian Xiao wasn't a maid, but her sister. Su Jian sighed. You're so good to others. Why can't you be nicer to Jiu Qi? A few days earlier, the male lead had visited Su Jian at night, distraught. Su Jian had never seen him so devastated. He wouldn't say anything, only kept calling her name. Su Jian spread his arms. That night, he almost beat me to death trying to force my memories of her to return. Please, Divine Dr. Yi, have mercy on me. Don't let His Highness suffer anymore. A lovesick man is truly terrifying. The female lead mumbled, it won't happen again. Then she handed him a medical book. This is my last gift to you. If you have the chance, please find Lian Xiao a good husband, so she can live a peaceful life. Across the wall, the two men looked grave. Zixing scratched his head. Your Highness, why does it sound like Miss Yi is making final arrangements? The male lead exploded. Insolent. The female lead heard the commotion next door. When they went over, only Zixing remained. The male lead recognized Jiu Xi's voice. He couldn't be mistaken. He must have heard their conversation. He was so intelligent, he must have understood her meaning. What should he do? A medical doctor from the year, she had transmigrated to this world after an accident. In this strange world, she not only became a divine doctor, healing the sick and saving lives, but also found love. However, just as they were about to marry, she discovered a futuristic book from. Could there be someone from her time in this era? Late at night, the female lead lay in bed, lost in thought. Tomorrow, she would depart for beaming with the army to seek the truth. If she found a way back, would she leave everything behind? With deep worries, she drifted off to sleep. But in her half-slumber, she felt someone stroking her face. It was him. He had been drinking again. The female lead held her breath, pretending to sleep. The male lead opened the small leaf-shaped lamp she had given him. Its soft light illuminated her delicate features. He caressed her cheek again, his voice choked with emotion. Yanga, who are you really? Perhaps he already had a premonition that this trip to beaming would be their last. That was why he had tried so hard to prevent her from coming. He had already seen through her disguise as the daughter of the Wunan Marquisate. If she was just a wandering soul residing in this body, how much longer could he keep her? If she left, where in this vast world could he find her again? The female lead's heart ached as she felt him silently shed tears. His voice came again, is beaming your home? Were you from beaming before? Unable to bear it any longer, she grabbed his hand and pressed it to her face. Ian, please don't be angry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have kept it from you. The male lead pulled her into a tight embrace. Yanga, don't cry. How could I be angry with you? Early the next morning, the female lead waited at the city gates to join the army. The streets were bustling with well-wishers. The male lead, clad in armor, rode towards her. He extended his hand, inviting her to mount his horse. Blushing crimson under everyone's gaze, the female lead demurred. Everyone's watching. I'll just follow behind the troops. The male lead dismounted and walked to her. The people are here to see you off. Won't you greet them? The female lead was surprised. She had thought they were there to see the army off. He gestured behind her. The female lead followed his gaze, and saw numerous banners strung across the bridge. As they saw her, the people knelt down, chanting, "Eighth Prince, please take care of our divine Dr. Yi." The female lead was deeply moved. The male lead, holding her close, announced, "Rest assured, everyone, I will protect divine Dr. Yi. I won't let a single hair on her head be harmed." The army began to march. Sitting at the front, the female lead felt self-conscious. She sat ramrod straight, afraid of leaning against him and inviting gossip. The male lead chuckled. Your back will ache if you keep that up. The female lead blushed. You just want to take advantage of me. Soon enough, she regretted her words. Her back was killing her. The male lead gently pulled her against him. Is this better? Blushing, she whispered, let me down and walk with the soldiers. I'm a medic. Riding with you will invite gossip. The male lead nuzzled her cheek playfully. Let them talk. I've been pampered since childhood. Upon hearing his sister had joined the male lead's army, Yi Jianqing panicked. No, absolutely not. He rushed to the scene, only to be stopped by Zixing. General Yi, His Highness has already retired. Please come back tomorrow. Yi Jianqing stomped his foot. Zixing. How could he do this? Zixing was confused. It's late. What else is there to do but rest? Yi Jiancheng was fuming, but as a subordinate, he couldn't barge into the commander's tent. Moments later, he climbed a nearby tree, glaring at the tent. Sensing the intense gaze, the male lead smiled. He pulled the female lead closer. Younger, what brings you here so late? Confused by his sudden action, the female lead stammered, Jiu Xian, what are you doing? You just told me to go back to sleep. The male lead smiled. Younger is my wife. Naturally, she should sleep with me. The female lead rolled her eyes. Are you crazy? The male lead grasped her chin. Younger is being disrespectful to the commander. Do you want to be court-martialed? The female lead blushed. He was definitely flirting, and driving a very dirty carriage at that. She grabbed his hand. I came to discuss following the army tomorrow. Riding with you will cause gossip. The male lead turned serious. If she didn't ride with him, he would worry about her safety, which would be even more distracting. Younger, please don't worry me, okay? The female lead felt guilty for keeping secrets and causing him trouble. He would rather torment himself than blame her and continued to treat her with unwavering kindness. This made her feel even worse. She hugged his shoulders, pleading, you care about me, and I care about you. I don't want others to speak ill of you. Iron, trust me. I have a way to handle this. I won't let you worry, okay? Unable to resist her plea, he agreed. The male lead pulled her into a kiss. Up in the tree, Yi Jiancheng tore at his hair. Jiu Xian, you scoundrel. Moments later, the female lead left the commander's tent. The male lead parted the curtains and addressed the figure in the tree. General Yi, instead of being a peeping Tom, shouldn't you go back and rest? Yi Jiancheng snorted. I hope your highness will be this proper in the future. The male lead sipped his tea. Then your sister will cry. She'll have to keep her chastity after marrying me. Yi Jiancheng gritted his teeth. I don't care what you do after marriage, but before I give Yang away, I won't allow you to cross the line. The two glared at each other. On her way back, the female lead spotted Yi Jiancheng in the tree. Brother, what are you doing up there? Yi Jiancheng's face was expressionless. Bird watching. The female lead didn't press him. Okay, then. I'm going back to sleep. Do you know how advanced technology will be in? This is a warp device, a technological product from. It's widely used in various industries, essentially replacing traditional transportation. The advantages of the warp device are high speed. What's its name? High safety. Just a single step. Can achieve instantaneous travel. Connect to the brain-computer interface. Check the inventory for warp devices. Found, Daddy. Which model do you want? The invisible one, perfect for stealth. Install the invisible warp device on the wheelchair. Click the system to activate the launch. Time. In a blink, the female lead and the wheelchair vanished. The male lead's heart leaped. Before he could react, the female lead reappeared. Iron, what are you doing here? I couldn't sleep, so I came to check on you. He reached out to touch her but was blocked by an invisible barrier. The female lead discreetly deactivated the device. The male lead's eyes widened in amazement. Younger, what was that? The female lead lifted her chin proudly. This is the trick I mentioned that won't slow you down. You didn't see it clearly. I'll show you again. Whoosh, she disappeared. Iron, I'm here. Whoosh, she reappeared. I'm back. The male lead pulled her into a tight embrace, whispering, thank goodness I brought you along. If he had doubted her and left her behind, with this artifact, she could have gone to beaming anytime. Then where in this vast world would he find her? Sensing his worry, the female lead held his hand and reassured him, so I wasn't lying. Even with this ability, I wouldn't leave without telling you. Wherever I go, I only want to be with you. A casual promise, yet it held immense weight. He had always been the one compromising. This time, he was willing to change his principles for her. The male lead touched the wheelchair thoughtfully. What was that invisible thing? Unsure how to explain, the female lead showed him the system. Just think of it as a type of magic. The male lead touched the system. Just when she thought he would ask more, he remained silent. Iron, don't you have any questions? The male lead pondered. Yes. Is this thing safe? Do you need royal guards? Zixing is good, but in a critical situation, his life. Before he could finish, the female lead threw herself into his arms, burying her face in his chest, feeling his heartbeat. He truly loved her. Faced with such a miraculous thing, he didn't question her origins, but worried about her safety. She held him tighter. The following is our favorite scene. Let's take a break and see you in the next episode. What's it like to have a modern girlfriend? In a small grove, the female lead demonstrated the futuristic warp device. The enamored couple couldn't resist some cuddling. Moments later, the male lead spoke. Yanga, I want. The female lead blushed. You want to do it? No? We can't. Absolutely not. The male lead pulled her closer, his voice low. Yanga, what are you thinking? I wanted to ask if you could make more of these. The female lead's blush deepened. Oh, that's what you meant. Of course. As many as you want. The male lead grinned. It seems my lack of progress has disappointed you. The female lead punched him playfully. Jiuxian, you pervert. To better explain, the female lead claimed the warp device was a gadget she invented while imprisoned in the Nongzhuang. The male lead wanted warp devices to equip an advance force and catch beaming off guard. The female lead's heart skipped a beat. As the strategist, she would naturally lead the advance force. I want to go too. The male lead nodded. Learning from last time, the female lead was prepared. Then write me a guarantee, so you don't go back on your word later. The male lead chuckled. Even with a written guarantee, I could still find a way to leave you behind if I really didn't want you to come. The female lead pinned him down. Jiuxian, you're a lying scoundrel. Lying beneath her, the male lead's expression became complex. The female lead froze, realizing something had shifted between them. Blushing furiously, she stammered, Jiuxian, you're shameless. The male lead sat up calmly. Yanga, that's unreasonable. You clearly seduced me, yet you blame me. The female lead covered her face and pushed him away. The next day, they informed Yi Jiancheng of their plan, and that they would return to the Nongzhuang to retrieve the artifacts. Before leaving, the male lead held the female lead and instructed, General Yi, please look after her for me. Yi Jiancheng scowled. Seeing his soft-spoken sister held in another man's arms made him uncomfortable. The female lead activated the device, opening a protective shield and activating the temperature control. Despite the speed, no cold wind whipped their faces. The male lead marveled. It's incredible. The female lead smiled. There's more. She adjusted the settings again. The seats slowly transformed into comfortable, gel-like cushions. The male lead sighed. No wonder Yanga prefers this. It's much more comfortable than riding. The female lead complained, riding made my thighs and bottom sore. Without hesitation, the male lead reached out. Let me massage them for you. The female lead dodged him. Why do you always take the opportunity to be a rogue? Ji Lao sighed from the sidelines. They're over 100 chapters in and still haven't done it. Is this some kind of slow burn torture? It was the first time the man saw the place where his beloved had once lived. Some straw was scattered haphazardly on the ground, and a tattered bundle lay beside it. Fury ignited within the male lead. I've been too lenient with Wu Nanhu. While comforting her, the female lead mentally lit a candle for Yi Huijin. Yi Huijin, you're on your own. The male lead, initially clueless about the saint's path, was guided by the female lead. System, locate an acceleration device and a flight device. These toy-like things are acceleration devices from the future. They can become completely invisible by adapting to rapidly changing environments. The male lead's eyes lit up. Completely invisible. So we could charge into the enemy camp undetected. The female lead confirmed that the incendiary device would be ready by nightfall. The male lead embraced her from behind. My dear, when our army triumphs, you'll tell my father everything and reward you handsomely. The female lead turned her head. Let's keep it a secret. I don't want people saying the dignified 8th prince is a kept man. He tightened his embrace. If it's for you, I wouldn't mind being a kept man forever. The male lead retrieved a multifaceted object from the box. This is called a flight device. Just attach it to your body, and you can soar through the sky like a bird. The male lead voiced his concern. If such technology falls into enemy hands, the consequences would be dire. The female lead reassured him confidently. Don't worry. The flight device has retinal recognition. It will only work for the first person who sees it. Shocked and puzzled, the male lead asked, with such advanced technology, why did you let yourself be bullied back then? The female lead was speechless. The male lead looked at her with amusement. I have plenty of time. The female lead realized her lies were now a joke. The male lead cupped her face reassuringly. I wasn't trying to trick you, just wanted to understand you better. The female lead blurted out, so, do you understand me now? The male lead gently stroked her head. Moments later, looking at the large box, the male lead said, how are we going to carry this back? Seeing the female lead murmur that she had a way, the male lead turned and said, you'll find some food nearby. Understanding he was giving her space, the female lead stopped him. You don't have to avoid me. Just don't treat me like a monster. She then summoned her AI system and stored the box. Witnessing the AI for the first time, the female lead explained it was an invisible storage space, hoping he wouldn't think she was a monster and kill her. The male lead embraced her. Why would I kill you? I cherish you. I understand now. Yanga must be a gift from heaven, creating artifacts for the army, yet accused of illicit affairs. How preposterous. Two deputy generals were stealthily approaching the commander's tent. Yi Jiancheng stopped them with his sword. They claimed to have urgent business with the commander. Yi Jiancheng said the prince was resting and he could relay their message. One of them sneered, General Yi acts so important. But your sister isn't officially part of the 8th prince's household yet. Better let us see the prince. Yi Jiancheng's deputy, enraged, grabbed the man's nose. What did you say? The man continued mockingly, am I wrong? General Yes' rapid rise is due to the emperor's favor for his sister, now the unofficial consort of the idle 8th prince. Before he could finish, Yi Jiancheng's deputy kicked him to the ground. My brother earned his position through hard work and dedication. He relies on no one. Yi Jiancheng calmly intervened. Stop. The other deputy helped the man up. Look, General Yi and his deputy, good cop, bad cop. Let us see the 8th prince. They then shouted towards the tent, demanding the prince address them. Soldiers gathered, wondering what the commotion was about. Rumors spread of General Yi allowing his deputy to assault someone. The assaulted deputy yelled, why won't the prince come out? Is he even in there? Soldiers murmured, entering the commander's tent without permission is a capital offense. The crowd grew restless. The deputy smirked at Yi Jiancheng. General Yi, why don't you let us in to see the prince? Yi Jiancheng crossed his sword before them. I dare anyone to try. I, Yi Jiancheng, will stand here and see who dares cross this line. A deep voice came from within the tent. Who's causing a ruckus outside? The male lead opened the tent flap and emerged. Who wants to enter my tent? They dropped to their knees, shouting their grievances. The male lead looked down at them, a chilling smile on his face. So you too have complaints? Speak. They stammered, claiming they were concerned about his health. He looked down at them. So you entered my tent without permission out of concern. They insisted they'd heard he was unwell and came to check on him. The male lead, tired of their lies, ordered them flogged with lashes. The beaten deputy cried out, Your Highness, we were worried about your well-being. We didn't expect to find you with a woman. And General Yi guarding the tent. What were you doing? Shouldn't we report this to the emperor? The female lead was furious. He practically accused them of having an affair right in front of her. The male lead smiled. And what does this deputy think I was doing in my tent? The man pressed on, I wouldn't dare speculate, but there are rules. If the commander is indulging in pleasures and neglecting his duties, I must report this to the emperor. The male lead wasn't having it. You don't have to wait. I'll personally escort you Li to the emperor. The man's face paled. Your Highness, please reconsider. The male lead addressed the soldiers. Anyone else want to join him on this trip to the capital? Step forward. Silence fell over the crowd. The male lead continued, I was going to wait, but it seems I must reveal this now. How to make ancient soldiers happy with future tech. When the male lead mentioned the female lead's invention of powerful artifacts, the accusing deputy scoffed. What can a weak woman create? The male lead sneered. Let me show you. He instructed Yi Jiancheng, Zixing, and 3 soldiers to enter his tent. Moments later, several large spheres rolled out. They activated the acceleration devices and rammed into the accusing deputy, knocking him to the ground. He lay there, nose bleeding, clutching his head. Zixing was ecstatic, having never seen such technology. Yi Jiancheng, however, was thoughtful. The acceleration devices reminded him of a past opponent. Coupled with his sister's knowledge of beaming technology, he felt uneasy. News spread that the commander was selecting soldiers for the vanguard. Soldiers eagerly volunteered. The male lead announced that vanguard soldiers must be exceptional, able to withstand at least 3 rounds against Yi Jiancheng. Many soldiers lost their enthusiasm. General Yi is too strong. That standard is impossible. The male lead's eyes sharpened. If you can't even last 3 rounds, you're just asking to die at the hands of beaming. The female lead swelled with pride. This was her man. Meanwhile, a dark figure choked a man. The man was the accusing deputy, a spy for the enemy. He was ordered to challenge Yi Jiancheng and infiltrate the vanguard. Zixing, leading the shadow guard, found the female lead and requested more acceleration devices on the prince's orders. The female lead was surprised. The involvement of the shadow guard suggested something more was happening. The beaten deputy was challenging Yi Jiancheng. They fought fiercely, and the male lead observed intently. He's quite skilled, even after last night's beating. The female lead asked, "Do you suspect spies within our ranks? Is that why Zixing and the shadow guard are involved?" The male lead nodded. "It's best to be cautious." Yi Jiancheng recognized the deputy. "It's you. I thought Yao deserted." The man scrambled back. "No, sir. I want to join the vanguard." The male lead stepped forward. "Good. You didn't run." The man knelt. "Your Highness." The male lead glanced at his sword. "Nice sword. Let me see it." Confused, the man presented his sword. The male lead took the sword and swiftly beheaded the man. Silence descended upon the training grounds. The female lead covered her mouth in shock. The male lead tossed the sword aside. Trespassing in the commander's tent, insulting the commander. Execution. The female lead's heart pounded. She almost forgot he was the feared god of war. Jealous because your girlfriend is too popular. The female lead's reputation soared after the incident. Soldiers fetched water and brought her wildflowers. The male lead appeared, and the soldiers quickly dispersed. He handed her a package. She opened it to find wild plums. The male lead claimed his subordinates picked them. The female lead picked up a jujube. There are no jujube trees for miles. Did you secretly buy these to trick me? He cleared his throat awkwardly. You've been getting along well with my soldiers. The female lead wondered if he was jealous. She offered him a plum. Your Highness is gaining prestige in the army. Even the soldiers treat me with more respect now. Pleased, the male lead listened as she continued. Haven't you noticed the increased patrols around your tent? They even questioned me twice. The male lead's eyes lit up. When did wolves come near my tent? Twice. I need to teach those brats a lesson. They dare stop my wife. So many missed opportunities. The female lead blushed. What was he thinking? He leaned closer. Thinking of you, of course. Flustered, she pulled away. I was just wandering around and accidentally ended up near your tent. He smiled. So you've memorized the route to my tent. Blushing, she turned to leave. He whispered in her ear, next time, he'll give you a special pass, all right. She swatted his hand away. Why would I need to go to your tent? I have my own. Let go. He laughed, amused by her reaction, and kissed her cheek. Meanwhile, Zixing met Yi Jiancheng Li from beaming. Yi Jiancheng explained that a hidden beaming outpost existed Li from their current location. Zixing exclaimed, that explains how you always return safely. Yi Jiancheng ordered his troops to prepare for attack. Unaware beaming soldiers boasted, I heard the Liang Emperor sent his useless son. He must be crazy. I hear that Liang Prince is a fool. They say he's been carousing all the way here. Another soldier added, we'll crush them with our national advisor. He'll take that Liang Prince's head as a trophy. Before he finished, his head flew off. The other soldiers stared in shock. Yi Jiancheng and his men shouted, insulting our commander. Death for our Da Liang. Kill these beaming thieves. The unprepared beaming soldiers were quickly slaughtered. Yi Jiancheng, standing on a pile of corpses, ordered the heads of the enemy generals and the boastful soldiers displayed on the city gates. The beaming national advisor finally appeared. A messenger informed the beaming king of the border city's fall. Yi Jiancheng has breached our defenses. The king panicked and summoned the national advisor. The long-haired man before him was the legendary advisor. The king was incredulous. How could Yi Jiancheng reach our camp overnight? The advisor mused, a month's journey covered in a single night. That's beyond human capability. The king worried, could the heavens be favoring Da Liang? The advisor smiled. Fear not, your majesty. The heavens favor beaming. He gazed towards Da Liang. Is it you? News of the victory reached the male lead's camp, and everyone rejoiced. General Yi is our war god. The female lead felt a surge of pride she'd never experienced in her own time. She reflected on the past few months. Returning to her own time wasn't so appealing anymore. The male lead, seeing her pride, imagined it directed at him had he led the charge. Dismiss. General Yi has earned a feast. After the deputies left, the male lead showed the female lead a letter from Yi Jiancheng. Touched, she said, my brother is so thoughtful, even while at war. The male lead pinched her nose playfully. Am I not good to you? She nuzzled his face. She knew he cared for her. He pinched her cheek. She realized he was jealous of his own brother. She leaned closer. Is this better, my dear eighth prince? He pulled her into a hug. I know what you're all waiting for. Be patient. The next chapter will be spicy. The female lead went to the kitchen, and found the feast was just some simple pork. Seeing the soldiers' delight, she realized how meager their usual meals were. She entered the male lead's tent and saw his simple meal, realizing the roasted chicken she'd been enjoying was hunted by Jiu Xian. She understood why he hadn't wanted her to join him. Life on the campaign was harsh. He embraced her and promised better food in the next town. The female lead had an idea. She asked him to distract the cooks while she went to the kitchen. She instructed the cooks to gather eggs and sugar. The cooks were perplexed. These ingredients were precious and difficult to transport. Were they to be wasted? The head cook protested. Young lady, please leave the cooking to us. She patiently explained her recipe would improve their meals. The cook suspected she was being selfish. Surely, they couldn't afford such luxuries while at war, but the soldiers supported her. Miss Yi is not like that. We trust her. Jealous that she was cooking for his men and not him, the male lead sulked in his tent. The female lead presented the finished dish. The male lead looked at the pastry-like food. What is this? She offered it to the deputies. Compressed biscuits. They took a bite and their eyes widened. Delicious. Sweet but not greasy, firm but not hard. Missy is not only beautiful but a talented cook. One deputy continued to stuff his face. The female lead warned him not to eat too much. The deputy confidently patted his belly. These are nothing. I can eat a whole plate. She offered him water. Drink some and see. After drinking, they all started to feel full. The boastful deputy suddenly felt bloated and begged the female lead for help. Amused, she assured him it would pass after digestion. The male lead examined a biscuit. Such a small thing can fill a grown man. The female lead winked. Is there anything I can't do? The biscuits were a hit, even the head cook was impressed. The female lead shared the recipe and focused on preserved food. She needed a canning machine. She summoned her AI and materialized a prototype. The machines worked tirelessly for 3 days and nights. The first batch of canned food was ready. She distributed 2 cans to each soldier, promising more later. The soldiers cheered. Meat every day. Their morale boosted. They secretly brought the female lead game they hunted, taking care of her in small ways. Soldiers even fanned her while she sat outside. The male lead, observing this, grew increasingly uneasy. He couldn't bear it anymore. He strode forward, ignoring the soldiers, and swept her into his arms. He carried her towards his tent. She barely had time to react. Before she knew it, she was pinned beneath him. Seeing his crazed expression, she wondered if he'd been poisoned. Perhaps she should inject him with an antidote. He looked at her intensely. I want you. Shocked, she pushed him away. Are you insane? He gripped her wrists tightly, desire in his eyes. We're married. Why not? He quickly removed his outer robe. She bit her lip, tears falling, bringing him back to his senses. Horrified by his actions, he embraced her and apologized profusely. She explained she wasn't refusing him, just worried about gossip. His eyes filled with hurt. He confessed he'd acted impulsively out of jealousy, seeing her surrounded by his soldiers. She embraced him. I'm not ready yet. If you're willing to wait, until we reach the capital, she whispered, blushing deeply. Overjoyed, he grasped her hand. Are you serious? She nodded shyly. He kissed her passionately. Hang in there. Spicy times are coming soon. The couple was embracing. A voice called from outside. Miss Yi, are you asleep? I made spicy rabbit heads. And clear soup for you. The almost kiss was interrupted. She brought in the food. He grabbed a rabbit head. I'm not drinking the soup. She shrugged. Suit yourself, the voice returned. Miss Yi, the prince is young and strong. He shouldn't drink calming soup. The female lead blushed. Now everyone knew they were in the same tent. The male lead pulled her into his arms and instructed someone outside, after measuring the rice, cook a few vegetarian dishes. Good heavens! A perfectly good landlord moment turned into a candlelit dinner. Seeing the male lead looking at her quietly, the female lead blushed and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" The male lead replied as if it were obvious, "I'm waiting for you to feed me." The female lead crossed her arms, looking indifferent. What a pampered prince, expecting to be waited on hand and foot. The male lead picked up a bowl of soup and threatened, "If you don't feed me, I'll drink this. You'll regret it. Even a ghost wouldn't drink cold water." Fine, I'll eat. But it turned out he wasn't testing the food at all. While eating, he playfully nibbled her finger. The female lead blushed and pulled her hand away. The male lead lifted her up, whispering in her ear, "Yanga, shall we get married when we return?" Seeing her hesitate, the male lead's eyes filled with disappointment. He couldn't keep her. He mumbled something about army matters and left. Watching him leave, the female lead made a decision. Arriving at the main tent, she found the male lead wiping his armor, looking dejected. "You said there were army matters. Why are you here polishing your armor?" The male lead explained that his deputy's urgent matter had been cancelled. The female lead thought, "I call your bluff. Who in the Great Liang would dare cancel on you?" She walked towards the bed at the back of the tent. The male lead asked, puzzled, "Yanga, what are you doing?" Blushing, the female lead replied, "In just checking out the commander's bed." "What's wrong?" I not allowed." She sat on the bed. "This bed is so comfortable. The 8th prince must enjoy sleeping here every day. I wonder if we could also enjoy it." The male lead finally understood her intention. "Yanga, do you know what you're saying?" The female lead didn't answer, but started to undress. The male lead blushed and stammered, "Yanga, what are you doing?" Without hesitation, the female lead replied, "Didn't you want me? I'm giving myself to you." But the male lead turned away. "Yanga, if you're not willing, I don't want to take advantage. Get dressed." The female lead hugged him from behind. "I'm willing, Jiu Xian. I want to be your woman." The male lead turned around, his body trembling. He grabbed a nearby blanket and covered her, his voice hoarse. "Yanga, if you're truly willing, why are you trembling?" The female lead explained that she was just nervous. Suppressing his desire, the male lead said, "I'm not in a hurry. I can wait until our wedding night." He lifted her up. "Just wait until our wedding night. I'll show you what I'm made of." Many fans have been asking for more updates on the evil king. It's not that I'm slacking off, but the original author is still updating, only 1 chapter a week. I'll try my best to update 1 or 2 chapters on weekends. Last time, the male and female leads almost had a showdown. At the critical moment, the male lead pulled back and promised to wait until their wedding night. The next day, the army marched to meet with the vanguard troops. Yi Jiancheng reported that after they captured Bian City, the northern Ming showed no intention of reclaiming it. They wondered what their plan was. The male lead believed their strange behavior indicated a trap. At that moment, an envoy from northern Ming arrived. The envoy, Ming Rui, claimed to be a scholar studying under the national teacher. He presented a box to the male lead. "On behalf of northern Ming, I come to seek peace. This is our peace treaty. What does Commander Jiu think?" The male lead stated that if northern Ming wanted peace, they must return all Great Liang envoys and hand over the antidote. Ming Rui explained that their king had already released the Great Liang envoys. He would report their demands and ask the male lead to accept the peace treaty as a gesture of good faith. The male lead gestured for him to put down the box. As Ming Rui was about to set it down, Zixing stopped him and demanded he open it. Ming Rui revealed the treaty inside. The female lead felt uneasy about it. As she reached for it, the male lead swiftly intercepted and gave it to Zixing. Zixing examined the treaty carefully. The female lead was surprised by Jiu Xian's vigilance. The male lead explained, "If you want to touch it, we need to check it first." The female lead retorted, I wasn't going to play with it. He examined the treaty under the sunlight. It was clearly two pieces fused together, a feat impossible with current technology. He quickly summoned a blade and easily pried the treaty open. With a click, a black object fell out. The male lead and Yi Jiancheng instantly became alert. Zixing held Ming Rui at knife point. The male lead asked what it was. The female lead explained it was a listening device and told them not to worry, it was harmless, and could be destroyed by smashing it. The male lead crushed the device in his hand. It crumbled into dust. The female lead, impressed, squeezed his bicep. His physical strength was far superior to ordinary people. The male lead was still concerned. Is it really destroyed? The female lead explained that this was physical magic against technology. High-tech devices were often more vulnerable to physical destruction. A drop, a bump, even a glass of water could destroy them. Everyone was bewildered. Yi Jiancheng asked about the purpose of the listening device. The female lead explained it was an eavesdropping device. If they kept the treaty, everything they said would be heard miles away. Yi Jiancheng's face paled. It was fortunate they discovered it in time. In the northern Ming Palace, the moment the listening device was destroyed, a device on the table stopped working. The northern Ming Emperor wasn't angry, but murmured to the air, Yang, it really is you. The female lead, having time-traveled discovered someone from her time was here. Who was this person, and how did they get here? She activated her smart brain, suspecting the other person also had one. She tried to search for nearby devices, but found nothing. This was strange. There were only two possibilities. The other person's smart brain was more advanced, or they didn't have one. The male lead entered. The female lead nervously adjusted her clothes, wondering why he was here so late. Meanwhile, the male lead was preoccupied with the envoy and the national teacher's connection. To Yang, the female lead was confused. She didn't know this person. The male lead continued, or perhaps, Yang, you know the Northern Ming national teacher. The female lead shook her head. The listening device is definitely from my time, but I don't know if it's from the national teacher. The male lead suddenly sneezed and called out, Zixing. Zixing appeared, dragging the Northern Ming envoy, Ming Rui. I've brought him. Interrogate him as you wish. Ming Rui trembled on the floor. The female lead picked up a brush and asked playfully, write an Arabic numeral for me. Ming Rui was confused. What's an Arabic numeral? The female lead sighed. It's not him. Suddenly, her smart brain issued a warning. Danger approaching. Danger approaching. Without hesitation, she pushed the male lead. Run. Danger. The male lead shielded her. Yang, don't be afraid. Zixing and the others surrounded them, weapons drawn. But nothing happened. The female lead was dumbfounded. Smart brain, did you malfunction? The smart brain insisted it was functioning perfectly. Suddenly, they detected a faint air current. The female lead realized. The cloaking device. It's that person. The bound Ming Rui also noticed and cried out, Doctor. The male lead became alert. The cloaking device deactivated, revealing a familiar face. The female lead's eyes lit up. Teacher! She exclaimed. Overjoyed, she rushed forward. Teacher, what happened to you? She touched him all over excitedly. Teacher, it's really you. I'm not dreaming. How did you get here? The teacher embraced her. Yang, I finally found you. Let her go. The male lead roared, glaring at them. He charged forward. What to do when your boyfriend is angry? It's an emergency. His woman was embracing another man right in front of him. Furious, the male lead attacked. The teacher quickly activated the cloaking device, deflecting the blow. The male lead's fury intensified. Yi Jiyan, I'll count to 3. Get out here. Seeing his genuine anger, the female lead deactivated the cloaking device and ran out. Aining, let me explain. The male lead pulled her into his arms, his voice low and menacing. Who is he? What is your relationship? Trapped in his embrace, the female lead panicked. I forgot this is ancient times. Hugging another man in front of my fiancé. Of course Hes angry. She took his hand and explained, I didn't know him before. Hes my teacher. I haven't seen him in a long time, so I got excited. A teacher is like a father. I see him as a father figure. Not like what you think. The male lead calmed down slightly. You were born and raised in Great Liang, never leaving the capital. How could you have a teacher from Northern Ming? The female lead hugged his waist. I'll explain later. I have something important to discuss with my teacher. Can you give us some time? This reignited the male lead's anger. Give you space. What do you want to do, Yi Jian? Do you want me to kill him right now? Knowing he wouldn't respond to aggression, the female lead pleaded, please, right here. Just have Zixing and the others move further away, okay. Seeing her pleading eyes, the male lead relented, but with a condition. She had to tell him everything afterwards. The female lead agreed. The male lead sighed. Talk inside, but don't close the door. We'll be right outside. Remember, no physical contact. He pinched her waist warningly. I'll be watching. The soldiers retreated. If he tries to take Yang away, kill him. But don't harm a hair on her head. Inside, the teacher asked about her relationship with the male lead. The female lead explained they were engaged. The teacher looked at her intently. Is he engaged to Wu Anhua's daughter, or to you? The female lead understood his meaning. His arrival forced her to confront the choice of staying or leaving. Not wanting to reveal her feelings yet, she changed the subject. Asking how he time-traveled. After realizing he had time-traveled, her teacher started working on a time machine, but an accident occurred, stranding him in Northern Ming 5 years earlier. He became the national teacher. For 5 years, he lived in Northern Ming, searching for his student. The female lead felt a pang of guilt. He had suffered so much for her. You're my most beloved student. I wouldn't leave you alone, the teacher said. I couldn't find you, so I guessed you might not have landed in Northern Ming. I used a chip to extract Yu Sha's magnetic field and created many identical artifacts. Spreading them across different countries, hoping you would see them and find me. The female lead nodded. I got your message and came immediately. Teacher, how badly is the time machine damaged? Can we still go back? After a moment, the teacher sighed. No, the female lead's heart sank, then felt a sense of relief. She almost felt glad she couldn't go back, as if she finally had a legitimate excuse to stay. The image of Ji Yuxian flashed in her mind. Is it because of him? Because I don't want to leave him. The teacher snapped his fingers in front of her face, bringing her back to reality. He looked at her intently. Yang, will you come back to Northern Ming with me and help me fix the time machine? The female lead fell silent. She was a medical doctor accidentally transported to this time. Her teacher followed her, building a time machine. After much hardship, they finally reunited. Now, given the chance to return to her time, she hesitated. Memories of Ji Yuxian flooded her mind. She didn't love anyone before, but now, she had him. Finally, she spoke. I'm sorry, teacher. I can't go back to Northern Ming with you now. You asked me earlier if Ji Yuxian was engaged to Wu Anhua's daughter or to me. I can answer you now. It's me. Yi Jian. Her eyes were firm and resolute. The teacher was worried. He didn't think a relationship between people from different eras could last. But the female lead's gaze remained unwavering. Whether it lasts or not. Well, leave it to time. Lost in conversation, they lost track of time. Outside, the male lead had run out of patience. He walked in. It seems Yang and the national teacher have had a pleasant chat, forgetting about time. I had to come and remind you. Startled, the female lead stood up. Are you done talking? The male lead sat down imposingly. Good. Now we can talk. The female lead tried to stall. Can you send my teacher back first? The male lead scoffed. He poisoned my people, many of whom are still ill. Why should I let him go? The female lead explained patiently. He was forced by the Northern Ming king. He already gave me the antidote formula. The male lead's displeasure intensified. I still won't release him. The female lead pleaded softly, holding his hand. The male lead looked away, unable to refuse her. Someone, escort the national teacher back. Zixing appeared and swiftly escorted the teacher and Ming Rui away. The male lead sat expressionlessly. You got him released. Are you just going to stare at me, Yang? The female lead sat beside him quietly. She knew he was waiting for her explanation. It wasn't that she wanted to hide anything, but she didn't know where to begin. The male lead's patience wore thin. If you won't talk, I'll ask. He leaned in, his voice intense. Who are you? The female lead answered without hesitation, Yi Jian. Fearing he wouldn't believe her, she added, I don't know why I have the same name and appearance as Wu Anhua's daughter. These details were unimportant to the male lead. He wanted to know the real her. The female lead finally confessed, I'm from the year, not your time. What's it like to learn your girlfriend is a scientist from the future? The female lead just revealed to the male lead that she's from the year, not his era. The male lead was stunned, processing this information. The female lead showed him her portable device, flying device, lie detector, and a genetic medicine formula from. Think of this as technology from thousands of years in the future. I brought these from the future. The male lead was still struggling to comprehend. He stared at the objects, bewildered. Magic. You can conjure things from thin air. The female lead explained it wasn't magic. She searched for an analogy he might understand. Think of it like a spatial ring from Legends. These are from my time. The male lead picked up the genetic medicine formula, understanding her purpose for coming to Northern Ming. His expression turned cold. So, you came all this way just to go back, to leave me. The female lead froze, unsure how to explain. His fears, his suspicions, were all confirmed. He cherished her, and she only thought of leaving. Yi Jian, I shouldn't have been lenient. I should have chained you to my bed. Locked you in my manor. He gripped her shoulders, his eyes blazing. Look me in the eye and tell me. Did you come to Northern Ming to return to that damned future? The grip was painful, but the fear of losing him was worse. He was consumed by irrationality. I'm asking you again. Did you come here to leave me? The female lead's heart shattered. The physical pain was nothing compared to the ache in her chest. Defeated, she said, yes, I wanted to leave you. Are you satisfied? The male lead recoiled, his voice laced with pain. Yi Jian. Good. Very good. Zixing had never seen him like this, his face a mask of icy rage. Take her away. Risking his life, Zixing reminded him, my lord, assaulting the princess is punishable by military law. The male lead's fury was uncontainable. Are you defying me too, Zixing? Zixing immediately knelt. All night, the shadow guard searched for the princess. Empty wine jars littered the floor. The male lead stared blankly at a small lamp, drinking endlessly. Yanga, what must I do to win your heart completely? Zixing was heartbroken. He had never seen his lord like this, silent, unresponsive, like a living corpse. He couldn't understand why the female lead wouldn't reciprocate his genuine affection. The next morning, the male lead, haggard and sleepless, was awakened by the sounds of soldiers training. Zixing approached. My lord, I'll tell them to be quiet. The male lead stood up abruptly. No need. I'll join them. I need to move around. Heartbroken, the male lead spent the night training. He began sparring with his soldiers. They were no match for him, quickly defeated and groaning in pain. The shadow guard wanted to intervene, but Zixing stopped them. Let him vent. It's better than bottling it up. Meanwhile, Yi Jianqing brought food to the female lead's door. He couldn't understand why his brother had locked her up. Had they quarreled? The female lead avoided the question, saying she was just in a bad mood. Yi Jianqing knew there was more to it. Was that Northern Ming national teacher trying to take you away? The female lead exploded. Did Ji Yuxian tell you that? When did I say I was leaving with him? He didn't even let me finish and started throwing a tantrum. Is he even reasonable? Yi Jianqing leaned against the door. I went to see him yesterday. He wasn't angry. He even smiled and said he locked you up to protect you from the national teacher. But something felt off. A soldier rushed over. General Yi. Please come quickly. Commander Jiyu has defeated all the senior officers, and is now challenging every soldier. Half the camp is injured. Yi Jianqing remained calm. What's the big deal? Here's the commander. It's just training. The soldier looked panicked. General, you don't understand. Commander Jiyu drank half the cellar's wine last night. Everyone says he's drunk and causing trouble. The female lead panicked. Ji Yuxian, are you crazy? Drinking after your injury? Do you want to die? Yi Jianqing was shocked. He couldn't believe his brother would act so recklessly. If it was true, it couldn't be allowed to spread. Nonsense. Announce that the commander is inspecting the troops. No gossip. Anyone spreading rumors will be court-martialed. Yi Jiancheng rushed to the training grounds. He found the male lead, single-handedly, and with bloodshot eyes, wreaking havoc. Soldiers lay groaning everywhere. As he approached, he smelled the strong scent of alcohol. Damn it, has gone too far. The male lead pointed his sword at the fallen soldiers. I haven't supervised you for days, and you've become this slack. With such skills, how can you defeat Northern Ming? His eyes were glazed, his voice slurred. A bunch of useless cowards, relying on a single person to protect the city. Have you ever considered what would happen if he was gone? Who would protect you? He pointed his sword at the sky. Show me the spirit of the great Liang army. Yi Jiancheng picked up a spear and jumped into the ring. I will. Driven by fear of losing the female lead, the male lead locked her up and took his anger out on his soldiers, even his own brother. Amidst the chaos of battle in Lijian City, someone yelled, "Are you mad?" Even as a prince, disrupting military strategy is a capital offense. The male lead glanced at the fallen soldier. Is that so? I'd like to see who dares to spread word of this. The soldiers paled, shaking their heads. No, your highness. We wouldn't dare. Yi Jianchen, exasperated, pleaded, Your highness, whatever your dispute with his majesty, can't you resolve it peacefully? Must you torment each other like this? Enraged, the male lead charged at him. Yi Jianchen took flight, and the two, well matched in skill, clashed in an intense aerial battle. Moments later, seeing blood on the male lead's hand, Yi Jianchen exclaimed, He's not fighting to win, he's fighting to hurt himself. He tried to intervene, only Yang can stop him now. I'll go get her. Send your shadow guards, discreetly. When the female lead arrived via her shadow device, the male lead was still relentlessly attacking. Stop this at once. She commanded, but he ignored her. Their fight intensified, becoming increasingly reckless. Stop. She cried again. Suddenly, she moved swiftly, intercepting his attack. His sword flew from his grasp, slicing her mask. The mask fell to the ground in 2 pieces. Eyes blazing, the male lead struggled to control his fury. Leave? Don't make me ask twice. What if I don't? She challenged, stepping closer. He roared, raising his sword again. Don't force me, Yang. One more step and I'll kill you. Unflinching, she retorted, I'd like to see you try. He then placed the sword against his own throat. Go on. They say your sword is swift. A quick death. His eyes widened, his grip on the sword faltering. She nudged the blade upward. 8th Prince, your aim is off. A little higher. His face darkened. You're cruel, aren't you? Seeing the blood on his hand, her heart softened. Does it hurt? His composure shattered. He threw the sword down and pulled her into his arms. I gave you a chance. You wouldn't leave. He held her tightly, pleading, Yang, don't leave. I'll give you anything. His volatile behavior was bewildering. One moment he threatened to kill her. The next he held her, weeping. Yang, don't leave. I'll give you anything. You like healing. You can be a doctor forever. No one will restrict you after we marry. You like inventing. I'll put the entire imperial workshop at your disposal. I'll give you anything. Yang, just don't leave. Okay, she soothed, afraid to provoke him further. You need to rest. Be good. Just sleep. Leading him by the hand, she guided him towards the room. After a few steps, he turned, suspicious. You're not lying. Yang, you know the consequences of deceiving me. She embraced him, her voice soft and reassuring. Go to sleep. I like an obedient husband. Unless you want me to become a widow so soon. Finally settling him in bed, he still clung to her hand, repeatedly asking, You're not leaving. You're not lying. Will you be gone when I wake up? Her heart ached. Stroking his face, she reassured him she wouldn't leave. He closed his eyes. Then suddenly, he opened them again, suspicion flaring. No, you're a liar. I can't trust you. He sat up and yelled for the guards to bring chains. Her face paled. What are you doing? Are you going to chain me up? He took the chains and bound their hands together. Satisfied, he lay back down and closed his eyes. She was exasperated. He was acting like a child. Stop it. The chain is so short. Do you want me to squat here all night? He shifted slightly, making more room. You're not going anywhere. If you're hungry, call for food. If you're tired, lie here. If you need to use the privy, use it beside me. I'm a heavy sleeper. I won't peek, she scowled. Who would want to relieve themselves next to someone? Seeing him fall into a deep sleep, she worriedly summoned her medical AI to scan him. Alert. Target's blood alcohol content is dangerously high. Risk of death. Intervene to correct behavior. She quickly shut down the AI. Iron, don't be so foolish again. It makes me worry. He suddenly cried out in his sleep, Yanga. Yanga. Don't go. Don't leave me. She leaned in, whispering comfort. I'm here. Sleep well. I'm not going anywhere. Someone was talking in her dreams. The male lead woke up, and was startled to see the woman beside him. Then he saw the chain on his wrist, and his memories slowly returned. Looking at the sleeping female lead, his eyes softened. He lay back down, gazing at her. Suddenly, she felt a tugging on her scalp in her dream. A voice kept repeating, I'm going bald. She saw herself with a receding hairline, clumps of hair falling around her. She woke up with a start, drenched in sweat. She saw the male lead gently stroking her hair. Panicked, she grabbed her hair and yelled, don't touch. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain. She had kicked him. Hard. In a very sensitive area. She realized with horror what she had done. His eyes darkened. He pinned her beneath him. Yanga, what was that for? Flustered, she stammered, I didn't mean to. I dreamt someone was pulling my hair out. He ignored her explanation, burying his face in her neck, his hands tearing at her clothes. Panicked, she cried, I didn't mean to. I'm still half asleep. I'm sorry. Stop. He pulled the blanket over them. His hands explored her body. You almost made me a eunuch. She was lost in a haze of sensation. The AI blared a warning. Danger. 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 Alert. Imminent danger detected. Activating safety mode. Available defense options. Pepper spray, malfunction disabler spray, electric shock. He continued his passionate assault. The AIS alarm grew louder. Alert. Timeout. Timeout. Activating default defense. Maximum level malfunction disabler spray. She desperately clicked the override button. Override successful. Returning to standby mode. He paused, looking into her eyes. Yanga, do you want this? Flustered, she whispered, I do, Iron. I do. This time, she wouldn't refuse him. The chains between their wrists rattled with their movements. The room filled with the sounds of their passion. He was remarkably energetic, making love to her for an entire day. Exhausted, she lay in his arms. Your hands are so cold, he murmured. She wanted to yell at him. Of course her hands were cold. He nuzzled her neck. I just finished ice training. She was speechless. He had just finished ice training and now this. She should have let the AI use the spray. He mistook her silence for exhaustion, thinking she needed more stamina. He pulled her close, starting another round of lovemaking. Much later, she lay limply in his embrace. He propped himself up. I kept food warm for you. You slept all day yesterday without eating. She wanted to hit him. This dog of a man. Just bring me the food. He ordered the servants to bring the food, chuckling at her grumpy expression. I know the difference between exhaustion and anger. She glared at him. Shameless, knowing better than to argue, he draped a robe around her. Didn't you already know that? She turned to him suddenly. I'm not leaving. I'm not going home. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay with you forever. His handsome face remained impassive. He simply smiled and urged her to eat. Disappointed, she wondered if her earlier hesitation had hurt him. Did he no longer trust her? Jiu Xian, don't you believe me? He continued feeding her, his expression calm. He was completely different from the frantic man of yesterday. His change in demeanor confused her. Was he pretending? No, Ian wasn't like that. Yi Jianchen arrived to check on her, and she learned that he had decided to attack Beimeng in 15 days. It all made sense now. That's why he hadn't reacted. He had already decided to attack Beimeng. Did he intend to conquer it? What will happen next? Will the male lead concubine? Will they finally get married?